Arise, Agito, it is time to start a brand new bit of analysis series. This time, we're going to be talking about the classic of early Heisei, Kamen Rider Agito. I'm going to be using the earthly scans because that was what was suggested I use. And they were good so far, so we'll just let's see what's going down in Agito Land. You know, first things first, we open up on some junk lying up on the beach. I think after a big storm goes through, and they discover this strange device. And then we cut to the future as a big bad Beetleborg walks into an empty pool as they start like firing bullshit at him, and he just Robocops it. Okay, no jokes. G3 steps into a testing chamber as they're testing the tech behind his suit, and it's a successful thing. And we see the guy take off his helmet. He seems real proud of himself. He's like, right, we're doing good. We're accomplishing our goal, you know? Good guy, seemingly. As he goes to talk to some scientists who are dealing with that weird, strange artifact. And they go like, yeah, no, this is a very strange thing. We have no idea what the fuck it is. It's very ancient, yet all the materials are like fucking high, like just it's a lot of things. It's really interesting. And there's a lot of meanwhiles this episode. That's something I'll get into. But meanwhile, some young high school girls are playing soccer or volleyball of some kind. They're playing a sport, and the ball gets away, and one of them goes to grab it, and they look up a tree, and they notice a hand is sticking out of one of the burls. Just big old hole, person stuck in it. Everybody freaks out. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck? Meanwhile, we cut to a university as a teacher is giving some advice to students in what seems to be a regular meeting. As a hapless dude walks up and goes like, "Hey, teach, you asked me for some things. Here they are. Hey, anything you want for dinner?" And he's like, "No." And it's like, "All right, okay, bye." As we just see this guy just living his life. Another dude, Yankee guy, drives up on his motorcycle, and they cross paths in this big, ominous moment. As a guy doesn't have any gas, just pushing his motorcycle along. As a girl comes up and goes like, "Hey, what's up? How's having amnesia?" And the guy's like, "What? Why do you keep bringing up amnesia? It's almost as if you're talking in an exposition for the audience to know." Meanwhile, we cut to Yankee Dude at the bottom of a pool for what seems to be implied to be a lot longer than we are shown. It feels like his coach comes up and goes like, "Hey, things gone weird with you, but like you got injured, you're healthy, you're good now. So don't over practice, you'll be fine." And he's like, "Yeah, sure, but let me just do one more round." He goes back into the pool. Meanwhile, we're back with the police guy in the big fancy suit, and they're just they're detailing what the stuff with the suit. And meanwhile, we cut to a husband and wife. The husband's about to walk out and do all the kind of stuff. So real quick, we have a bunch of meanwhiles all at the same time. So, one, we have a Jaguar dude do a weird thing with his hand and kill the dude. The Yankee guy, who is at a swimming competition, starts spasming out in the pool and almost drowns. While our hapless dude is vacuuming a house and starts having a massive migraine. While all at the same time, one of the dials on the artifact is doing something weird. All these things happening at what is implied to be the same time. The police go, see the dude, up in the tree, and everyone's going like, "Oh shit, what the fuck?" Okay, so this is twice same family. Something's going on here. As our RoboCop guy comes in and goes like, "Hey, I'm trying to get some information." As another detective goes like, "Yo, no, this ain't your weird Bugman shit. This is just fucking serial murder. Get the fuck out of here. You're being a piece of shit." Coach is concerned about the swimmer guy, as hapless dude is just kind of living his life with the professor's family. It's just like doing that kind of stuff. The wife of the guy who just got murdered basically calls up the RoboCop guy. Goes like, "Hey, I may have some information. Can we meet up?" While she's waiting, the Jaguar guy shows up and kills her. you know, Well, RoboCop guy just shows up in time to find the body and get attacked by the Jaguar. He's able to get away just enough to go like, "Hey, bring get the fucking Robo suit over here." As the Jaguar is running away, he then pensions in the back of a semi truck, which is badass. All these kinds of like all the setup's cool. It's really cool. Gets on his motorcycle, chases after the Jaguar guy till they're in an industrial park, and he's trying his best to fight against them, but it's not working. He's getting his ass kicked. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure just shows up, 5 punches and a kick to this Jaguar man, and immediately kicks his ass. 2 more Jaguar men show up, and that is the end of this episode. This was an amazing first episode. Absolutely love it. There is 101 different goddamn setups, but they do feel they'll have their own time. But it is a lot of like meanwhile, and describing it gets very tedious. Watching it, none whatsoever. Also, main character dude seems really cool. He has amnesia, living with the professor, the artifact, the G3 suit. I love that RoboCop motherfucker. The Yankee Red Jacket motorcycle guy, right? Just who are those Jaguar people? What is going on here? It feels a little bit like a part 1 of 2, not in a bad way. Just, there's no henshin. We don't get full explanations for everything, and I do not mind that. I absolutely love the production. It's so fucking wild to see motorcycles and people intermingling on the same set. You do not see that in Kamen Rider at all anymore. And it's just so whoa. You mean they trusted stunt coordinators to actually know how to coordinate stunts? What the fuck? The nighttime stuff looked amazing. And yeah, there's some minor ropey effect stuff every once in a while, but like that probably looked a ton better on old school CRTs on like standard definition. But yeah, no, the suits look amazing, the monsters look amazing, everything looks cool, and there's so much mystery, and I cannot wait to get any morsels of information in episode 2. A lot of interesting things were shown off in the first episode, with a lot of good threads, off to a very good start. Speaking of good starts, we catch back up with or ending in the last episode with G3 just going like, what the fuck, as he passes out. And we get our theme song. The theme song is really good. I enjoyed it. I enjoy the framing of it just on a racetrack and everybody kind of racing by each other. I wonder how much that's going to play into the thematic elements of everything, just of missing each other, of going by, that kind of thing. There was a thing I was going to check. That's the other thing. I think I've been saying the name of the character wrong, because looking at the title logo, it's Agito Omega. So, Agito Omega. We then get a bunch of different scenes of like of everybody kind of reacting to what happened in the last episode. We got the G3 RoboCop guy just trying to figure things out, being checked up on all the injuries that he may have sustained, and talking to the higher ups of what's going on, and going like, "Hey, we made this to fight the guys from like the last season. These aren't the same things. They're completely different. We're a little unprepared." And the chiefs of police are like, "Ah, shit. All right, so we're gonna call them by a different name, just so we're clear." And it's like, "All right, we have a brand new situation." Yankee guy is in the bed, just chilling, as MC guy is growing some spinach, right? The detective guy confronts RoboCop and says like, "Hey, you're lying about there being creatures. You just want to secure funding for your group because there hasn't been creatures for 2 years." And guy's like, "Why the fuck would I lie about this? I know." He goes talk to his crew as they figure out, "Oh shit, dude, we have this photo from the woman. We could probably dive into this some." And they're like, "All right, cool, let's do some investigation." As more things with the artifact starts going weird, as two fucking Jaguar people just show up and go like, "Hey, we're fucking poking your shit," and it starts going haywire, right? We have another meeting with the students and the professor, as one of the students goes like, "Hey, I really want to make my paper on like psycho stuff, on like psychic stuff, because I think I have some psychic abilities." And the professor goes like, "All right, you know what? I'll humor you. Let's do a little test." He holds they do a whole thing. They hold up some cards, and the main character, Head in the Clouds guy, I can't remember. I'll learn his name eventually. And the student both take guesses. They're both wrong. However, the professor's niece, I think it was, or yeah, niece, guesses right every single time, and it's just like, "Oh, what's going on with the niece? More threads, up in arms, up the bear." As another victim is put into a tree, and the detective goes like, "Yep, see, serial killer. It's just a serial killer. Nothing supernatural, nothing spooky going on here. Just a serial killer." As our RoboCop guy gets hot on the tail, we have a cute little domestic scene between our main character guy and all of them. It's a nice like bit of levity, you know, as the asshole detective starts tailing the sister of the most recent victim, going like, "All right, the serial killer attacks families. She has a sister. They're probably going to attack her." RoboCop is investigating and finds out some information of like, "Oh, hey, that photo that you got just doesn't work. It's all incompatible. It's not good." Right? Just for a variety of like contradicting details. As the Jaguar people starts to attack the sister. When the Jaguar people start to attack the sister, main character guy, belly button starts to glow. Yankee guy, belly button starts to glow. It's like, oh shit, something's going on here. Right? The detectives are unable to handle anything of the Jaguar guys, and they're going to be stuffed in trees because that's just their MO. RoboCop G3 is on the move, ready to go out and get its ass kicked, because that's I have a feeling that's just his role in the show. It's to get his ass kicked. Meanwhile, main character dude rolls up on his motorcycle and just like activates his belt, does a sweet ass kick, and just starts taking on the Jaguars. He takes on one of them, pulls out a fucking staff from his belt, and transforms. And G3 just like, sorry about the cough, just is going like, "I'm trying to hold my own as best as I can here. This is not fun." Agito is able to, Agito Mega is able to beat one Jaguar guy and able to go handle the other Jaguar guy with some kicks. And we end the episode with G3 and Agito looking at each other as Agito starts running over the G3, ready to go fucking fight them some more. I realized in this episode why I loved the tone of this show so much so far. It feels very Shin Megami Tensei, right? It has a very dark and foreboding atmosphere with a lot of elements of the unknown wrapped around in it. Unknown, like what they're calling the creatures. Also, it was only during the second episode that I had the second realization that the Yankee guy and the swimmer were the same person. It's kind of obvious in hindsight, but I never said I was a smart individual. And we keep doing the meanwhile stuff, right? But it's fine, it's good, and it does feel a little bit like 4 or 5 shows mashed up together, right? We got a police procedural, we got a simple slice of life, we got a medical tragedy, we get weirdo sci-fi Stargate stuff, and it's a great way to keep up the pace because you can just bounce back and forth between one or the other. Not a super ton to go off of for a big, like, overarching theme yet, but immediate thought is, like, how 3 different heroes, different aspects to all their powers, maybe it's about ways different paths in life intersect, similar to how they all, like, work in tandem in the opening, but they all intersect in different ways and are unable to, like, come to a conclusion in some ways. Who knows? We'll see if I have any legs to stand on with this. And I absolutely love the main character's puns. I don't know why they're all groaning. They're great, wonderful things. And that's about it for this episode. Really good, great start. I can't wait to see what happens next. Once more, arise, Agito! So, the first 2 episodes really drew me into the show, but we gotta see what happens next. Because we open up the next episode right where we left off, the end of the little fight, as, Shoichi comes to a realization of, like, what the fuck? I am a Kamen Rider, and I'm fighting a dude. This is a little weird. And he runs off, and it's just like, oh shit, he's unsure of what's going on. And, like, he runs into the niece character, the niece of the person whose house he's living in. And he just kind of breaks down. And yeah, he goes into a depressive episode of just unsure of what he is. Meanwhile, I can't remember his name right now, the guy who pilots the G3 armor is basically doing a little, meeting with the heads people. And they're going like, okay, are we sure this is a thing now? We're fighting these guys? And the guy who was giving him shit is like, yes, we are fighting these guys. I saw them with my own 2 eyes. And you have like a moment of like, oh, yeah, he's like actually backing this guy up. He saw through his own bullshit. We'll get to that in a bit, though. As Swimmer is running away from the hospital. A lot of things are happening. Are all going on at once. The artifact is being examined, all that kind of stuff, as another body is discovered in an unusual situation. And everyone's going like, ah, shit, fuck. Okay, we got another creature going about. And the other police guy starts being a little bit of a dickhead, going like, you know what, if you were better, not as many people would die. And just kind of like fucking egging this guy on, going like, hey, you're a piece of shit. Someone else should be in the suit. Right? As Shoichi is kind of just lamenting of, I don't know what's going on with me. I'm a Kamen Rider, but I don't understand any of it. It's just sometimes I go henshin and things change. And he's just out of it. And the whole rest of the family that are in the house are like, yo, let's try and take some of the load off of him. He does a lot for us, so let's try to be nice. So they try and cook, clean, and do all the things, and it goes horrible. It's a fun sitcom-y moment, and it's just fucking hilarious. Shoichi, like, perps back up and goes like, you guys need me, and like, even if I am unsure of everything going on, the fact that I know that I'm needed and wanted in certain ways makes me feel better, all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, cop guy, RoboCop, goes to the victim of the recent crime, and he finds an unusual glass bottle. The thing that's unusual about it is the opening is only so wide, yet there is a coin inside. A coin that shouldn't be in there, and he's, like, wondering what the fuck's going on with all this, right? So, all this kind of stuff. Shuichi's, like, kind of resolving himself, going like, yeah, things... I may not know my future, but things are okay. I'm trying to work on it. Cop guy talks to his friends of like, oh yeah, this is fucking weird. Wait a second, we know a weird guy, a professor of weird shit. Let's call the professor of weird shit and see his opinion. Because we don't know what he's a professor of. He's just a professor. And the only things we know he's a professor in relation to is one student wants to do a paper about supernatural powers, and now we have the bottle that he may have an answer to. And it's just, he's a professor of weird shit. And we do get a hint at the next creature. It's a weird looking turtle dude. Straight up looks like there was a 70s adaptation, Phantom of the Opera, that was like full on disco. A lot of people really enjoy it. I can't remember its name. He looks like the dude in that. But hey, everybody's monster senses start tingling. Everybody goes to try and fight the monster. Yada 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 yada. It's in the middle of a forest. Everybody is fighting. They're fighting off and doing all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, second monster shows up. G3 tries to help somewhat. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even get there in time. I was just seeing him in the car, and I was going like, oh, he's there? No, but Agito beats up one of the monsters, kills it. There's still a second one at large as the artifact uncovers what is in its mysterious boxes. So yeah, a lot of really interesting things going on this episode. Like, I like Shoichi being unsure of what he is, because he does have amnesia, and he's going like, what's going on? I'm just turning into a Kamen Rider. That's weird. He's afraid of himself, and as we'll see next episode, if you're wondering how I've been making these, as I watch 2 episodes, and then I make each individual part, and so on and so forth. But he's afraid of just what's going on with him, and it's very clear, is that, will I hurt someone? Because I almost hurt that one guy. What's going on with me? G3 is just trying to get by. There's a lot of unexplained stuff, and he's just trying to save as many people as he can. Because we had the people getting buried, the tree stuff, the jar, coin thing. Everything is just, you know, going haywire, and he's just going like, alright, how do I help people? And the swimmer guy is distancing himself from others. So, like, the idea that I presented last time, that a lot of the show may be focused around the idea of working together, is present because we have Soichi being afraid of hurting others and afraid of being with other people. G3 is just trying to get his team together, get everybody on them that's working together to try and save as many people as possible. But he does have that asshole cop always going like, you could have saved more people. You know, that kind of bullshit. And you have the swimmer guy just distancing himself completely. He is self-isolating 100%. You know? And all this kind of stuff is just adding to this, like, you need to work together. You need to be part of a community. You need to trust others in order to truly accomplish your goals, kind of thing. It's really interesting. And we also have another question to go on. Just what is that artifact? Because those 2 things will pop up. What's going on there? I guess we'll find out in the next episode. Boy howdy, those turtles be gross. So just will our handles how will our handles hero this? How will our heroes handle this situation? We jump back in right as the last episode ended. I have a feeling that's going to be the trend for the series, as Mana basically sees Shoichi de-henshin, and she's like, oh shit, he's a Kamen Rider. Oh fuck, I don't. And she runs, she books it, and he sees her book it, and he's like, oh, I am monster. You know, that kind of vibe. It's like, oh, my dude, that's stinky. That sucks. She heads home and she's scared out of her mind, right? And there is yet another person killed by the turtle creatures underground, and fucking other police who just negs. It's going like, oh man, what if there was a better person to be in the suit? Would there be as many dead people? All that kind of stuff, right? And he's like, he goes to his friends who drive the truck and go like, hey, should someone else be in the suit? And they're like, did asshole police guy get in your head? Don't worry about it. We chose you for a reason. You are a good guy to be a hero. By the way, the artifact did some things. She wants to talk to you. He goes over. She goes like, yeah, no, the artifact released some DNA. And he's like, didn't you say this thing is like thousands upon thousands of years old? Yeah, it is. How the fuck is there DNA? We have no fucking idea. Isn't that great? No. That's terrifying. Well, we're taking the models that they gave us and combining some fucking proteins and seeing if we can get some mRNA, which is like half of a DNA strand, for people who are unaware, to see what happens. And it's like, all right, so long as you're not doing human experiments, wink wink, nudge nudge, we then see Mana talk to her uncle, and she goes like, hey, uncle, I just want to talk to you real quick about Shoichi. How did you find him? And uncle's like, okay, that's a little out of the blue, but I'll relent. Washed up on a beach. He was unconscious. Nobody was quite sure what was going on. He was found by some high school girls. And he goes like, but there's one thing that I always remember about the whole situation, which really stuck to me, is that when Shoichi woke up and saw the teenage girls helping him, he said, no, stop, you'll get your shoes wet. And he goes like, that just felt really indicative to me of like who he is. Like, he doesn't care about it. He doesn't worry about himself. He likes to worry about other people. And that kind of calms Mana down of just like, what exactly, like, okay, Shuichi is the guy I think he is. He's just also a Kamen Rider. He is a good man. He's not lying to us, right? As we see the coach go talk to the swimmer guy at his apartment and goes like, yo, dude, what the fuck? You're like a son to me. I care about you. Why are you quitting this? Like, I'm like, what's going on with you? And he goes like, things are happening. I can't explain it. Come inside and maybe I can. And then we hear some screams. It's like, oh no, is he eating him? Is he screaming in terror of what's going on? What's going on? Uh-oh. Big things, right? Mana then goes to talk to Shoichi, and she goes like, hey, I freaked out. That's on me. I'm not afraid of you. Like, just kind of like, hey, I was freaking out. Don't, like, you're fine to be upset, but like, I'm here with you, bro. You're my friend. You're like, I care about you. And he's like, thank you. I'm slightly worried. And she goes like, hey, what's the whole deal? And he goes like, yeah, sometimes this just happens. So it's like, all right, cool. We'll work together, right? That's when Detective G3 RoboCop dude shows up and goes like, hey, I'm here to talk to the Professor of Weird Stuff. And he goes like, Professor of Weird Stuff, here is this bottle with the coin. And they're like, yeah, this is kind of weird. We'll have to think about it. We'll still have to do some things. There's some great moments between G3 guy and Shuichi of just just being goofballs to each other and not realizing that they've tried to kill each other at least once. It's fun. It's good. And Shoichi just keeps doing horrible puns, and everybody just keeps going like, "God damn it, stop doing that!" And I'm just sitting here going like, "Ah, yeah, jokes." It's great. I love these jokes. As the brown tortoise guy starts doing some shit and kills another person, right? Gets there, not enough time. The asshole cop goes like, "Hey, you're a piece of shit." And it's just like, God fucking damn it. Is that all you can say? He goes like, "Alright, cool, there's something I can do right now, so let's just head back to the professor, see if he has any information." And the professor goes like, "Hi. So, first things first, I'm gonna bring you some skepticism. Here's a coin, I'm gonna do a magic trick, now it's in the bottle." And the guy goes like, "How the fuck did you do that?" And he goes like, "Here's another one, magic coin." That's my guess. I'm figuring this isn't something big, supernatural. I'm thinking this is a trick. This is a little magician's trick. And they're like, "Okay, cool. We'll contemplate on that, right?" Shoichi then goes like, "Hey, want some food?" It's just another fun moment like that, just showing like how good of a guy this is. As a tortoise man is about to attack another civilian right when they're about to break the bottle to see if it's actually a magic coin or not. And he goes like, "Alright, cool, I gotta head over, fight the bad guy, do all that kind of stuff." And meanwhile, Mana realizes, oh shit, it's about the monsters. She goes inside. Shoichi is already on his way. He is on his bike, and we get the first on-bike henshin, and we get the rider machine. It looks really cool. I dig it. It's a nice red to contrast the black and gold of just regular base Agito. G3 is riding up, and he's trying to protect a cop who is protecting the girl that the tortoise is trying to kill. He's holding it off just well enough, and then Agito shows up and is able to help save the tide. Agito takes one monster away, G3 takes on the other one. G3 uses a brand new ammo type that they were hinting at for the last episode or two, I think, and uses it, and at first the monster's like, "Fuck you." And it's like, wait a second, why do I feel like explodey? And he explodes. Agito beats down the other guy, saves the day. G3 shows up and goes like, "Hey, so I don't want to fight, but are you friend or are you foe?" And Agito is just like, I'm gonna walk away. Leaving that moment to just kind of sit. As we cut back to the bottle, and the professor's nephew sees it and goes like, "Fuck yeah! 100 yen! That can get me some candy." He takes the bottle outside, not thinking anything of it, cracks it open, pulls up the coin. It is a real coin. It is not fake, it is real. And he goes like, "Alright, cool, I'm gonna buy something." We now know that was 100% legit supernatural phenomenon, but they will never know. Adding to the mystery. Oh no. As we jump back to the artifact people, the fucking experiment they were doing made a baby. Just a fucking baby sitting in broken glass with a weird little tattoo on the baby hand. What the fuck? How do you make a baby out of DNA? I mean, I know how you make a baby out of DNA. I mean, you know what I mean. This was a really good episode. I love seeing Shoichi's concerns kind of being realized of like, oh, I am a freak, I am a monster, she ran away out of fear. But then that kind of being unfounded because she confronts him about it, and like they hash it out, and she goes like, "Hey, I was being afraid, I know it's you. We'll work on this, right?" G3 resolves some of his confidence issues from the negging police officer, and is able to finally take down an unknown on his own. No need from Agito, he's able to actually do it. He still gets beat to shit, but he's able to accomplish it. The swimmer finally talks to his coach, and we don't know what happens quite yet, but we will see. the artifact, we have a random ass baby made by the DNA juice. It's fun. It was also fun scenes that, like, our heroes meeting each other's secret identities without knowing each other is a hero. That's a fun classic goof. And they're helping each other in different ways, right? And, like, they're working together to beat the monsters, and they were able to accomplish a lot more working together than not. And G3's not even going like, okay, are you friend or are you foe? Are you with us or not? Like, do I need to worry about you? And, like, they're not at the point where they can say, like, yes, we are friends and working together. But it is interesting to see that, that again, that theme of working together, of teamwork, is being present within the show right now. So yeah, working together despite differences is seeming to be very much a likely theme. And I wonder if I'm right and the show will explore it some more, or if I'm wrong and this is just me with some egg on my face. Once more, arise, Agito! The series is still very much setting its plate, but hey, let's give a quick look-see what's for dinner this week. So, Science Lady is waking up, and the little baby that was in the DNA goo juice thingamajig has disappeared. Where is it? We don't know. Right? What the fuck? So, the cops are going like, okay, so Agito is fighting the monsters. Is he on our side, though? Like, is it enemy of our enemy, or is he an ally? Can we trust him? That kind of thing. As we have some fun family sitcom rigmarole as Mana is failing at math, and her professor uncle goes like, you can't be bad at math. You gotta be good at math. So you need to study. And Shoichi goes like, hey, what if I am actually really smart and I just have it, and it's just the amnesia? And they're like, alright, we can try that. As a swimmer guy is just trying to go through life, and it's just, hey, coach, I know I freaked you out the other day. Can I come talk to you? And the coach is like, sure? And he's like very frightened. And we have the continuations of the sitcom of just like, hey, I'm not smart. Swimmer guy comes in, and the other swimmers are just going like, hey, you quit. No one wants you here. Get out of here. And he leaves, and they go to the coach, who goes like, hey, we did what you wanted. Are you sure about this? And he's like, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. As swimmer guy is off to the side and hears it. The science stuff is kaput because it's all over the place. We don't have a very specific reason why, but I have a feeling it's her going, there was a baby! And them just going like, oh, okay, we're dealing with crackpots, alright. Close program. And the swimmer guy is just in a mound of depression, thinking about his ex-girlfriend. And it's just like, he is sad. He is angsty. He is like, oh my god, the turmoil. I'm not saying this to... I'm clowning on him, but like in a loving way. I'm enjoying the characterization and the acting and all that kind of stuff. As the professor does get a new tutor, and it just so happens to be the guy's ex-girlfriend. What are the odds? We just have some more goofy sitcom environment situation of Shoichi trying to flirt and failing, and the guy is dropped in the middle of the air from a high distance, killing him with no large buildings, like he can't jump from anywhere. Ooh, that's weird, right? The cops are on the scene. They're going like, alright, it's all the unknown. And Dickhead Cop is going like, hey, so I'm being a dickhead cop, and I've talked to these superiors, and I'm trying to make myself G3 because haha, fuck you. And it's just like, oh, alright, Mr. Asshole. As Science Lady is just living her fucking best life, And the kid from The Omen is just chasing her. It's very clearly meant to be the baby, but it's all black. It's very creepy. He's from The Omen. He's like an Omen baby. He's Omen baby. He's a fucking spawn of Satan, right? And back at sitcom world, the cop guy comes in and goes like, "Hey, what's up?" There's a little miscommunication. Cop guy gives her a little bit of a ride, right? And she runs into her swimmer ex-boyfriend. Swimmer guy goes like, "Hey, I'm not in a good place mentally. Can we talk?" And she's like, "Yeah, we can talk." And they have a whole back and forth of just like, "Hey, you wanted to break up and focus on swimming, but now you're not swimming. Is everything all right? What's going on with you?" And he's just going like, a lot of things are going on, as some snake people come in and try and attack the ex-girlfriend gal, and all the writers who can show up do show up. Agito and Cop Guy, he's not transformed, but Cop Guy is there to try and help out, to try and fight the Snake Man. And there's also a Medusa lady. We have a little bit of back and forth between everybody, and they try to fight and do all that jazz. How do they get away? I can't remember how they get away. But they get away. Right. As a swimmer guy is just convulsing on the ground in heat. It feels like we're now in kind of like, I'm not saying this in a bad way, but we're in the routine of the show. The monster shows up. They kill people in a very weird way. The cops do cop stuff. Shoichi is in a sitcom that's like happy and goofy. The swimmer is moody and angsty. Till all the things are like, oh, no, that isn't, and they have to go fight the monsters. This episode does have some new things added and taken away. The science lady is not experimenting on stuff. We got the kid from The Omen creeping around, being altogether ooky. We got the swimmer's ex-girlfriend, some more angst on him. And overall, this is a really good episode. Episode 5 of Agito. You heard it here first, folks. Episode 5 of Agito is good. On to episode 6. So just what are those snakes up to? And will Agito arise to the situation? We come back to the group as they are fighting the snakes. And a Medusa snake shows up and is like, "Ooh, I'm Spooky Medusi." That's their name, Spooky Medusi. They use some wind and distract everybody, and they're able to get away. Agito is just like, alright, cool. Gets on his bike, fucking bikes off. As a swimmer girl is in the hospital for conking her head, swimmer guy shows up, and he goes like, "Hey, is everything alright?" And she goes like, They killed my dad. My dad's dead. This is kind of fuck. And it's like, oh, Jesus, everything is not great. Everything is not good. The cops basically go like, alright, so Agito definitely beats the monsters and isn't attacking us. Agito is a good guy for right now. Let's just work with the theory that Agito is a good man right now. And they're trying to figure out how to best deal with the situation. Shoichi and Mana show up to the ex-girlfriend and go like, "Hey, you're hurt. You're not going to be able to tutor us for a bit. That's okay." As the snakes try to be all snaky and do some murder, as Shoichi is very, very socially inept, and everybody just kind of goes like, "What the fuck are you doing, buddy?" Right? The snake people do finally kill someone, as the detective is just trying to get some information, figure things out by talking to the ex-girlfriend. Cop guy goes like, "Hey, I finally talked to the brass, and I'm trying to convince some things. Also, but they did say that you like saved everybody on a boat except for like one person who was missing. Oh, geez, I wonder who that one person might be. Could it be the one guy who washed up on a beach with amnesia? But I digress. That you saved everybody on a very disastrous thing that the police people want to keep it under wraps. So basically, they're bribing you with this position. That's kind of fucked up, don't you think? Especially with all the shit going on. And it's like, damn. I mean, if it is a bribery, that is kind of fucked up. But what if it's just because he's like a good hero guy and has a good soul? Could that be it? Ex-girlfriend and Swimmer are just kind of like hanging out for a bit, right? When the snakes show up and go like, hey, we're snakes and we're gonna kill people. Swimmer tries to defend ex-girlfriend. She has a name. You know me and my memory at this point in time, right? As they tried to kill Swimmer guy as by basically like using wind to bring him up high into the air and drop him. But he stops midway through, lit aglow, and transforms into gills. And he de-transforms, and he's like, so you probably have some questions. And the ex-girlfriend's like, oh my god, and runs away. Right? And Swimmer guy just like is distraught. He's in a payphone and calls her up and goes like, hey, and she goes like, please don't talk to me again. You're a monster like them. I'm sorry, but I can't handle this right now. And he's like, yeah, no, totally fair. I still care about you. Bye. And yeah, it's like real sad. Science Lady is still being chased by Omen Kid. As the ex-girlfriend tells Shuichi Amana that, hey, I can't tutor you anymore. My dad's dead. I'm gonna go live with my mom to help her out some. And Shuichi's like, Shuichi is very still socially inept, but he's very kind about it because he's been trying to flirt with her the entire time, and he's like, okay, she's not into me, that's fine, and I'm just gonna try and be a nice guy and like help her out, you know. Let's walk her to the train and everything. As monsters start attacking, G3 is alerted, Agito is alerted, and they gotta go fight some snakes. As we also have Swimmer guy confronting them, going like, you know what? You fucked up my life. You've killed my ex-girlfriend's dad. Fuck you. He transforms into gills, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna kick your ass. And he does. We get some badass fight scenes with him, killing off the gray snake man with a neat little kick. And it's like, oh, that's cool. He has like little arm blade things. And he's like, I may be a monster, but I will be a monster for good. Very, very Kamen Rider. Very, very good on that front. As Science Lady is walking in the middle of the night, you know, runs into Omen Kid. The other snake person tries to attack the lady, and the Omen Kid's like, no, you ain't. Stop it. Why are you attacking this person? Fuck you. And kills the monster. And it was like, there we go. Fuck you. And just looks over the Science Lady as we wrap up the episode. Hey, look, it's Gills! Hey, he's cool, he's fun. This was a great intro to his character, great intro to just, like, his vibe and everything. It's a very moody contrast compared to Agito. Agito's very, very calm when he's fighting, but also very goofy when he's not. Compared to like the angst and the anger radiating out of Gills. It's cool. It's a great contrast. I love his motivation of just like, hey, like, I'm a monster now, but I can fight the other monsters. The girlfriend whole thing situation is understandable. With like, hey, you're a monster now, and that's kind of fucking with my head. It's understandable, but the situation still sucks, and he's feel for the guy, and the guy understands. Like, he's not blaming her of like, oh, you didn't stay with me even though I became a monster. No, he's very much like, yeah, no, I realize that me being this is probably very traumatic for you. Shuichi's just a good guy, just trying to be nice and kind. He's a little unaware, but he tries his hardest. So far, I don't think there's a male lead. There's any... I think all the male leads on this are pretty dang good. There's no reason to hate any of them. They're pretty solid all the way through. All just trying to be good people and be good heroes. And yeah, that kid is definitely from the fucking Omen. But this was a great little adventure with some build up for some interesting future things, and I cannot wait to see what happens next. Arise once more, Agito! We start off this episode with the end of the last one, Gil's having beat one of the monsters. He's fucking wrecked. He ain't doing good. When lo and behold, his hands start growing old, and the kid from the Omen shows up. That can't be good. You never want to run into an Omen kid. Remember, everybody, when you run into an Omen kid, say, "No, Satan, goodbye." Omen kid takes Gills to like a warehouse, abandoned hospital thing, and he's just laid up, resting, so to speak. As Omen kid goes and tries to get some water to help out Gills, and while he's pouring water, he turns into a teenager? Omen kid is now a teenager. Good. Sure. That can't be good for anybody, really. We then have a moment where Gills wakes up and basically says, like, "Hey, you're a teenager, and you look like you're from the Omen." That can't be good. And we also have Cop Guy continuing his investigation, just going like, weird things are involved with the people who are dying, and people are going like, his teammates are going like, this is, sure, it's a coincidence, but is it really that big? Is it really that big a deal? And here's the thing: never doubt the detective in a TV show, because 99% of the time they're right. It's not good. More people get murdered, this time by a giant crow monster, and they're having a meeting where basically the heads of the police department go like, "All right, look, we're suspending the G3 program, and an alarm is going off. We're suspending the G3 program to just reevaluate and do all that kind of things." And the Cop Guy's female partner immediately goes like, "Fuck you off, you're not replacing the guy, you're not replacing our teammate." And they're like, "Hey, we never said anything about replacing him, even though that is what they're planning on doing." The little shits don't know a hero when it punches them in the mouth. And basically they're packing up, going like, "Alright, we can't do G3 things anymore. Hey, cop dude, why are you so gung-ho about weird phenomenon?" "Well, you know how I saved that ferry that one time? Well, there was a giant fucking light show coming out of the ocean that caught my attention, and that's how I fucking found the ferry." And they're like, "Oh, that's spooky. That's some spoopy shit, right?" And Cop Guy goes to the professor house to go like, "Hey, professor, I got some things." And we have a fun back and forth between Cop Guy and Shiroichi. We're basically, they just have a moment of like, is it superpowers? And Shiroichi's like, "Hey, I got powers now. I was afraid of it at first. Now I've learned to control it." And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And we know it's Agito. We know it's like, I can turn into Agito. But he's keeping, it's like, Jesus, it is hilarious. It is peak Bruce Wayne going, "I know a friend." You know? It's just funny to me. But Cop Guy doesn't get any answers because a monster starts attacking, and Agito goes to confront said monster, leaving the Cop Guy in the house alone. All the while, we've had just this little bit of a subplot going on with the family. Mana is going to go visit her father's grave. It's been like 3 years, I think the show says, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, yeah." And it's a little bit sad, but it's also like, yeah, we've grown, we've grieved, all that kind of thing. And Shiroichi goes to clean her room the day after Mana has like a little fun dream about her dad, and it's very cute. But while cleaning the room, he knocks over a book with some newspaper clippings talking about her father being murdered. And he has like a vision. he like drops and has a vision of a stairwell and seeing the dad at the end of it. Mana comes up and it's like, "Oh, Shoichi, what's going on? Are you hurt? What's going on?" And she touches him, and she sees that same vision, which is Shoichi going down a stairwell, seeing the with the dad in a corner, pleading for his life. Shoichi turns, and it is Shoichi because you see his face in a mirror, and Mana's immediately like, "Why did I see that? Did you have something to do with my dad?" And she's just immediately like, "Get the fuck out of this house. Get the fuck out of this house." And while having that tea with the cop guy, the crow monster attacks an abandoned amusement park. It's not abandoned, it's closed for the day. They have a fight, but because the crow guy can fly, Agito is at a severe disadvantage. Not in a good place. He gets knocked about. There is a great moment where he is dropped on like a popcorn machine, and it is just a heavy ass like dummy wearing the suit, and it just boom. Great use of effects. But he gets dropped face down in some water. Uh-oh, what is going to happen to our boy Shoichi? Oh no, the sitcom is getting angsty, but the sitcom was the safe place. It feels like the first big power hurdle for Agito, because so far he's basically been able to easily handle most of the monsters that we've had, but this feels like the first big you gotta actually think through how to fight these guys. And all three of our heroes are being putting through what feels like is going to be like their big character arc, right? The cop is a good-natured guy, but he plays too close to the rules and is unwilling to defend himself. He's very insecure in his own abilities. When said like, "Oh, you saved all those people," he's like, "Yeah, but no, it was all this part and this things," and he's not willing to defend himself when others are saying like, you're not a good Kamen Rider." So like that kind of like standing up and understanding himself and being honest with that. The Gills situation is very much totally foreign to him, and no support network, right? Nothing is going, like, he is in a bad situation and he has no idea what's going on. He's nobody there to like lean on. While Shoichi has his amnesia just in full force and like trying to really figure out who he is. Like, is he did he kill a man? Is he a hero, or is he just a guy who has some powers? Is he the goofy guy who like takes care of the house, or is he a like action hero? It's Shoichi kind of figuring out like who he is while not knowing who he is. I love the scene with the cop and Shoichi where he almost just basically goes like, "Yeah, I'm Agito. I fight monsters," because that would have just been hilarious. I love the crow design. The BDSM crow monster, fantastic. One of my favorite goddamn kaijin of the show so far. I absolutely love it. And it feels like there's a lot more time taken to like compose shots, make interesting compositions, set up things. Just like time that like more modern Kamen Rider shows don't feel like they get the chance to do. This was a really solid episode. The flying action, could have been a little ropey. It wasn't half bad. It looked pretty believable. I love the amount of camera tricks they use for Agito henching. It's just fun to see. Like, how are they going to do it? Is it just going to be a simple cut? I love the bridge. The bridge, like, cut off, it's so good. It's such good, simple camera tricks. I absolutely love it. But will we absolutely love what happens next? Shoichi got pretty hard. Shoichi got beat pretty hard last time. How will he beat this threat? Well, first things first, we gotta see what's happening to our cop guy, Hikawa. I got a cheat sheet for all the names. Ain't that fun? Ain't that a kick in the head? Well, all the cops are having a meeting, and the heads are going like, hey, we need to reinstate we're gonna reinstate the G3 program. And the dickhead cops is like, yeah, blah blah blah, all those different kinds of things. And it's just like, you're no longer G3. And everyone's just going like, wow, what a fucking dick. This sucks. This blows. How we're not able to do, like, not able to be Kamen Riders, right? Hikawa heads to the professor's house again as Shoichi is rebuilding a bed that he broke earlier. We'll get to that in a moment. And Shoichi basically goes like, hey, help me. And Cop Guy goes like, sure? And Shoichi hands him a saw, and he breaks it, and he's like, give me another saw. No, you're just gonna break that one too. Give me the other saw. He grabs it, starts sawing, he breaks that saw. It's just like, good job, guy. Good job. We're so proud of you. Another murder happens, and Ikawa goes to investigate, and it's just like, it's mysterious, and like, what's going on? He's trying to figure it out. He goes to the professor, and the professor goes like, hey, that evidence you thought it was probably good evidence, it feels too coincidental to me. Why are you so, like, set on this kind of, like, there has to be, like, a superpower thing? And it's like, he has a gut feeling kind of thing. Shoichi comes in and goes like, hey, you want to help me move a bed? And so they struggle for, like, a few minutes trying to put a bed back into a room. And Shoichi goes like, alright, this isn't working. So they disassemble the bed, and Shoichi's just in the room trying to reassemble it. Right? All the while, the other people who are trying to deal with G3 are trying to get into the trailer, and asshole cop guy, right? Little fucking shit, what's his name? Hojo. Jesus, Hojo? Like the Final Fantasy character? This guy was cursed from the beginning. Shows up and goes like, hey, I already moved that stuff because I'm gonna be G3. Fuck you. And they're like, what the fuck, dickhead? What the fuck, man? That ain't cool. Meanwhile, the whole time, Shoichi is struggling a buggling. And Mana is just not in a good bad place because she's going like, have I been living with the murderer of my dad? Oh, you know. Shoichi basically spends the night in a playground, sleeping like a homeless guy, as some kids wake him up while they're playing, and he sees them playing with a paper airplane, and he, like a balsa wood plane, I mean, and he goes like, I have an idea, I'll use the laws of thermodynamics. Aeronautics is probably more to beat the crow guy. He heads back, and it's a lot of sitcom shenanigans, and yeah, he breaks the bed, and honestly, and it's just like more things for like Mana to be pissed at him for, and he's just like, hey, I'm trying, I don't want you to be pissed at me, and so he tries to rebuild the bed, and there's a lot of shenanigans and goofs with that. He gets it built, but he can't get it up the stairs. He has to deassemble it and reassemble it. And the entire time, Mana has been very brooding and moody of, did he kill my dad? Thinking about her dad and just trying to like process all of this. And she comes home and sees him going like, hey, I broke your bed. I tried to fix it. This is the reason why. Sorry about that. And just seeing how genuine and kind he's trying to be, she resolves with like, you know what, I don't think this guy could have killed my dad. There has to be another reason. There has to be an explanation. And like, she kind of like forgives Shoichi without saying like, hey, I suspected you of murdering my dad. But the crow monster is on the attack once more. So Shoichi goes to confront him. They have an epic fight all through a skyscraper, starting on the ground floor of the fountain, heading up to the helicopter pad. Dope scene. Dope great. And Shoichi's like, you know what? I'll use my fire sword. Uses the fire sword, does some shit with the temperature of the air, affects the flight pattern of the crow guy, and slices him in twain. All the while, Rio Gills is just dealing with being around the creepy Omen kid, going like, "What the fuck is happening?" Until finally, at the end, he sees creepy Omen teenager. Creepy Omen teenager, grow into a creepy Omen full-grown ass adult, and he's just like, "This shit's fucking weird," and Omen adult's like, "All right, okay, something's happening." As Rio transforms into Gills, runs on down, and is about to attack creepy Omen man. Our heroes are all dealing with like big concerns of theirs, right? Gills is dealing with someone who probably knows more about what's happening to him than he does, and that's a terrifying aspect. It's also a terrifying dude. Like, he's been creepy. He's been an ookie kooky dude. And it's like, what the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Right? The cop guy is dealing with insecurities and letting others question his potential. Like, even the professor questions his hunches. Like, are you sure about this? Are you sure this is a valid clue? Is this the direction you really need to be going in? And Hojo is just full on like, fuck you, you're not good at being a Kamen Rider. I'm gonna be Kamen Rider. I'm gonna fuck a monster in the ass. And Shoichi's just dealing with whatever may be his past without him even realizing it sometimes, of just what in his past could come back to haunt him, could affect the relationships he's building now. And that's interesting to see. But it's also interesting to see Mana choosing to see the man that's in front of her, who he is now, and not what it might have been in a vision that isn't even that clear to begin with. This was a really good episode. We're 8 for 8 on good episodes. It's almost as if this is like good quality television. I love the sword. It's a good power up. It's a good mode. It's more of a mode change at this point. It's not a power up. It's not an upgrade or anything. It's just a good sword. It's a fun looking sword. I like how when he has the sword, it does the little Agito spread thing and not he does. I think that's cute. It's a neat little idea. The location of the fight, one of the best goddamn locations in all of Kamen Rider. Like, honest to God, this was half the reason this episode was so good was just the fight. The ground floor of the skyscraper and on the helicopter pad. So good. So amazing. Amazing. And it feels like we're right on the cusp of learning some really big things lore-wise of what is going on. And I cannot wait to see just what is happening to all these dudes. Till next time. Arise, Agito! 9! Things are taking major drastic changes for our heroes. So what's gonna happen? First things first, we're still in Rio's wacky adventure as he's dealing with Omen Guy. And Omen Guy says, "Yo, peace." And that's the last we see of them in this episode. Cool! On to the rest of the episode. As basically we see something very similar to the very first episode, where we're seeing the G3 suit in action, in training. People are looking on, going, yes. All the targets are being hit with a lot of flashy gunplay, all this kind of stuff. And it's revealed that our previous cop is no longer G3. Takawa's not in... Hikawa. Hikawa's not in it anymore. It's the scumbag. It's the fucking guy who will come up to you at a bar and neg you. It's Hojo. Fuck Hojo. Little dipshit, right? And then we get a scene outside of that where it's very much office politics. They run into Hikawa, and Hikawa's like, "Hey, good guys, good job, guys. You're doing good. You're fighting monsters." And Hojo just rubs it in his face. He's like, "Haha, I'm the rider now, not you. Fuck you." And Hikawa is just like, "I am the bigger man. I accept what happens. It's, you know, it's no big deal. Like, he's still upset that he doesn't get to be a hero. He's like, no, I wanted to help people. But he's not letting it show as much. And we get a silly reason why Hikawa was chosen in the first place as the creator of the suit. The woman Ozawa basically says of like, yeah, Hikawa was more handsome, and the assistant guy's like, wait, is that really the reason why you picked him? And I think realistically, like, she yes thinks he's a fucking cutie, but also I think she's also going, he has a more righteous soul in a way, you know, like there's something more beautiful about him in a way. Again, that's also equating physical beauty with inner morality, which is never a good thing to do. Don't do that, folks. But I think that's kind of more, I am hoping that's more of the direction. It's like she saw the inner beauty of him, that kind of jazz. But basically, the cops just got to do cop things. Hojo is like being maniacal, going like, I am going to defeat Agito. And the assistant guy's like, are you sure? And he's like, yes, Agito is bad, I'm going to beat him. And it's like, oh, you're just massive dipshit all around. As Hikawa and the old cop guy are bonding. They're eating ramen together, and the old cop guy's like going like, you know, Hojo would never do this with me. Thank you. And it's like, you know, that's nice overall. It's a sweet moment. As the next day they get called to a murder scene, which, ooh, what happens with the murder scene? And they have a bunch of evidence, things and stuff to lead them towards arresting our main writer, Shoichi, as he's trying to run to go help defeat an unknown. And is like, what the fuck, what's going on? We know what's going on because I'm obfuscating the part A, the A plot of the episode, and I'm just going over the B plot to make my review and recap of it feel a little bit more dynamic, other than me just recapping the entire show. You know, just a way to freshen things up a little bit. Shuichi's taken away into the cop car as G3 and crew have been dealing with the kaiju. However, it is made abundantly clear that they were not able to fully defeat the kaiju, as it turns into goo, and the halo doesn't do the halo thing and absorb the monster, like we've been seeing when Agito does a finisher. We get the ramifications of the lore. Only Agito can fully kill one of the monsters. G3 can defeat them. No, wait, G3 has beaten one of the monsters. I am wrong. I ignore what I was just saying. Maybe you have to have a pure heart to beat a monster. Maybe Hojo's just shit at his job. Who knows? We'll find out more later. But in the A plot, we have basically Shoichi and his family going like, hey, you have amnesia, but you've been living for a while. Is there anything more you want to do? And he's like, no, I'm happy doing housework and everything. I'm good. And they're just like, are you sure? We don't want you to just accept this because it makes our lives easier, you know? And he's like, no, I'm good. It's all good, right? And as Shoichi and Mana are running some errands, they run into a woman who recognizes Shoichi, and they're like, okay, something's going on. Both of you don't want to talk right now, but exchange numbers, so like if you do want to talk, you have a chance to. You know? And later on, we do see that woman in her apartment get a call. Oh, it's all kinds of creepo. As Shoichi's just living his life and goes like, you know what? I will call this person and see what happens. And if we cut back to the woman, she gets a call, right? And she kind of just is like in despair. Is she in despair because of Shoichi? Because it was a situation she shouldn't have been. Weird, wild, wacky. I guess we'll figure it out. Shoichi goes out on his motorcycle, gets some gardening supplies that he mentioned earlier that he needed for the garden, which also happens to be the murder weapon for the woman. Oh my god, that woman's the woman who we saw the cops dealing with. Again, it's almost as if I am breaking the episode into A and B plots and describing them in a way that makes it harder to understand plot details, but I do it so I don't feel like I'm just rehashing the same things over and over again. You know, sometimes being a video maker is hard. You know, you think I just sit here and talk about shows? I do. But the monster starts attacking a father and son playing catch. It's a little octopus motherfucking monster. And as Shoichi goes to take care of the monster as Agito with his Agito sense, the cops come and arrest him because there's plenty of evidence that he was the culprit. Uh-oh. What a sticky situation we find ourselves in. Boy howdy, just when things are starting to get slightly comfy, when everybody's starting to figure out like their footing, the rug just gets pulled right from out under them. The cop guy is taken off of G3 duty, Hikawa, and now he's just a regular cop. But hey, he's that fiction good cop, you know? Like that only exists in the highfalutin ideas of the people who are trying to do the job. The realities of the world will always limit that ability, though, people. That only exists in, like, fiction of, like, hey, I'm solving murders and getting to the bottom of cases and you know? And Shoichi's encouraged to do something more than just help the family out at the house and do all this kind of stuff. And he may get a chance to learn more about his past as he's meeting someone who might know about it other than the murder. Like, it's interesting, but if the show is largely about teamwork, right? This couple episodes, this arc, so to speak, is very much about finding yourself before that. Like, what is Hikawa outside of the suit? Is he still a hero? To certain parts, yeah, because he's actually listening and trying to solve the case, and it's not just accepting blatant answers that are easy, you know? Who is Shoichi outside of Agito, outside of fighting crime? And it's like, that mystery is still around, and it's not necessarily eating at him, but it is a thing he's curious about, and it's all these different plays, right? It's interesting. It's really cool and interesting because this was a really good episode. And while it is the shithead cop, it was really cool to see the G3 suit get some dope-ass action. Really good fight choreography and gunplay with all that stuff in the training scene, in the final battle. Just really good, really crunchy. And a lot of people are just acting their asses off. Especially during that awkward moment when Shoichi and the woman first meet, and they're like, there's a feeling of, oh no, we know each other but we don't, and it's very awkward, and it's just played really, really well. Yeah, episode 9 of Agito, damn good television. It is Agito, episode 10. Shoichi is in trouble with the fuzz. And what just will happen next? First off, Gil's mention. Ryo mention. He's in his apartment now, again, after dealing with Omen Guy. Being very emo and moody. He gets a call that says, like, hey, we found your dad's dead body and suitcase. And it was like, you need to come confirm and get his shit. He goes and gets his shit, and it's like it's a tense moment with a person going like, "Oh yeah, your dad's blah blah blah," and he picks up his dad's notebook and he sees a name, and it's like, "Oh, is what's going on here? Mystery, intrigue, something's happening." But the majority of the episode is actually a co-plot with Cop Guy and Shuichi. As they've interacted several times in some good scenes, but this is the first one where it's like major swaths of the episode is just them interacting, which is great. Because Shuichi is in questioning for the possibility of murder. And everyone's just trying to deal with, figure this out. Hikawa was going like, I know this guy, he's not a murderer, so what's going on here? There's something going on. And Mana just going like, things are happening. I possibly have more information and I could help out. And Hojo's just being a dick. He takes everybody out to a very expensive restaurant and everyone feels awkward and uncomfortable. The interrogation continues with Shoichi and Hikawa and the older detective man. And it's great because Shoichi is just like, he's a kind-hearted puppy dog of a man. And Hikawa's like, I understand you are a kind-hearted puppy dog of a man. I'm trying to reach your level. While the old detective is going like, I am an old detective man. What's going on here? What is an uwu? And they're trying to get more information and figure things out when Mana comes to Detective Hikawa and says like, hey, you know how you believe in superpowers? What if I told you I had some, and I could help clear Shoichi's case? And he's like, yo, yeah, I like Shoichi, and I believe in the supernatural at this point. Why don't we try this? You know, putting his faith in someone else. Mana touches the murder weapon, and she gets various visions of what happened, and she's like, okay, I see a lot of different things, and I do see Shoichi touching this wire, but I don't see any specifics of him doing the murder. Can we go to the murder scene and see if I can pick anything else up? And he calls like, fuck yeah, let's go. Get in the car. She goes over there, and she does pick up some details, specifically 2 lines and a number. So they're immediately like, okay, we got a lead. So they start looking, Hikawa and the cop guy start looking everywhere for the 2 lines and the number. And initially it's one idea they had, and then as he's at a cross state for a train, he goes, wait a second, it's a fucking train. Jesus, okay, cool. So they start looking for trains. They find the train with the number, and they open it up, and fucking who is that? It's Omen Dude. What the fuck? Holy hell. Meanwhile, the whole time, the octopus guy has been reformatting, right? But with the Omen guy, who does just literally say, hey, I committed the murder. I confessed to the crime. Which in Japan might as well be a fucking guilty sentence, I think. G3's finding the octopus guy. He's not doing great. To the point where the minute he gets beat up just a little bit, Hojo just books it. He just abandons. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Fuck you. But thankfully, Agito is on the case, able to save the day because Shoichi's name was cleared by Mana as he defeats the monster. The old detective guy is like, hey, how'd you solve this case? And he was like, I don't want to give up my sources. And he's like, you know what? That's kind of fair, but you just let them know that they really helped out this case. We got a full confession from this guy. And it's like, damn. And we get a final ominous shot of Omen Man in the prison. Okay, so first things first. Mana's revealing her powers? And not to Shoichi first? Not to her family? But the random cop that just shows up at their house to talk about superpowers with her uncle? Okay. I'm not complaining. This is not a complaint. I just find it funny. But Mana does help out. And Shoichi just keeps it on getting wrapped up in murder plots. Buddy, what happened before you lost your memories? Because we had Mana's dad, and now we have this woman. I wonder if that means anything. If, like, is Agito, like wolves to a population of deer in a national forest, you know? Is it something along those lines? Who's to say? Who's not to say? I don't know. What is Agito? We'll figure it out. But it also shows, like, Shoichi being a good hero, fighting the monster, doing all the saving the day stuff, and showing the dickhead cop just being a dickhead and buckling under pressure of just the minute he's not on top of everything, the minute he gets a little bit beat up, he's like, ah, fuck it, I'm out. Blah. Fucking loser, lame. The good cop guy, Hikawa, would never. He would die in that suit. I hope I'm not foreshadowing anything. And while the heroes don't know all the answers, they gain a little confidence. Hikawa solved the case. He figured it out. He didn't put an innocent man in jail. Shoichi finds some resolve and acceptance in not knowing his past, right now at least. Also, the Omen guy is in police custody. What's gonna happen there? Is he gonna fuck with their heads? Is he just gonna be creepy? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out next time on Agito. It is once more time to arise, Agito, episode 11. And just what new mysteries will be shown to us this time? We open up with Mana basically going like, hey, I may have a new lead on Shoichi. We'll get back to that later. Cut over to the cops, and Hojo's basically bitching and moaning, just going like, "You put me in a. They were mean to me. They being a little slimy rat, and just saying that she didn't pull out the suit in enough time. I felt in danger of my life. All those different kinds of things." And she immediately retorts of like, you had plenty of juice left. You had the capability to keep fighting. You bounced. You fucked up. And he just goes to the superiors and goes like, oh, guys, come on. And the superiors go like, motherfucker, there was another person there. He corroborates with her. And they're just like, maybe you're not cut out for this. And he's just like, oh, are you just gonna put the other guy back in? And they're like, okay, first things first. You think you're blackmailing us. You're not blackmailing us. If that scandal gets leaked, our jobs are fine. Everything, like, nothing's gonna happen to us. Something might happen to you. We put you in this position because you convinced us you were good. Not because you knew this secret scandal. So ship up, or you're getting shipped out. And it's like, damn, boy. Meanwhile, our good cop guy, what's his name? These have been recorded after a bit of time, so let me double check my little cheat sheet from the one, the only, the Simeon Escut. But I'm getting it up. Hikawa is doing little things, and Mana shows up and goes like, hey, yeah, can I get some information on who the murder lady was? See if I can connect it to Shoichi, because she knew, and I'm trying to find Shoichi's memory, right? And Hikawa basically goes like, hey, by the way, about all that psychic shit. And she's like, oh yeah, my uncle doesn't know. My dad did, and he said to hide it. And it's just like, oh shit, okay. Something's going on there. But information is given, and Mana is able to connect to people who might know Shoichi's past, while Gills is wrapping up taking care of his father's belongings and everything. He talks to I imagine his father's friend or master of the will, that kind of thing. And goes like, hey, this book has some names. Do you recognize them, any of them? And he's like, no, not really. Well, good luck on you. Good luck with that. As Hikawa lands in dealing with another unknown killing people, and he's trying to do his job, and Hojo just comes up and goes like, you bitch motherfucker, fuck you. I'm Hojo, fuck you. And Hikawa's just stone-faced going like, you okay, dude? What is wrong with you? And it is all kinds of just, it is hilarious. Fucking Hojo being this insecure little baby of a brat, just going like, fuck you, I'm a Kamen Rider. No, you're not. No, you're not, buddy. Mana gives Shoichi the fact that they have a little bit of a lead, all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Gills has tracked down one of the people in the book, and he goes to the door and knocks, and she's like, fuck you, I'm leaving, bye. I am slightly rude, that is my character. And Gills falls behind, trying to get any kind of anything out of her. Shoichi and Mana walk up the other way. First time they not first time, they interacted in the very first episode, but this is the first, like, they're interacting, this is like the first time their paths are truly crossing. They go up to the same exact house, and a dude comes out and goes like, hey, you guys wanted to talk to my sister. She just left. But you guys can wait here. I'm happy to have you here. All this kind of stuff. And he's like, hey, what's up? I'm an archaeologist. She's an amateur archaeologist. We have a bunch of pottery. You want to look at the pottery? As we see the sister dive into a lake and pull out some pottery. And Shoichi looks at one of the pieces, looks at it a little bit, and looks at the tag and some of the identifying markers. And there's the Agito symbol. And he's like, oh, shit, she probably does know. She probably does know something. Sister is done doing her amateur archaeology for the day. She gets in the car. It's about to drive off. She's stuck. And Ryo helps get her unstuck. And and they're about to be heading over to the place. While Hikawa is going like, oh shit, okay. The guy doesn't have any family, but he does have what is now a widow, essentially. And let me go check on the person who died, widow. Oh, she's knitting. Fuck, she's pregnant. He does have blood-related family. All right, we need to keep an eye on her. We need to keep her safe. All this kind of stuff. And a monster comes to attack. Uh-oh. And all this is coming to a head. G3 is summoned and is trying to take him down, but of course, Hojo's a little bitch. Hojo can't do it. And just as the sister gets to the house, Shoichi leaves to go be Agito. And everyone's just like, you had to go, bye. And they have a little moment of just like, hey, here's some information, what's going on. And sister gets really upset, and she's like, I don't know anything. We cut back to the Agito fight. It's big, it's bombastic. It's a good Agito. It's good combat and everything, you know. Hikawa sees that the situation's not great because it is 2 against 1 on Agito, and Hojo is knocked the fuck out. So Hikawa, not in a powered suit, picks up this big ass sci-fi gun, uses it, breaks his goddamn arm, breaks or dislocates it. He injures his arm. And he's like, shit, fuck, okay. He leans up against a wall to brace for recoil. Bang, bang, bang. Helps out Agito. He, however, gets knocked out for his own troubles. Oh boy. So there's a little bit of some sub-themes kind of forming, mainly about like fate and how it influences you. because Shuichi is taking his amnesia as like a way to build a new life, that kind of stuff. We also have Mana and the psychic links, you know, of what is the future, what is possibility, what is these connections, is it fate, is it all predetermined? Our heroes keep crossing paths, but haven't really interacted till this moment, and it's just like fate's kind of pushing them together. Finding the Agito symbol on the pottery, and this one's a little bit floppy, but like Hojo twisting reality to try and make himself be a Kamen Rider, be a hero, when it's very clear that Hikawa is meant for this role with his kindness and his compassion. There could be something to this idea. And it could also still tie into the fact that the unknown, like, kill family members. Like, they sever that line of fate entirely. Like, no more. But you gotta wonder, you gotta ask these questions. But overall, this was a great episode. Hojo is a slimy bastard. You love to hate him. And it's great to see Ryo have more, like, humanistic moments of just, like, being kind, being nice, just having a moment to, like, breathe and not just be dealing with Omen Dude or angst. It's just good to see him be, like, a more fully rounded person. Hikawa is a fucking goat, using the fucking wall to brace for the recoil, even though his arm is already injured. It is fantastic. I also noticed the music a lot more in this episode, in a very good way. It is very 90s, early 2000s budget, but like in a good way. You can tell it is a one-man production, and they are probably using a rompler of some kind. If you aren't aware of what a rompler is a sample-based synthesizer that basically takes two or more samples, you can use more, but takes two samples and processes them as if they were synthesis oscillators. Shit, y'all probably don't know what an oscillator is. Oscillator is just like a bit of chip digital programming that just makes an oscillation in audible hearing. So, you know, like a sine wave, that kind of thing. It does stuff like that, but instead of using this like basic noises like that, you use samples, and you can get really cool expressive sounds. But they have that, like, you know how PlayStation CGI has a very distinct flavor? Think of it like that, but the audio equivalent. It's really interesting. It's a really neat texture of a sound. I personally really enjoy it. And I really like how it's been used in the show. It's neat. It's good. But hey, it looks like we're also going to get some more mystery uncovered next time. Just how will their fates continue as we talk about episode 12 of Kamen Rider Agito? We basically open up on the chiefs of police, the police heads, talking to Hikawa and Hojo, and basically saying, and I quote, Hojo, you a little bitch. Hikawa, you actually did what he was supposed to do, and you weren't even in the suit. Good job. You're back in the suit. You got the job again. And heal up and go be a Kamen Rider. You know? Shuichi and Mana reconnect after Agito tried to beat the bad guys last time. And they head back to the brother and sister. The sister had a mental breakdown. It's revealed either last episode or this episode. And so the brother's been helping her out. It's not a weird situation. He's just a good dude trying his best, and we'll get to that. And they go like, hey, could we ask you about a very specific thing about this One Piece pottery? And he's like, it's whatever. I'm not quite sure. You go talk to her. They go to the lake as the sister is diving for more pottery fragments. However, she starts getting a cramp And Shuichi starts swimming out to her. However, there's a second person swimming out to her to try and save her. Oh, it's Ryo. They're actually gonna have a conversation for the first time, and they start talking. And the sister goes like, "Hey, there was here's why I'm searching for these things. There was this folk tale that my brother told me, or like she got it from somewhere. I can't remember where she said it in the episode, but she starts talking about this two ancient warriors who protected this tribe." And she starts drawing the Agito symbol, and Shuichi notices that, and it's like, oh, okay, something's going on here. And she goes like, fuck, I was doing something unconsciously, and tries to erase it. And she just storms off. As Hikawa, back in the G3 uniform, is talking to the crew, and they're going like, hey, you're having self-doubts again? Stop it, you're cool. Stop it, Hikawa. A cab except Hikawa. And that includes the other cop that's friendly to Hikawa, because he's friendly to Hojo. Fuck you for enabling Hojo. And so Ishi basically sits down Mana and goes like, hey, I think all the things we're dealing with are somewhat related to Agito. And she's like, Agito? Yeah, no, it's the thing I used to fight monsters. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, we might dive in and get some information on that. As we see the archaeologist's brother grabbing pottery fragments and putting them in a bag to for some reason, as Mana and Shoichi are at a library trying to research the lake that she's been diving into. They ask the librarian, it's like, hey, is there any books about myths about this lake? And she's like, the lake's not that old to have a bunch of myths about it. It's like, it's actually a pretty recent lake. What? And they go to the lake after we have a brief shining moment with the sister of all work no play. It's not all work no play, but it is that kind of very similar thing. I don't know anything. They go to the lake, and Shoichi and Mana see the archaeologist brother placing pottery fragments in the lake, and they're like, "Sup, buddy? Yeah, do you want to explain yourself?" And he's like, shit. All right, cool. And he explains that the sister was not in a good mental health place, and she spiraled out of control, essentially. And basically, this lie he told her is basically it was a fantasy he told her, and that it kind of reawoken something in her. It kind of made her more cogent, all this different kinds of stuff. And that he's just trying to ease her back into regular life. Yes, through this lie, through this fantasy, but ultimately trying to coax her back and, like, at least let her live something of a life. And Shuichi's like, yeah, but it's kind of a lie. It's not real. It feels like it could do more harm than good. And Ryo, who has shown up in the scene, basically goes like, no, like, this is the one thing she has that's she's clinging to that is helping her process these things. It is wrong to take that away from her. And Shoichi and Ryo have an argument of ideals of, is it better to live in reality even if that reality would hurt you, versus fantasy that can help you process reality. It's interesting the conversation to have as the horse monsters show up to attack the pregnant woman that Hikawa found yesterday. Well, the other episode. As Agito goes like, shit, fuck, okay. Bye. Can't explain it. I gotta do a thing. And everyone's just like a little flabbergasted. And everybody kind of like wraps up the conversation and goes and heads off their own ways. As one of the horse monsters starts attacking the sister. while Rio's already partially part of the way gone, he doubles back, heads over to save her. Also, it's all of Gil's henchins, like, dude standing, Gills walks up, and then a cut, because that's really cool. That's a really low-rent, dope way to do a henshin. That's what Kamen Rider needs more today. It's less special effects and more just in-camera cool conceptual ideas for a henshin. That's what I want. This isn't me saying old thing better. It's just me saying I would like variety. Both of them are good. But the horse guy is chasing after the cops because they tried to get the pregnant woman away in a cop car. It is a big fun beat 'em up brawl. And Agito jumps on the car. They're fighting on the car. It is a big fun dumb car chase scene, which you couldn't really do today due to a variety of traffic laws, which is understandable. They're able to handle it, get off the car. Agito is able to destroy the monster, and Hojo immediately pulls out his gun and goes like, "Fuck you, Agito!" And Ikawa's like, "What the fuck are you doing? He is an ally. Stop it." While Gills is over with the sister, fighting the zebra monster and defeating it easily and handedly. Sister, however, is knocked out in the water in a bad position, bad way. Rio is desperately trying to save her. As we cut to Omen Dude land, as a guy walks out of a limo, signs his name to basically get the Omen Dude out of there? I'm not quite sure, but we haven't seen the last of the Omen Dude. This episode brings up an idea of fantasy versus reality. That ultimately this woman is living a fantasy. Or is there some reality? Because Agito is being brought up repeatedly in what she's doing, and she's never seen Agito. She doesn't know anything of that. Why does she know these symbols? Where does it come from? Is she really living a fantasy? What's going on here? All these different kinds of things layering on top of each other. And then you have to ask a question. Is what Shoichi's saying about, like, reality is beautiful and wonderful, is that true? Because is Shoichi actually living a fantasy himself by not wanting to confront the past and having to be dragged kicking and screaming to do so? And is Rio's wish to live in a fantasy just more of a reflection of the shit he's been through, of, like, getting these superpowers, losing a father figure with the swimming coach, losing his friends with the other swimmers, losing his girlfriend for the second time, losing his dad, being fucking stalked by the Omen Dude. His life is kind of shit right now. Maybe he'd rather live in a fantasy. While the cop guy is too pessimistic on reality. He's constantly doubting himself, constantly unsure if he is even worthy of being a hero, and, like, all these different kinds of things of just understanding reality and fantasy and all these ideas of the it's a really neat idea, and it also lines up with the fate idea that the last episode brought up. Is fate reality of how things are supposed to go of the world, or is it the stories we tell ourselves? Is it only fate in retrospect that the inevitable would have happened? This was a really good episode. It had some goofy explosion bits, but you know what? You can kind of accept those. Those are par for the course of the time, of some wonkety compositing, that kind of thing. It's interesting to finally see Shoichi and Rio interact fully. They're not necessarily, like, butting heads, but they definitely have different philosophies on life. And I think it's also interesting how they're visually separated in that way, you know, of the very calm, relaxed posture and clothing of Shoichi, and the very high, tight, cut clothing and, like, cut haircut of Rio. I think it's interesting. It's neat, neat looks. And I love Hikawa getting back to being the G3 guy, doing all that kind of stuff. Hojo, again, little dickhead. But I will commend him on this. He did not argue about driving. He was on the ball for the plan. He did try to shoot Agito, which is dumb of him. But hey, he did drive that car and he didn't complain while doing it. But who is this mystery man dealing with this Omen dude? Who's this Omen dude still anyway? All we know is that he's probably the weirdo baby from earlier on. We get some answers. We get some 10 times more questions. Just what is going on in Kamen Rider Agito? It is time once more for Agito to arise. We're talking about episode 13. So last time we had some very interesting lore implications. So let's see what's in store for us today. Because we open up on basically Hikawa getting good attaboys for punching Hojo. And it's being framed as like, hey, I'm your superior officer, I need to know what happened. But it's very clear, the more questions she asks, the more she's just getting a delight out of Hojo being one-upped some to be taken down a peg. And then we get our mystery unknown dude for this episode. I see a guy doing some package delivery shit. And a giant purple scorpion man who looks like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers movie shows up and stings him. That's neat. We'll see what happens there. It's Mana's birthday. They're all trying to figure out what to do to celebrate, and she's going like, I don't need anything big. And it's initially a fun little family moment, but then Mana starts thinking back about her dad and just missing him. We cut back to the police, and we have a fun interaction between Hikawa and the old veteran police officer. It's nice back and forth, but old police officer gets called away. And it turns out he was the one who was in charge of Mana's dad's murder investigation. She goes like, hey, is there anything new? And he's like, I don't know, buddy. Nothing really. Hikawa's like, damn, I know this person, and now I'm sort of linked to the case, and I feel bad about it. And Shuichi and the kid are going grocery shopping. It's just a lot of smaller vignettes. Hikawa and the old cop go to the crime scene, just learning about it and thinking about it. As the two cop guys go to a coffee shop where the last known location of Mana's dad would have been, and they have a whole big conversation laying out some aspects of the case. Namely, this was the last place he was seen. The location was empty. And he was talking to one other person. That one other person is a suspect, but there was no camera footage. The guy doesn't remember what he looks like, and it's too wide. Excuse me, too wide of a lead for them to tackle. So it's not. They're not in a great. It's not a great place to do it. Shuichi is also going like, hey, I want to bake a cake for Mana's birthday. So he joins a cake baking thing and just gets hounded by a bunch of Japanese aunties. And it's just cute. It's adorable. They're all going like, oh, look at this hot, handsome boy baking cakes with us. It's one of those kind of moments. We cut back and we see what actually happens to the people stung by the scorpion dude. They freeze to death. And he just gets immediate frostburn all over his body. And it's like, oh shit, that's kind of fucked. Wonder how that happens. And as the cops are kind of diving back into the Mana's father's murder case, they go to the house and they go like, oh, no one's been here for like several years. And Mana shows up and just walks in. And it's like, oh yeah, no, she would have a key. It is her house. She owns it probably. It's probably left to her figuratively, you know. She walks in, the cops walk in, and they just have like a moment of just like, yeah, this kind of thing. As they investigate one thing and they find a secret compartment full of interesting goodies, and they're like, oh shit, what is this? as we see Omen Dude and the guy who is from the limo just having a conversation, just going like, "Hey, yeah, we're doing shit. We're being ooky and spooky, right?" And then the episode kind of does that little get to the point. Mana and Shuichi are walking around. Scorpion Dude starts attacking Mana. Uh-oh, this is interesting. Is she related to the delivery guy? Is she related to all of this? Or is he starting a brand new line of murders? Like, do they have to murder a whole line and then they start on someone new who has powers? Ooh, there could be something there. But of course, Shuichi is there. He transforms into Agito, protects Mana. They have a little fight. However, Scorpion Dude has a big fancy shield that can deflect all the things because it has like a force field. And Shuichi is knocked out and stung. So he is gonna die due to freeze poison. I like how they're circling back to Mana and her dad of just like, what's the mystery here? Because we've kind of, is Shoichi involved? Is Shoichi the person who was at the coffee shop with them? Who knows? That might be a possibility. What is going on in there? And just how is it connected to the mystery that is the unknowns? Like, was that an unknown murder? Was her dad an unknown? Like, do the unknown have secret identities? Is that a thing? I don't know. Probably not. We haven't seen one yet, and it's been a good number of episodes. I would think they'd establish that by now, but you know. And I also like how, like, life is being moved on, life is being lived, though there is some uncertainty. Mana is trying to move on, but she is still grieving her father. Hikawa is trying to move on being G3, but he still has insecurities and all that kind of stuff. Shuichi's just trying to be a nice dude. And the older cop is kind of like still stuck on this cold case. Like, he's trying to do the right thing, but like, he just doesn't have any leads. And if like fate is a big theme of that, it all links into that idea of like, what are you supposed to be? What is the point of all this kind of stuff? Like, what is not knowing what step to take next is playing with all that fate ideas. This was a pretty dang good episode. A lot of fun, full of atmosphere, a lot of fun little moments. I love the Scorpion monster. One of the best designs so far. I thought it was a really cool touch that Agito's sword didn't hit. That during the fight scene, yeah, the bomb ass fucking insert music. It's playing. Shuichi swings the sword. It doesn't hit the shield, and the music immediately cuts out. Great choice. Good choice right there. It's just really good, really solid. And it got you. And again, the action is just solid. It hits. It does exactly what it needs to do without being over encumbered by a lot of other things. Agito good. So that's episode 13. What's gonna happen next? Last time Shuichi got stung by the Scorpion monster. Will he make it? Of course he will. He's the goddamn protagonist of the season. This is episode 14 of Agito, and this is part 14 of Arise Agito. So just how will Shuichi handle this situation? I didn't open up the episode. Give me a second. Shattering the illusion of how these are made. But hey, Hikawa is able to gear up fast enough, fend off the Scorpion before he can take out Shuichi while he's unconscious, helping out the crew without even realizing it. Teamwork, without even realizing. Shuichi is taken to a hospital. They're doing some examinations, and they're going like, yeah, no, he has a thing in him that's gonna cause all the weird monster shit. It's bad. And Shuichi's just like, I'm not worried about it. And they're like, you should be worried about it. No, I'm fine. Because, like, A, Shuichi's just a very chill, relaxed kind of dude. But B, Shuichi's also fucking Agito. He knows he's gonna fight the monster sometime within the next 24 hours. Like, he's not worried because, like, yeah, I can handle it. I can beat him. Alright. And it'll all disappear. Should be fine. which I think is a funny little moment. Mana is lying in bed. She's being, I wouldn't say grumpy Gus, but being more like, just in a funk. She's been thinking about her dad. You know, Shuichi got beat up real bad the other day, and she's just kind of like, meh. And he's just going like, well, do you want to get up? You want to do this? And he's like, and eventually Shuichi goes like, hey, you want to go to the cake thing? You can eat all the cake you want. And she just sheepishly pulls out from under the covers, goes like, yeah. And it's just a cute, it's adorable little moment between the two of them. Hikawa brings the interesting objects from helping out Mana last episode to the crew, and they're going like, oh shit, what is this? And one of them is a rubber ball, and the other is a video cassette. So first things first, the rubber ball turns out to be an inverted tennis ball. He shows off a tennis ball cut in half that you can pop out the other way, and it's exactly the same. It's like, how did this happen? There's no seams. There's nothing of the like that you could do to pop it through. And it's like, oh, okay, some weird superpower stuff is happening here. And then they put in the cassette to see what's on it. There's no video, just a lot of weird static, and they're just going like, huh, that's weird. I thought there would be some information on it. And it just doesn't kind of seem to be like there is. We cut to the cake making class, and all the aunties are just doting on and just asking Shuichi for advice. And Mana's just like, I thought you were here to like learn. And he just goes like, yeah, but I think I'm just really good at this. And all the aunties are just like, yeah, he's really good at this. It's so nice to ask him for advice. And it's just like, what? All right. Also, all the while, Hojo's been a little bitch. You know, if I don't say Hojo's a little bitch, just imagine he's being a little bitch. That's what you kind of have to do. But he's with the superiors of the police department, and he now has, yo, let's fucking kill Agito plan. Oh, shit. And also, hey, what's up, Rio? He's doing some investigation on his own, as he's found another person in the names of his dad's book. He goes to visit them, and one of the neighbors goes like, hey, yeah, no, they aren't here anymore. They moved out like 2 weeks ago. And it's like, shit. He just can't catch a break, right? You know? Meanwhile, Hikawa is talking to Mama, just talking about the case. And starts helping out Shuichi with the garden. And Shuichi starts guilting him of like, oh man, I could really use some help. It's not like I'm gonna die in 24 hours, and it's just kind of funny. And all that kind of jazz. As the veteran cop gets a flash of inspiration at the coffee shop of, oh hey, this is a mug you guys distributed on that day of the murder that only was distributed that day, and since you have a small select customer base, only a few select people in the town would have it, this could be a lead. But it's not like we can just ask to see everyone's mug collection, so it's a lead, but it doesn't help a super ton, right? And meanwhile, Shuichi and Mana are on a bike as Hikawa's in the car, and the scorpion thing starts attacking. It's like, oh shit! Mana gets in the cop car. They drive off as Shuichi transforms into Agito. They have a big old fight. And at first, it looks like Omen Dude is trying to make it so Agito can't win. But then the other guy in the room goes like, hey, give Agito a power-up. And he goes like, alright, fine. I turn your motorcycle into a skateboard. Alright, cool. That sure is a thing. But he, with the skateboard surfboard thing, Agito is able to build up enough speed to break through the force field of the scorpion guy and give him a decisive rider kick. The whole sitcom family is having a nice little cake for Mana's birthday. They go like, all right, let's go get some coffee to go with this. The kid, the son, the younger brother dude goes get some mugs, and as he's doing it, we find out that one of the mugs is that special mug from the coffee shop. It's like, oh shit. but it breaks, and it's like, oh shit. So, is the uncle professor dude, did he kill Mana's dad? Is that the implication? Who knows? But there's a lot of things happening here. And ultimately, if two of the major themes of the show is togetherness, like working together in connection, and fate, then this episode just has it in fucking spades, right? So, first things first, they have to work all have to work together to save Mana. Like, she's in danger, so Hikawa and Shoichi work together, you know. But here's the thing, them not working together to solve the mystery of Mana's father's murder means they don't have all the information. Like, they could share information and be that much closer to solving the case, but they don't know that they are on the same case, and it's just like, ah, shit, you know? There's also the fact that Omen dude intervened in Agito's fight and gave him the fucking skateboard, right? There's also the fact of, like, the professor has the mug. Just what does that mean? Was it a chance of fate? Was it him working together with whatever killed Mana's father? Or did he have that because he was working with Mana's father and, like, he doesn't know why he got murdered, but he knows something's up, and, like, that's why he's trying to, like, dissuade people looking into superpowers. Could that be a thing? I don't know. But, like, is the mug breaking fate trying to save the family? Like, no, you are happy together. I am not about to be evidence to break you guys up. And there's also the fact that Shoichi kind of just accepts his fate of, like, if I die, I die, right? And there's also the idea of, like, maybe he just knew that the unknown was around and would pop back up and he'd get a chance to fight it and destroy it before he died, you know? Is Shoichi just living in the moment, or is he letting fate decide for him? It's interesting to think about, you know? What is this man's vibe? Really solid couple of episodes. The action was fantastic, was great. I love the fight with the Scorpion dude. We're getting a couple clues for the mystery that were intriguing. It's also heavily ironic. You know, it's that form of irony where the audience knows, but the characters inside don't know. So you're just going like, ah, shit, fuck, no, he's behind the curtain, that kind of thing. And I know it's for toys. Why does Agito have a motorcycle skateboard? He's supposed to be this weird ancient being character, right? Like, that's what the intro implies. Why does he have a skateboard? Why? It's cool, it's dope, but why? Like, even the other guy talking to the Omen dude seemed confused by that, because, like, Omen dude's like, alright, cool, give him the power. And it seemed like the other guy also knew what was going on. It's like, did you just give him a skateboard? Why'd you give him a skateboard? It's like, alright, cool, whatever. Shoichi guilt-tripping Hikawa was really cute. Hojo's just going full Lex Luthor of, like, fuck Superman, fuck Agito. But it's neat, it's good. Good episode, good acting, good writing. I cannot wait to see what happens next. Once more arise, Agito! It's episode 15. And Shoichi is good to go, but what will happen this go around? Shoichi is at the hospital getting checked up, making sure that everything is a-okay. He defeated the monster. Of course he is. That's how this kind of thing works, right? And they're just having a back and forth and all this different kind of stuff. And Hikawa's commanding officer lady is like, you know what? He's a fun, goofy guy. You should hang out with him more. And Hikawa's like, alright. Hojo is convincing the superiors to go after Agito. No, it's not convincing the superiors to go after Agito. They're solidifying the plan. Hojo has the plan, and they're going like, most of this seems alright. You're not allowed to use gas canisters. That's out, and Hojo goes like, alright, we will rectify the plan. By the way, Hikawa hit me. That's why he's not part of the plan. And they're like, okay, Hikawa doesn't get punished. Good on the prevailing officers realizing that Hojo probably deserved it, because he does. But as he's leaving the meeting, he calls his associate and says, like, yes, get the gas canisters. They approved them. This man here about to commit war crimes. Shuichi heads back home. Taichi's, no one's there except for Taichi. And he's supposed to be in school, and Shuichi's like, what's going on, buddy? He's acting very very angry. He's very just put off, that kind of thing. Just being very bratty, like a little kid would. And Shuichi's like concerned, and Taichi slowly starts kind of like passing out. And Shuichi realizes, oh crap, he's sick. I need to take care of him. Hikawa and the superior are going like, oh, where's your buddy? He's investigating something. Mana comes home and they're trying to take care of Taichi, and he is kind of like, he's just very like, no, don't touch me, kind of don't do anything. And like they're going like, we need to help him, but like if he thrashes too much, it'd probably be bad. So what are we gonna do? When all of a sudden, a woman comes by who says like, hey, Professor Dude hired me to be a housekeeper, and she's a calming enough presence that Taichi lets her take care of him for a moment. Hojo gloats that they're gonna find Agito and get him under control and everything. Kawa and Superior are going like, God, this guy's a fucking bitch. This guy's a little dickhead. They talk to the housekeeper, just learning more about her, that kind of thing. As the third member of the G3 crew goes like, hey, so you know that videotape you saw? Well, I thought I heard something, so I went, amplified it, checked the stuff. There's actually a voice message in there. They play it, and it's like, ooh, weird, creepy. It's the person saying, come over here, right? As a victim of a new unknown is moited by an Anubis-looking dude. Right? They're trying to take care of Taichi and doing all the kind of stuff. The housekeeper is ingratiating herself with Shoichi and Taichi. As Mana had come by and had food for Shoichi that she wanted him to try, and it's very, oh, she's a little jelly. Like, oh, who is this person? I don't trust them. Kind of situation, you know, right? As Shoichi is basically walking the housekeeper to their apartment kind of thing. As the Anubis guy kills another person, Shoichi is nearby and he's like, all right, cool, let me fight. As the housekeeper looks on, she knows something. Ooh, what's going on here? We don't get to see the end of this fight right now, as it cuts to much later at night, as the housekeeper is talking on the phone to someone, going like, yes, I do believe it's him. And it seems that he genuinely does have amnesia. And just like updating someone on what's going on. Okay, who is this woman? Especially because a knock at the door happens. Who is there but Rio? The mysteries are starting to mount up more and more and more. Hojo trying to figure out what's going on with Agito, Mana and her father, the professor, and exactly what does he do? Why is he out right now? Why does he have that mug? What's going on with the professor? All these different kinds of things. And now this new housekeeper. All of this is coming to a head with Rio coming to the housekeeper. And I gotta ask myself, it's like fate pushing these things along and together. This is a really good episode. I really love the Anubis looking dude. It's a great looking suit. Taichi being sick makes me wonder, is this like is he gonna get powers now because he has this really severe illness? Maybe not. Maybe he's just ill, and that was just the thematic device they wanted to play with this episode. Hojo, as always, is a slime ball, willing to commit crimes as if he's a Canadian. Just, you're not allowed to gas people. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. But like always, good music, great shot composition, great action, and I cannot wait to see what happens next. Kamen Rider Agito, episode 16. A mysterious woman has walked into all of their lives. Just what is going down? We catch back up with Agito and the fight with Anubis guy. And we find out how the fight ended. Anubis guy fucked off. He's like, bye! And then Agito's like, what the fuck is going on? It's a little funny to me. And we do see a little bit more from Ryu's perspective of going to the woman, knocking on the door, just less creepy, more sympathetic, all this kind of stuff. And he goes like, hey, so your name is in my dad's notebook? What's going on here? And she goes like, I don't know your dad. I don't know any of this. But she was on the phone talking about Shoichi. She's a liar. Something's going on here. Who knows? That's just my guess. But she's like, bye, I can't help you. And Ryo's like, I know what I can do. I can commit stalkery. So he hangs out, waits for her to go on a drive, and basically tags her, follows her. She notices and gives him the slip, and it's a fun little chase scene. I like it. It's fun. As the police are having a little meeting, just kind of like keeping everybody abreast of what's going on. Oh hey, Anubis guy's killing people. We need to deal with that, right? Okay. We're gonna go and like capture Agito. That's the thing we're planning on. And veteran cop guy goes up to Hojo, goes like, "Hey, Hojo, you're dangerously close to being a fucking asshole. Maybe stop. Maybe try to relax. You want some ramen?" And Hojo's like, "Fuck you and fuck your ramen." And it's just like, damn, Hojo, how could you not like ramen? Shuichi and Taichi are playing a game of Old Maid with the new housekeeper character. Mana walks in and goes like, "Taichi, shouldn't you be resting?" And it's a fun moment between Taichi, Shuichi, and the housekeeper. Just them having a little game and them ragging on Shuichi. And Mana is just kind of pouting, just kind of off to the side, feeling about the whole situation. And they go like, "Alright, Taichi, you probably should get some sleep," do all that kind of stuff. As Omen Dude and the dude hanging out with Omen Dude have a little conversation. The Omen guy goes like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And the other guy goes like, "I want to understand humanity." And Omen Dude goes like, "Alright, bet." Immediately gives him fucking depression and existential crisis from another man, as this dude is just on the ground going covered in sweat. What the fuck is this scene? It's weird and it's hilarious and I love it. What is going on with Omen Dude, right? We're back into the domestic scene, and the housekeeper is kind of trying to do her best. Mana is I wouldn't say pissy or frustrated. She's just kind of she's envious, she's jealous. She's kind of like, I don't like her being around here, in the not directly but in the body language kind of stuff. She gets a call from Hikawa. We don't know it's Hikawa yet, but we will in a moment. As Shuichi and the housekeeper are walking away from the house, like walking back to her place. She goes like, "Mana doesn't like me," and she goes like, "Yeah, I just," and Shuichi goes like, "I just think there's a misunderstanding. Something's going on," right? Hikawa shows off the message from the videotape to Mana, goes like, "Hey, do you recognize this voice?" She goes, "No." Ryu also saw Shuichi and the housekeeper together, and he's like, "What the fuck? Who's that guy? That guy and her? What the fuck's going on there?" Right? They're getting fish. That's why they were out. She's getting some groceries, and he's checking out the freshness of the fish by sticking his finger in their mouths. That has to be like a weird folk old wives tale kind of thing. Hikawa shows up and goes like, "Hey, what's Shoichi doing? You know what? My superior said I should be more like him and hang out with him. Let me stick my finger in the fish to see what happens. See what he's going on about." And he's like, what's going on with all of this, right? As housekeeper lady sees Hikawa and starts freaking out a little bit and starts running away, and like Hikawa immediately like cop mode is like, "Why are you afraid of me? I am just a police officer." You know why people are afraid of police officers. You know why. But he chases after her, and she runs into Ryo and goes like, "Help! This man is crazy. He's chasing after me. If you help me out, I'll tell you anything you want." And Ryo's like, "I would have helped you anyway. I'm a good guy." And so he kind of blocks him off. She runs the other direction. Shoichi and her meet back up, and she's like, "Please remember me, Shoichi." And he's like, "What?" As she basically tells Taichi and Mana, is like, "Hey, so we were lovers, and I'm trying to make him remember me." And they're like, "That doesn't... Okay. That's weird." Mana's upset. Shoichi's like contemplating. And as she's heading back to her place, she gets attacked by Anubis. And she's like, "What?" Shoichi goes over, henshins, and starts to fight the Anubis guy a little bit. She runs the other direction. Anubis guy gets after her, and then Ryo shows up, and she's like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" And he transforms, and he's like, "Oh," and she's like, "Oh my god, it's you." Like, she knows what the fuck is going on, and it's like, what? She drops her purse. That has to be important. As we are left on Gills and the Anubis guy about to fight, as Shoichi as Agito on his way to continue the fight. Holy crud. Big point on this episode, specifically about understanding. Ryo is trying to understand the book. Shoichi is trying to understand Mana and what she's going through. And the cops are ultimately trying to understand Agito. Most of them are trying to understand Agito. Hojo's being a little bitch. The guy with the Omen dude literally says, "I'm trying to understand humanity." Even Hikawa himself is trying to understand the audio and the tape and what Hojo's big plan is. Meanwhile, the info is at everyone's fingertips, and other people are just unwilling to tell or are just outright lying about it. So, this isn't a two-parter. This is a three-parter. What? This is weird. Just what is this woman's deal? Is she like the previous woman, where she like just recognizes Shoichi and trying to fib about it, and something's wrong like with her, like the one that recognized, or is like the one with the lake? Is something just like along those lines, or is she telling the truth and she is Shoichi's past lover? Or is she working with Omen dude? Is she working with the Omen guy about the whole plan, and she's in on that? Or is she working with Hojo, and Hojo suspects Shoichi of being Agito? If that's the case, what the fuck, Hojo? How could you even come to that conclusion? Who knows? But as always, the quality has not dipped. It has continued to be really good, really dope. Also, Gil's transformation this episode, phenomenal. It was dope. I loved the jump. It was great. It was dope. Agito is good. Episode 16, good. I hope it continues to be good. Once more, arise, Agito! It is episode 17. We left off on something of a tasty little cliffhanger. What will happen now with Anubis and Aki? We do catch up with what happened last time. Gills is able to chase Anubis off, and Ryu chases after Aki. He goes like, "Hey, you're gonna tell me shit." And she's like, "Oh, fuck. my own petard. And she basically goes like, yeah, no, I was on the ship, but like nothing happened. It's just like I was on the boat and then whoa, what, you know? Shuichi shows up and he goes like, hey, you're the motherfucker who punched me in the face. Fuck you. Get away from him, Aki. He may hit you. And it's like, oh, okay. Jesus Christ, come on, man. There was so much possibility and opportunity there. We're in a police meeting then, and they're basically talking about the Agito capture program, and Hikawa basically brings up, hey, we're trying to deal with the unknown. Why are we going after Agito? And basically bring up was like, yeah, Agito showed up at around the same time. For all intensive purposes, all we know is that Agito may be an unknown himself, and by capturing him, we may learn more. It's bullshit. It's Hojo wrapping up a lot of gobbledygook to convince the higher up, but that's a reasonable thing to think, you know? It's reasonable to kind of go for. And Mana is starting to ask Aki questions about Shuichi, and she dodges the question. Hojo is, again, being a slime. And it's just like, why are you being so slimy? Then Aki is heading off after doing the housekeeping. And she says something in a very specific way that Mana goes like, hey, wait a second. That's not how that works. I am now suspicious, you know? The police are doing prep for what will be the Agito capture program, you know? And Aki says, like, hey, I found you. You're supposedly my boyfriend. Why don't you just move in with me? And Soichi's just like, oh, that's real sudden. Oh, real, what the fuckery, you know? And Ryo basically goes to Aki's apartment and goes like, you have information. You are being weird and cagey. Right? And they get to the conversation of like, why are the unknowns killing humans? You know, and it's just like, oh, they're probably afraid of people like gills or people with powers that could like harm them. I was like, okay, that's reasonable. Ryu starts collapsing because he's fucking sick from all the shit, right? And Aki is calling someone, going like, oh yeah, he seems to have the same power, but he's probably gonna die soon. And Ryo's like, what the? Okay, you definitely know something. I am in danger. I'm getting out of here. Mana brings up the incongruity she noticed with Shuichi, and they're just like, she probably just got something wrong. Don't worry. It's a specific rule about softball that only applies to baseball, and she's just like, if she played softball, she would know, you know, there's something up here. And Aki shows up, and Ryo goes like, hey, I never really genuinely cared about what was going on with the boat. I just have no idea, and it was the only lead I had. And it's just like, oh. Shuichi's starting to pack up to move in with Aki, and there's a lot of like, are you sure this is a good idea? And Shuichi's kind of like, yeah, it seems to be the only thing I can do, you know? And then Aki does something that just makes me go like, oh, I dislike you as a character now, as Ryu is in physical harm, he's sick and all that kind of stuff. Aki shows up and goes like, hey, I don't know what the future will hold, but maybe we can find it together. And it's kind of like, oh, she is just playing off of this whole thing. She has her own machinations. The Anubis guy shows up, starts attacking. Agito capture plan goes into action. Agito himself goes into action, and they try to capture Gills, because Gills starts to Gills out, and it is a bloodbath. The cops do have very little handle on the situation, while Agito is fighting Anubis on a bridge. It gets so bad, G3 suits up, and it's just like, oh, this is not a good situation for any of us to be in. But Agito is able to beat Anubis, and Gills gets injured enough from G3 shooting him that he just runs away, and Aki disappears. We don't know where she goes, as Gills is lying in the side of the road, injured beyond belief. Where did Aki go? Where are you going, ma'am? You are leaving too many questions unanswered. She just disappears while Agito and Anubis fight, and Rio gets fucking bodied. She just disappears. What is her plan? Because as we kind of see through this episode, she's not with the police. She's with someone. She's working with someone, but it's not the police. We have no reason to believe it's the Omen guy. It might be Omen Dude. We don't know. Or is it a brand new group with dynamics we don't know within the machinations of the show? And just what is in it for her manipulating Shoichi and Ryu like this? What is she trying to get? What is she trying to do? What is she trying to get? Just what is her ultimate goal? Was she just trying to maintain something? What is going on here? There's a layer to her that's just not revealed yet in the show. But this episode was great. This was a really good episode. I absolutely love the Keystone Cop moment of like the Agito capture plan goes just immediately wrong. It's not even Agito. That's Gills. Gills fucks them all up. It is Hikawa basically chasing him off that saves any of those cops' lives. But they do now know about Gills. Ooh, that's something they didn't know about. They knew about the unknown, they knew about Agito, but they were unaware of Gills' presence so far. And now they're going like, okay, not only are there monsters attacking, and there's Agito fighting those monsters, now we have this praying mantis motherfucker doing something as well. The situation is all fucked up. We have no idea what's going on. And speaking of no idea what's going on, Shoichi just full-heartedly believing this woman who we see is being a manipulative, conniving person of trying to play off Rio and Shoichi and Hikawa off last episode, and just her own machinations, her own plans, and he's just believing her wholeheartedly. And yes, that's the good, kind heart of Shoichi. But boy howdy, it is not a tenable situation. And everyone's just also just realizing how connected everything is, of just running into each other all the time. And it's interesting, you know, that layer of fate playing its hand. And as always, good camera, good action, good acting. It's good. It's solid. I want to mention it more, but it's just like the fight on the bridge. That looks dope. The fight against the police officers, that was fun and chaotic, you know? It's just good shit. But yeah, no, that's episode 17. Wonder what's going to happen next. So Aki up and left, and we have no idea what's going on. So what happens now? Well, what happens now is immediately Shoichi is telling the professor, hey, I'm gonna move out. And you're going like, wait, Aki disappeared. How's this gonna work? Aki left an envelope, which looks vaguely familiar. It looks like the envelope from the intro. Left an envelope for Shoichi with a key to her apartment or house or whatever, like key to her place. And Shoichi goes like, this must be her way of saying, like, even though she's not here like, she's doing something to go ahead and move in. And it's just like, sure, a little weird, but also we know more going on with Aki, and immediately I'm just going like, oh, this is her way of trying to control Shoichi while she's doing something else. This is like a way to like maintain control psychologically and physically and emotionally over this man that she knows is Agito for her own goals, whatever they may be. Mana is against... Oh, that's a watch. Mana is against it, but the principal's like, hey, you're an adult. You can do what you want, Shoichi. And like they kind of relent. We're in with the Hikawa and Ozawa, his boss, the woman who made the suit, and Hojo shows up being a shitbag, going like, "Oh, you're gonna get in fucking trouble. You're bleh." And they're just like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Hojo?" And we get to a meeting and just jump cut. Ozawa's going like, "You're gonna fire me?" And they're like, No. The situation has been untenable. We didn't know about Gills. Agito's still on the loose. All the unknown are happening. G3 is operating suboptimally. You've only killed a couple monsters. And it's just like, what the hell you want? That we're basically getting an outside party, another member of the police force. Because if I remember, because Japan's police force is nationalized. It's not regionalistic like America's is. So they can get a person from a completely different department to come in and check things out. And they go like, all right, we got this other guy. Hojo suggested them to come check out your stuff so we can restructure. And it is Hojo's former superior. And then Hojo's like, I'm smug because I have the upper hand in this situation. Fuck off, Hojo. Fuck off. And Shoichi's continuing is moving in to the apartment and says like, you know what? I need I know what I need to do. I am not irresponsible. I am trying to be responsible with the decision I've made, and I am going to get a job at a bakery. We then meet up with Hojo and his former superior, his senpai, and we get a little backstory for Hojo of trying to be a very upstart police guy, going after a criminal and getting his superior shot. Superior doesn't blame Hojo, and it's just kind of like he's always been a little bit of a shitbag, shoot first, ask questions later kind of cop guy. Hojo does feel a little bit of guilt about that. Which good, you should feel guilty about getting someone you care about shot. But the rest of the G3 crew show up for the lunch session. We catch up with Omen Guy and Omen Guy's friend, and Omen Dude's going like, okay, so you've looked into the hearts of a lot of different people. We can keep going if you want. You know, I'm perfectly down for that, right? And the guy's just going like, where is he? And he's talking about like killing a dude. And it's just like, oh shit. Okay, what's going on with this dude? At the police dinner, they're having a conversation. The superior dude is going like, hey Hikawa, I've heard good things about you. Ozawa, I've heard good things about you. Third guy, get fucked. That's the funny haha joke of the scene. And it's just kind of like hey, you guys aren't wrong, but you are doing things in a bad way, and I'm gonna check on that, you know. And it's a very tense scene with Hojo just being a giant suck up. Shoichi's working at the bakery, and Mana and the kid come in, and they're like, oh hey, you're actually working and doing a good job, that's cool. And the random motherfucker gets struck by lightning and lit on fire. That's the unknown of the episode. It's a jellyfish who strikes people and lights them on fire. Hojo and Takawa are on the case. They're looking into it. They're finding out information. They find out that the guy went to a bakery recently. And it happens to be the bakery Shoichi works at. What the hell? Hikawa starts asking questions about the previous customer. The owner of the bakery is able to provide some answers for the police force. Only Hikawa was there. But the minute Hojo and the other dude step in, he starts acting real fucking cagey. Like, oh, something's up. And after the shop closes, he talks to Shoichi and goes like, hey, here's all the recipes for the bakery. And Shoichi's just like, really? I've only just started working here. Are you sure you want to give me this? And he's like, yes, I trust you. I have a feeling in my gut that something might happen, and I want you to keep the bakery alive. And Shoichi's just like, that's kind of heavy. Are you sure about that? All right. They leave for the night, right? And the dude starts getting choked out. The owner of the bakery starts getting choked out by an unknown assailant, and he's kind of left for dead. Holy shit. Another victim is found from the unknown, and is not related to the previous victim. Thus, it's not a similar case to all the other cases so far, right? They're able to track down the unknown to a certain location, right? And G3 suits up to go fight it, but the unknown is tricksy. It teleports out of the way. It does all the... It's very creepy, very ooky, very spooky. Shoichi shows up, and he starts fight it, and is having a similar bad time situation with the creature. And we are left with Shoichi just trying his best against the creature. Though this, for the first time, the unknown starts talking, and everyone's like, oh shit, the creature is talking. What's up with that? Something's up, right? The world is making it harder and harder for our heroes to just work together. You know? Like we talk about Fate, this is like something is getting in the way. Shoichi is at the apartment right now. G3 has the mounting forces from the police force getting in the way, and Ryo is just getting bodied by his power. He's just not able to handle it. And fundamentally, something's got to give. Someone's just got to go like, hey, I need help. And I think that's interesting. It definitely feels like things are ramping up in a really cool way. Shoichi is trying to move forward, which is commendable. But boy, howdy, there is a lot of red flags, buddy, right now. The only way that this could be a bigger red flag if she dressed like a goth and was a Hello Kitty woman. You know what I mean? Whether it's in the right direction is another thing entirely. But the cops are looking at the unknown situation even more so, just more scrutiny, more things going on. The Omen dude and the other guy are up to something. They have some kind of plan in the works. This was a really good episode. I really enjoyed it. Love the jellyfish man. Great tension at the restaurant scene. Everybody played that to a T. And again, as always, the action, the camera, the music, it was good. But like a lot of interesting setup for the next episode that'll play into that hopefully play into all of that. But yeah, what's gonna happen? Jelly Man, take me to the sand. It's a Rise Agito time. Episode 19. We open up on the superior officer that Hojo brought in, dressing down the G3 crew, just telling them like, y'all are not doing your jobs right, you're failures, you're clumsy, I'm gonna give you guys a bad review. Hikawa heads over to Shoichi, talking about the baker man who got murdered, just trying to get more information, and it's just like, yeah, no, he had a feeling that something was gonna happen, because like, when you guys left, he gave me the book of the recipes, and it's just like, oh, something weird is going on here. Something odd is happening, right? We're in a meeting with the heads of the police department, the G3 crew, Hojo, the fucker, and the superior. And the superior is basically going like, Hojo's right. These guys are incompetent because the unknown have been killing people. And this recent one, A, talked, which we hadn't observed before, and that causes concern. And B, doesn't follow the MO that they claim that they follow, which is murdering family members, because this guy got murdered. And Ozawa, the woman who created the G3 system, basically points out as like, yeah, that's one aberration out of dozens of provable cases of the same MO happening at this point in time. Like, that is an outlier and should not be counted as the data until it happens again. Very smart, very reasonable thing to say, but still, this guy has a little bit of push, a little bit of pull. The G3 crew are trying to figure out what to do, how to handle the situation. They're eating ramen. The ramen guy looks at their bowls and tries to tell the future. It's like, hey, don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Hey, you're good. What's up there, dude? We're gonna continue running gag of no one caring about you. So I don't see anything. Ha ha ha. Hojo and Superior Guy have a lunch together, and it's very much kind of a, hey, remember the sister and all this kind of stuff, and someone's pointed out of like, you could have stopped the person who killed him if your shooting arm wasn't hurt, or no, that's not what it was. It was, there was something involving the left hand, because he used to be right-handed, but not anymore because Hojo accidentally shot him. Hikawa heads back to Shoichi's bakery. There's a fun gag of like, Shoichi calls him clumsy, and that's the sore spot he has this episode, so he gets some filling on him. Then one of the heads of the police department tell Hojo and the Superior Guy of like, hey, we think you're right. We're dismantling the G3 organization, and you are going to build it back up. And they're both smug and happy about that. And Hojo starts looking at the information, the evidence of the last murder, the bakery guy, and he's starting to look at it and goes like, fuck. And we'll get into why he says fuck. As Shoichi is heading over to fight the jellyfish guy, because he's starting to attack some more. And then we get one of the most interesting scenes I think I've ever seen in an episode of Kamen Rider, as Hojo and his superior basically spend at 10 minutes just walking and talking to each other about the case, what they've been doing, their motivations, like just writing, right? And basically that whole thing boils down to, so the guy was an outlier, things aren't exactly what they are. Here's the thing though, he used to date your sister who got killed. And then all these other little things all this little evidence starts popping up. And Hojo goes like, the man was the man was right-handed, but his watch was on his right hand, which you don't do. That's not something you typically do. So the person who put on his watch would probably be typically left-handed. There were traces of gasoline, which is not concurrent with the other people, and all these little things. And basically the superior officer just goes like, okay, so what are you saying? And Hojo goes like, you killed him because he killed your sister. And it's this very just tense, emotional bit of the guy going like, yeah, I did. Because my sister's gone and he deserves to die. Fuck him. And Hojo's like, sure. But you instilled in me as a cop a very strict sense of justice and right and wrong, and you broke that. And that's wrong. Like, not even just, it's like you failed. You failed your own deals. And the guy's like, yeah, I did. And their whole conversation ends with the guy basically saying like, yeah, no. I would do it again, but fuck them. But I still did wrong, so let's go talk to our superiors. Let's go talk to the chiefs of police. And basically admit to murder, admit to fudging the evidence, to accomplish their own goals, and Hojo's the one who caught him. Oh yeah, by the way, the whole time it's intercut with Agito fighting the jellyfish man. Like, to break it up a little bit. But it's mostly that, like, the climax of the episode isn't the fight with the jellyfish man. The climax of the episode is this conversation between a very petty, vindictive, weird little individual of Hojo and the one man he respects with all of his life, all of his heart. The one man he says, like, that's what a real cop should be. That's what a good man is. And basically having that image break, having that image be torn down bit by his own investigation. And Hojo is basically having to kill his icon, right? And him not even trying to, like, put up a front of, like, no, I couldn't, like, no beating around the bush. It's like, yeah, no, I killed him. Fuck him, he deserved to die. But you're right. I'm a cop. This was wrong. Let's go talk to superior officers. It's very calm. It's very calculated. It's very interesting. I really enjoyed it. And you know what, Hojo, you get one singular lowercase W for this one. And I like how it played with, like, the honor of law and order and protection and all this kind of stuff. Like, you can understand why this man went and did what he did, because his sister got murdered and he witnessed it, but there was no other evidence to prove it, so he got away scot-free. And, like, maybe the Baker man regretted it and changed and turned over a new leaf. And that's why he, like, gave Shoichi the recipes and everything. But it doesn't matter. He still wasn't in, like, he still was just killed, you know? And it's just, like, a weird, messy thing. It's really interesting. I feel like it may reflect on something later. Like, this might be some kind of foreshadowing. Like, maybe it's the difference between revenge, what's right, what's wrong, justice, all this different kinds of stuff. It's really interesting. It's a really good scene in a really good episode. Again, the four big hits: action, camera, plot, writing, all hitting a plumb, doing all the stuff. And I love the twist with the murders of just revealing that the superior officer did the one. The others fit the unknown MO perfectly. It's just this one guy was an outlier, but he killed him and used the unknown as a facade, as a way to cover his tracks. It's really good. It's just really good, nice, solid little 2-episode plot. Just real good. I cannot wait to see what happens next. Agito, you need to get out of bed and arise! It is episode 20. We've hit the big 2-0. Wahoo! So what's going to happen this time? First things first, we open what I think is probably a motif that's been going on, but I haven't noticed, but I'm noticing it now, of the G3 crew kind of commenting on the last episode, of going like, yeah, no, he confessed to that murder. He did the thing. The G3 crew is probably going to stick around. Who knows what's going to happen? It's a little uncertain. Very kind of Greek chorus. Yeah, Greek chorus. Interesting. It could just be like a neat little writing device. Who knows? But Shoichi is taking care of Ryo, who's in a bed, who he found last episode in a very dangerous, very bad spot. Ryo is in pain, and Shoichi's just trying to take care of him. Omen Dude is basically telling the other guy who got empathy blasted the last few episodes, hey, it's time for you to start doing some shit. And he's like, alright, cool, I'll start doing some shit, boss. What is Omen Dude's deal? I still don't know. We probably won't know until a while. Shoichi is managing the bakery, and he has to go deal with the thing, and he asks Mana and Taichi to take care of the bakery while he's out. And it's fun, wacky hijinks. They sell some bread to some little old ladies that live in the neighborhood. Little old ladies, not old ladies. They're like middle-aged women. Middle-aged women love Shoichi. But he's taking care of Ryo as best he can. As we get a cut to some people dealing with some reports, going like, oh, we got information. Things are happening. And they go like, hey, let's take it to the one woman. And it's Aki. What the fuck are you doing here? Where have you been? You just fucking show up and go like, give me papers? You person, you. But she reads the information. She has a plan. They have a plan. They have something they need to do. And basically, Hikawa Ozawa see Hojo and go like, hey, good job cracking that case. Which is probably the last thing Hojo wants to hear, that he basically backstabbed his older brother figure, this person that he really looked up to. He doesn't need the people that he hates telling him, hey, good job betraying your friend like that. Like, that's just, like, I know he's Hojo. He's a piece of shit. But that's just rubbing it in his face if you aren't realizing he's being super callous. Aki is going about her plan, and Omen Dude's dude shows up and goes like, hey, I'm mysterious. I'm awakening your powers to their full extent so you can go do things. And it's like, oh, what's going on? And Shoichi is out of a job as the owner of the building goes like, hey, my baker died. Fuck you. I'm turning this into a ramen joint. And then he's like, oh, okay, I can't really do anything about that. And Aki goes and kills some men. Just fucks them up with their mind. Right? Yukawa and the police are at the murder scenes trying to figure things out. And Hikawa recognizes, oh shit, the people who are being killed are the people who were on the Agito capture team. And he immediately radios Hojo. Because Hikawa is a good man. Immediately radios Hojo, goes like, yo, motherfucker, we have 2 murders. Both of them were on the Agito capture team. Keep an eye out. Be safe. And Hojo's like, oh shit, fuck. Aki shows up and starts to attack fucking Hojo. Some jackal people show back up. Holy shit, the jackal dudes, they're back. And try to attack Aki. Shoichi shows up and goes like, yo! What the fuck? What are you doing here? And she's just like, runs. And Shoichi tries to battle the jaguar. I said jackal a second ago. They're the jaguar men. He beats one of them. The other 2 gang up on him. And Ryo is in the bad spot in the apartment that Shoichi has been taking care of him in. And Mana is concerned, so she heads over there. And Ryo reaches out with his hand as if he's going to attack her. He's probably not going to attack her. He's probably just really out of his mind. I love how things seem to be coming into a greater focus of just what is happening in the show. And it's seemingly more and more like the people that were on the ship have powers of some kind. I wonder if that means Hikawa also has powers. If like maybe he'll awaken those up something. Who knows? And the unknown want them and their closest relatives dead. Or maybe not, right? Because I would imagine if like the majority of them were people on the ship, I would have thought Hikawa might have recognized a pattern in that. But who knows? But the people with the powers have some kind of plan. And they may be also working with Omen Dude. Or maybe Omen Dude wants to use them for his own purposes. Jesus, what is wrong with... So much wrong. Maybe the Omen guy wants to use him for his own purposes. And ultimately, what is all of their connections to Agito and Gills. This was another great episode. I love seeing the Jaguar Men come back and do some fun things. Again, all the elements, solid, good, great. And I cannot wait to see more of the inner workings of what is going on. Once more, arise, Agito. We're talking about episode 21. Alright, cool. Let's just fucking get into it. What the fuck is going on here? We jump back in with Mana at Shoichi's Aki's apartment, just going like, hey Shoichi, are you here? And Ryo is there going like, ah shit, fucking the voices in my head are telling me to kill her, but it's wrong to kill. And Mana is none the wiser. She doesn't see Shoichi, so she gets out of there, and Ryo just like kind of collapses because of that. Ajikawa? That's not his name. Hikawa. Jesus, my brain is kaputs right now. Hikawa finds Hojo. He gets him out, gets him safe, all that kind of stuff. And the other two power people go to Aki and go like, Aki, why are you killing people? That's no good. That's bad. And she goes like, yeah, but they tried to hurt my man, and fuck them. And they're like, you know what? You're so powerful, we can't really like argue against that. So... Right. We then get a scene with the G3 crew just going like, okay, so what the fuck is going on here? And they're trying to just parse out the mystery, right? And just go like, they again question like, why do the unknown target people with powers? Why do they do this? What is her goal? What is Aki's goal? Just trying to figure out the whole thing. Just, again, very much like a Greek chorus, just laying out the exposition from last episode so we're all caught up. It's a really, really tight writing to just do the recap in a natural way like that, you know? Find it interesting. Shoichi is trying to take care of Ryo, and Mana shows up, and he's like, I can't show her this. I can't show her a weird man is sick in my bed. So he talks to Mana and tries to keep her out. Right? And Ryo wakes up, and Shoichi tries to help him out, give him some food. And Ryo's just like, okay, so what's your relationship with Aki? And they have like a moment and they talk. And Shoichi's like, oh, she was using me. I'm a rube. That stinks. Shoichi leaves Ryo alone, heads over, talks to Mana, and he explains the whole thing to her. Hikawa and Hojo go back to the scene of the attempted Hojo murder, and I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing of it. And it was Hikawa going like, "Hey, how are you sure that good people are?" No, it was Hojo saying good people exist in this world, and Hikawa was like, doesn't seem very like you. You seem very cynical man. And Hojo just goes like, well, of course there's good people in the world. I exist. And it's just like, you self-conceited solipsism bastard, right? Just very like, oh, you're a piece of shit. Aki shows up, tries to kill him again. It's funny. However, Aki starts running away, and Shoichi runs into her, and she's like, oh, fuck. Aki tells the truth and goes like, yeah, I was just trying to use you, but now I have my own power. I don't need you. I can protect the person I care about all on my own. They're trying to head back to the apartment, and Shoichi is with Aki. Aki sees Ryo walking out of the apartment, and she screams and runs away. It's like, oh, no! And I'm just sitting here going like, ma'am, how... Which bed is the bed you're trying to lie in, and which one of them has fucking parasites that you need to deal with? But Ryo does catch up to her, and they have a little conversation of just like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? I have powers now, and I'm trying to protect you. We can't, what, do you want to be together? And it's just like, all this back and forth. Right? Aki runs away. Hojo and Hikawa are, once again, caught by Aki. Their car is lifted in the air. Hojo is down on the ground. Uh-oh. When all of a sudden, the Jaguar men show up, and Ryo henshins into Gills, to fight the Jaguar Man. Aki, overwhelmed by the stress of her powers, passes out and presumably passes away. While Agito fights the Jaguar woman with nipple tassels, because of course she has nipple tassels, they both defeat their monsters. Shoichi finds Aki unconscious or dead on the ground. It's presumably dead, and goes going like, "Oh no, this is a bad situation. This is sad, right?" And then Ryo sees him and goes like, "You motherfucker, you killed her!" Ah! And they start to fight, and it's just like, oh shit, fuck me. The G3 unit is sent out to deal with them, but they are titans, fighting amongst each other. So yeah, no real big answers answered, other than, yeah, people with powers are working together and they have their own goals. But our heroes are converging on each other. This is, I think, next episode, the beginning of it, will be the first time that, like, Gills, Agito, and G3 will all share a scene together, because we've had Gills and G3, I think, have been in one. I think it was during the riot, with the riot police. But G3 and Agito haven't met yet. And it's just like, oh, all of them are finally aware of each other. And that's interesting. That's going to be some interesting things to happen. But the fight over the death of Aki, that's interesting. I don't think Aki is fully dead. I think she is going to come back later, and I don't know how. But there's something going on there. I think Ryo's just very, like, on edge and not handling any of his emotions well. Like, but there's definitely a bigger thing going on than what's been shown so far. And, like, what is their ultimate conflict with the people with powers and their ultimate survival? And it's really interesting to finally see Shoichi and Ryo in conflict with each other, because we had the arguments during the boat woman episodes, where they had, like, ideological confrontation, but now they're having a physical confrontation. And it's just like, oh, these two guys are, like, very opposite. You have a brooding, very serious man, and a very happy-go-lucky, easygoing man in conflict. There's also the fact that Gills is a very active and barbaric fighter. Agito is a very calm and still fighter, very precise movement. And then you have G3, gun. But yeah, no, real good episode. It, again, hit the 4. The 4. Acting, good. Music, good. Camera, good. Fighting, good. It hit all 4 of them. Like Agito be doing. And I love how the show is progressing. I love how the story's progressing. And the ignorance of our heroes is beginning to crack. They're finally starting to see each other. Starting to think about how the other one is moving in terms of the story and what's going on, and that is really interesting. I wonder what's going to happen next. Hey Agito. Hey Agito, are you awake? Hey Agito, we need to make sure that you arise! Arise, Agito! We're talking about episode 22 of Kamen Rider Agito. The water is rising its fever pitch. It is getting hectic because Gills and Agito are fighting. G3 shows up and they're all just like, okay, something's going on. This is all kinds of fucked. Gills is trying to kill Agito. Agito's fighting for his life, and G3 is just going like, stop fighting! Stop! Please! It's not super successful. But basically, G3 gets beaten to hell. Shoichi sees that Hikawa's underneath the suit, and he's like, oh shit, that's fucked. Agito and Hikawa are able to get away, and Gills is left there, molding like a little baby. He has understandable, reasonable grief. I'm not trying to belittle it. But we do see, yes, Aki is presumed dead at this moment. She's taken away on a gurney. And we have all this people talking about it, and Rio's just off to the side going like, why did Agito kill her? And he's very mad, very brooding, all this kind of stuff, right? And we are with the G3 crew. So they kind of recap what happened last episode, they recap what's going on, and they also talk about the beginning of this episode where the G3 suit was compromised, right? And they basically come to an agreement that maybe it's time to start upgrading the G3 suit, you know? We have more understanding of the Unknown's capabilities. It's time to make the necessary updates and upgrades. Shoichi is back at the family house, and they're just going like, oh, it's nice to have Shoichi back. But it kind of sucks seeing him sad like this, you know? It's not great. The police captains go like, hey, so, here's the thing. We're going to, allow the G3 upgrade. And you just heard a noise. But Hojo also is developing a team of a different rider suit system. And whichever one succeeds more, whichever one's, like, better, is the one we're going to fully fund, indefinitely. And Ozawa's just like, you fuckheads! How many times does the G3 crew have to prove to police that they are worth it? Next, we see a Wasp dude killing people like they do. It's fun. But Ozawa realized one of the people on Hojo's crew is her former professor. So she goes to the professor kind of like semi-professional courtesy, semi just like, hey, you were a person I respect. And, like, it's a tense scene of her going, hey, could you look at my designs? And him going, you're so confident in your designs that you're not afraid of me taking anything. Because you think they're so good. It's kind of an insult to me. Fuck you. I'm a do better than you. And, like, it seems very much like Ozawa's just like, no, I just really looked up to you as a professor and I wanted your input. Why are you being a jerk? You know? But Ozawa, Shoichi's handing off some papers off to his professor, foster father, and he runs into Ozawa while she's leaving the university as well. And she's like, hey, you're Shoichi. I know you. You're a friend of Hikawa. Let's go get some fucking meat. And they have a conversation. Shoichi's like very sad and forlorn, and Ozawa's very much that kind of spunky, rambunctious, go get him, business oriented, like Japanese woman. You know, I know what I want and I'm gonna fucking do it. That kind of trope. She's chugging beers the whole time, and Shoichi's going like, yeah, I'm sad, and like they comfort each other, and Shoichi's like able to come out of it the other end. It's very much what was she says, like, you gotta enjoy what you can while you're here, kind of stuff. It's a sweet moment. Ozawa's energized to go work on the G3 suit. She immediately has a ton of ideas. She starts working on them, and Akawa and the other guy are just like, damn, you're working really hard. She hiccups. It's really cute. It's a cute bit. We have another Wasp person killing a different person. Ooh, spooky. Hikawa's on the scene. He sees it. He goes like, fuck, we gotta build the G3 suit. We're in VR. They're testing the G3 suit capabilities while Shoichi and the family are spring cleaning because Shoichi is energized. Some cops run into the Wasp, and Shoichi goes to fight the Wasp guy, save the cops. While Hikawa is in the G3 virtual reality, he's trying his best, but ultimately he passes out from exhaustion. Agito is able to beat the male Wasp. The female Wasp is pissed. And we end the episode with Hikawa on the ground, passed out from the exhaustion, or whatever the G3 suit is doing to him. I love the start to this little G3 arc. It's fun. It's good to see. I wouldn't say focus on him because he's focused on every single episode. Hikawa is, but it's nice to see the suit in focus. The suit would get a little bit more prominence. The suit getting respect and getting an upgrade. All that kind of stuff. Hojo, continues to be a little shitbag, continues to be a little asshole, continues to be a little mousy motherfucker. I also like how Shoichi kind of inspires, like, Ozawa to build the next part of G3. It's just like, oh yeah, I like how Agito indirectly is influencing it, you know? And I also like how, like, the G3 crew is starting to kind of really become, like, a friend to Agito, right? Ozawa is being friendly with Shoichi, Hikawa is friendly with Shoichi, G3, like, Hikawa also was trying to protect Agito in the beginning of the episode from Gills. It's fun, and I really would like to see them become, like, really cool bros. Again, really solid episode. I love the Wasp monster designs. They're great. They're wonderful. And using vibrations to merge people and kill them in concrete, that's fun. Because I'm pretty sure there is a species of wasp where the whole hive just, like, climbs onto a creature and they vibrate so much that they overheat them to death. And I think this is kind of a reference to that. It's fucking wild. But it's fun. It's cool. Again, it hits on the four: acting, camera, music, action. Good, solid. I also just find it neat how it's just moving on from the last episode. Like, it's there, it's in the periphery, but it's still happening. You know? It's not really that heavy, but it's informing the upcoming stuff. And again, what's going to happen to our heroes? Is G3X going to succeed? Is Hojo going to continue being a little shitbag? Oh my god, what's going to happen next? We'll just have to wait and see. Oh, rise, Agito. We're 23 episodes into the show. What's going to happen this time? Because Hikawa fucking ate shit last time. And he's not doing too hot with the new GX system, as more and more people are being hit by the wasps. However, because last time, Agito cut off one of the antenna of the wasp creatures, it's a little bit on the fritz, so it's just killing randomly, and that's no good, right? Everybody's trying to figure out how to do this and go, like, what's gonna be the system to help out? Is it going to be the upgrade to G3, I mean, or is it gonna be the new V1 system? And Hojo's fucking pulling out a stick yet again, going like, look at me, I'm so great. Fuck off, Hojo. You are like the second worst Hojo in all of fiction. The first worst Hojo is from Final Fantasy VII, of course. He tried to make a woman and a dog have a baby. Fucking weird. But Hojo, of course, is being a little dick. However, Hikawa is still not in great shape and is told to, hey, go get yourself checked out, bro. Nothing's going on with his brain, but they do realize that his entire body is bruised to heck and back. And basically, they kind of realize that, like, he's kind of fighting against the AI system because of a variety of reasons. Like, you're not trusting it, you're going against what it's trying to do, all these different little layers, and you're not going with its flow, and it's not great. Again, more people get killed by the wasps, and the V1 goes out on its first journey to basically tackle an unknown. They run off the wasp. Hojo takes off his helmet and goes like, yes, I am Big Dick Man. You're not a big dick man, sir. You do not exude the right energy. And basically, Ozawa's been going like, Hikawa, you can't be G3X. You just can't go with the flow. I do have a person who can do it. And Hikawa immediately knows who they're talking about, and it's Shoichi. And they go to Shoichi and they basically talk about doing that. And Shoichi's immediately like, Shoichi's like that lighthearted, goofy guy of like, I don't know, being a superhero could be cool. And we have this whole big metaphorical scene of what Hikawa's kind of big problem is, of Shoichi serves him chilled tofu. It's all fine. And Hikawa can't pick it up with chopsticks because he is being too aggressive with it. He is trying to be too controlling of it. He has to have control of the situation, kind of thing. And that's kind of what Ozawa's getting across of not being able to do the situation. And it kind of blows a fuse in Hikawa of just like, what does all this different kind of like, God, why can't it just be the way I want it to be? Bro, I feel you. Ozawa was talking to Superiors, and Superior goes like, so you want this guy who was arrested to do this? Unsure. And there's just like a lot of back and forth. Hikawa was still muscle training to do it, and Ozawa was just kind of like, my dude, I don't want you to get injured. I don't want you to get hurt because of this. And Hikawa was just like, give me one more chance. She does. They're about to do the tests, and they're changing out. V1's done the aiming test already, and Hojo, asshole that he is, points a gun at G3 and goes like, haha, I got you in my sights. And the AI system immediately kickstarts of like, oh, danger, starts beating down Hojo. It's fucking great. I love it. He kind of deserves it. Wasp attack happens yet again. In the middle of this beatdown, they hear it, and the AI system immediately goes, up, unknown, we gotta go deal with that. Very kind of like a person not able to control their own body. Very kind of body horror in this way. It's very cool. Agito is able to intercept and fight the wasp creature. G3 shows up with a fucking Gatling gun, finally blows up the wasp unknown, and is able to save the day, and immediately starts aiming his gun and firing at Agito. Jesus Christ, the show predicted AI bullshit. I kid, but it did. But like, it's talking about like instinct and intent and big ideas, right? Because the AI is programmed on very simple basic parameters. It doesn't understand the nuance, and it doesn't understand intent, and it's just purely going off of instinct. Meanwhile, Hikawa is like all intent, no instinct. He cannot go with the flow. He cannot go with his gut. And it's kind of asking like, what do you need to be a good writer? And ultimately what the show's gonna probably land on is you kind of need both. You got to be able to go with the flow, but you also got to have control over the situation. But it also is asking like, hey, what makes a good writer? Is it the heart of the character, or is it the tech and the power you have behind you? Because Hojo very clearly thinks it's power, because he has this big fancy suit. He thinks it's so cool, and he immediately gets bodied by fucking G3X. Meanwhile, I was also thinking it's tech and power, and is in some ways over relying on her AI system, relying on her knowledge and not necessarily her trust in Hikawa, right? And Hikawa is just focusing on like the actions themselves and not even trying to think of like better ways to be a writer. He's so focused on the pure aspect of just trying to do the job that like he can't go with the flow. Also, I had a thought watching the intro again, because you gotta watch the intro, of thinking about each writer, right? And the bikes that they're riding. So if you're not super into motorcycles, understandable. But basically each of the main riders of the season have a different bike. Agito is riding a sport bike. Gills is riding an ADV or adventure bike. And G3 is riding a touring bike. So real quick, sport bike, go fast, go brrr, just super speed all the way. ADV bikes, adventure bikes, are meant to be kind of like good all-around bikes. You can go on road, you can go off-road, go camping, go on the middle of the woods, but they're not perfect at any one thing, right? If you really want to go off-road, you get a dirt bike. If you really want to go fast on the road, you get a sport bike. Adventure bikes are good for everything, not perfect for anything. You know what I mean? And G3 rides a touring bike. They're meant for comfort. They're meant for they're good. They're meant for comfort and stability and all this different kind of stuff. But you can't go off road. You can't change your plans as easily. And I wonder if that's also that's reflective of their personalities, right? Agito is very much just face forward, go with the flow, speed along, rev engine, go brr, right? And Gills is very much kind of like floating in this very nebulous void of being of trying to figure out where he is in the world, while G3 Hikawa is very much running the same path as he's always been, always prepared for anything, but cannot pivot as fast as the other guys. I think it's an interesting parallel between the riders and their bikes. Really cool. This was a good episode. It's also staggering the parts because this is the second part of the Wasps episode, but it's the beginning of what we'll call the Hikawa RoboCop struggle. It's really cool. It's really neat. What Metal Hero did they salvage parts from for V1? Because that's just a Metal Hero. That's just a big bad Beetleborg, bro. It hit the 4, action, camera, acting, what was the other one? Music. Hit the 4. I did notice some video cassette scenes in the final action bit. Kind of like a proto GoPro. Put a cheaper camera there because it's easier to it's fine if it gets busted, at something like a dangerous spot. I thought that was cool. That's neat. Again, just good episode, and on to the next one. Hey Hikawa, dude, you okay? You're looking a little RoboCop-y. You're looking a little Frank Miller RoboCop 2. You're also kicking Agito's butt pretty hard, and I thought you were friends. It's kind of a shit thing to do. Oh, thank God! The Hikawa fucking falls down and can't hurt Agito anymore. Ozawa and the other dude come in to help him out. Hikawa is just bedridden, and it's just it's revealed that he had no control over the situation. The AI kind of took complete control. The last thing he remembers seeing was Hojo pointing the gun at him, hinting that the AI system is pretty flawed. Ozawa is immediately like, nope, my system's flawed. This is kind of bad situation. This is bad news. Hojo's just like, hey, fuck you and your system if that's what happened. And you know what? As a superior, you need to take responsibility for what happened. And she apologizes, and that kind of you're being forced to do something you don't believe in, kind of thing. We then have the superior officers basically going all right, so if you can get a handle on the G3X system, it's pretty strong and powerful. We'll use that. However, if you can't, we'll use the V1 system. But Hojo, you're not gonna pilot it. We're gonna give it to Hikawa because he's good at this shit. And Hojo is just like, fuck you. Oh, fuck off. You deserve it, Hojo. Ozawa is very much kind of internalizing the failure. Meanwhile, an unknown attacks. Uh-oh. It's not great. It's not good. And Ozawa goes to her teacher to try to get some words of encouragement, and he gives none. He's a bitch. He's a bastard. And the cops go and investigate the recent unknown attack. And Ozawa kind of goes to Hikawa and say hey, it's not your fault. And Hikawa goes no, it kind of is because I couldn't control it and couldn't do any of that. Ozawa's no, I think there's something wrong with the G3 suit. And all this kind of stuff. But Hikawa is able to be a grown-ass man and admit fault. So he goes to Shoichi and says, hey, I can't control the suit well. But Ozawa thought you could do it, so do you want to be G3? And immediately, Shoichi's just like, oh, you couldn't control the... That's why you were shooting at me. I thought you were being a dick. And Hikawa's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, nothing, don't worry about it. Like, Jesus Christ, just tell him you're Agito at this point. Why keep the secret? It's funny, though. But Hikawa still can't let go of control. He's trying to force the matter and help Shoichi out, right? And Ozawa basically goes like, hey, oh, that's where I got them mixed up. Basically, earlier scene, the cops were just going like, we may use the GX system because it's more strong. But then there's a later meeting where they go like, maybe the V1 system is more reliable because it doesn't have the AI problems. And that's where Ozawa suggests that Hikawa should still be the operator because now she understands and believes in him more. But Hikawa is able to convince Shoichi to be the operator just as a new unknown attack happens, and the G3X system gets deployed with Hikawa at the computer, Shoichi in the suit. They do the whole badass deployment scene. Shoichi rolls up on the crime scene as all the cops are just trying to slow down the unknown, and we end the episode with Shoichi about to face the new unknown. Meanwhile, there's one scene earlier about just Shoichi of having a dream of a new woman, unknown, we haven't seen her before, at a beach, calling out to him in a memory, what seems to be a memory of a date he had once. He talks to his family about it, and they're just like, oh shit, maybe you're starting to get your memories back. Maybe you had a girlfriend. Maybe you had a wife and kids. And, like, it's funny and fun and goofs. Right now, the show's doing a bit about, like, doing the right thing and swallowing your pride, right? Ozawa accepts that the G3 suit may be out of wax and may be not up to the proper snuff. Shoichi accepts being G3 right now, even though he was the target of it at the earlier episode. And Hikawa accepts that he may not be the perfect person to man the suit. But, hey, only by acknowledging our flaws can we move forward. Ozawa will probably find the flaw in the AI. Currently, my bet, my little Betty bet, the professor guy, like, sabotaged something. I don't know. He's just very kind of like, fuck you, Ozawa. I wouldn't put it past him. Shoichi, it will probably still be Agito, not go for G3, but he'll understand his, the people he's helping out more. And Hikawa will, like, accept the responsibility to understand what it means to go with the flow, you know? Probably. In some way, fashion, or form with that. This was a pretty good episode. And it's the first time I really had a major dislike of having to stop watching and make one of these videos. It's just like, I immediately wanted to start the next episode, but I was like, I can't. I have to make the video first while the thoughts are fresh in my brain. I just really wanted to keep watching. It hit all the four, like the show's just hitting the fours, you know? Might as well call it Ric Flair. It's hitting that figure 4. But the big question, who is the woman in that dream? What is her relation to all this stuff? Meanwhile, how much is Shoichi gonna fuck up being G3? Arise once more! G3X? Hold on a second, that's not Agito. No, it is not Agito, as Shoichi is fighting off an unknown with Hikawa in the chair, so to speak, and he's able to just fucking handle the unknown, just like lickety split, real good, like almost as if he's been doing it for a while. However, the police captains are fucking pissed at Hikawa, just going like, "Hey, no, why are you what were you doing? Get a civilian involved on this." And Hikawa's just like, I was doing this to prove that the suit is so good that a civilian could do it. And he's just trying to be like a good guy to Ozawa, and Ozawa's going like, no, 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 no. Like, I tried to select him to do it and all this different kind of stuff. And basically, the captains of the police people go like, hey, the V1 project is dropped. We're going with G3X. And we're not gonna blame anybody for that. And we are going to go with the G3X suit, right? Hojo is a little piss baby, you know. And they're going like, maybe we need Shoichi. We need Shoichi to be in the suit, right? Shoichi is still getting memory flashbacks of the one girl, and he's going like, who is she? What's going on with that? I'm just trying to figure it out. As Sakawa shows up and goes like, hey, what's up? So, hey, do you want to be in the suit? And Shoichi's like, nah. It was what it was. And Hikawa was going like, no, it's fucking hard to do. And he's like, nah, anybody could do it. And Hikawa was just like, you fucking asshole. And Shoichi's just going all over the place. And Hikawa's just like, hey, can we focus on set? Hojo shows up, and he does the magic trick again, and Hojo gets really upset, goes like, fuck you, I can do that, after being egged on a little bit. And he also does the magic trick, and Hikawa's just like, what the fuck? Right? And earlier in the episode, Ozawa was like, hey, you're not allowed to go see Shoichi, because he's a big, tough, strong guy. And Hojo calls her out on her bullshit, you know? And he basically goes like, yeah, he's an idiot. If he can handle it, then I can handle it. And Ozawa's like, okay, so you don't understand like why Shoichi is cool. That means you can't handle it. Hikawa's not on the suit, not going to be in the suit. So he is off doing criminal affairs with the one detective guy. And they have a conversation about Hojo and just what does all this mean. As Ozawa goes and talks to her old professor. And the professor goes like, hey, I'm starting the V1 program, but here's the thing. You made a perfect suit, but that's the problem. The people are not perfect. And so you have to find basically a perfect person to run and operate it, and those don't exist. And I was always going like, yeah, but Shoichi was able to handle it, hinting at Shoichi being a little bit more than a normal person. And he goes like, look, your suit is good. Your AI is just too demanding on an average person. So here's a chip that'll dumb down your AI because I do believe in you as my student. And Ozawa's like, fuck. She's contemplating of like, is her suit perfect? Is it too perfect? This is the kind of thing. And we don't see her direct choice about it, as Hojo goes to talk to Shoichi yet again. However, this time Shoichi is just like, you want to see a different magic trick? And he's like, alright, cool. And Hojo's just like, okay, it's a magic trick. And Shoichi eggs him on to try it again, and Hojo cannot accomplish it. He doesn't know how to do it. Uh-oh. And at that moment, an unknown starts attacking. G3 is asked to go and apprehend it. They're not able to contact Hojo because he's so focused on this narrow idea that he doesn't hear his phone. So they call Hikawa. He's the runner-up. So Hikawa goes, becomes G3, and goes to the scene of the unknown. And Shoichi is going as Agito. And Gills is just trying to find Agito. And he goes like, oh, G3's there. I'll probably find Agito there. You know, very fair assessments. And so Gil starts attacking Agito before Agito can deal with the unknown, as Hikawa basically proves that he is capable of using the G3X suit. However, it is shown that, or hinted at, the fact that Ozawa did use the chip to make the AI a little dumber. And Gills basically throws Agito into the river, and as Agito is drowning, he full-on gets his memories unlocked, realizes his entire history in his past. Or at least in part. I don't know how full that is. As Hojo finally comes out of his focus and figures out the magic trick. Why is G3X the way it is? Why is it built the way it is? Ozawa fully believes in the technology. She fully believes that her own capabilities are able to overcome anything and build a suit to beat back these things that are killing people. But she needs to understand to compromise a little bit to let it function to its fullest capabilities. As it is, nothing can keep up with G3X except Agito himself. But Agito is a special case. Hojo ultimately wants power. He wants the ability to exert control over the situation he finds himself in. But he's too wound up and too narrowly focused on the things in front of him to actually get it, to actually understand what it means to have this power. That's what Ozawa means of, you didn't actually see what Shoichi, the thing that makes Shoichi special. And Hikawa is trying to use force, brute force, what needs to happen, but ultimately he needs to let things flow, right? And that's what the magic scenes are for, okay? It's Hikawa going with Shoichi's flow of just letting the magic show happen, while Hojo is focused on the makings of it, right? He is focused on that narrow problem and not the overall conversation, and that's ultimately what I think Ozawa was getting across. Shoichi is very much of a person who can go with the flow, go with what needs to happen, and is capable of that level of thinking, while Hojo is very narrow focused, very internal, very much like we mentioned when he said, like, I know there's good people because I'm good people. It's a very solipsistic, nihilistic point of view, right? And it's very interesting. And Shoichi is ultimately the reflection to all of them, pointing out the little bits and ways that they are failing themselves, of Ozawa focusing too much on the tech and not the understanding of other people, Hojo being so narrow-minded and not open to the entirety of the concept, entirety of the world, and Kawa's brute force versus go with the flowness, right? It's an easygoing thing, and it's he's willing to compromise, easygoing, and he goes with the flow. And it'd be a real big shame if he was just hit with all of his memories at once, meaning that the life he knew, the comfort he had, is just no more. This was a pretty good episode. This was a great episode. It hit the 4: action, acting, cinematography, what was the other one? Music. It hit all the 4. I love how the professor kind of like ate his crow, ate his humble pie, but was also still trying to teach a lesson to Ozawa of just like, hey, your tech isn't made for humans, make it for humans. Hojo's just getting focused in on the magic trick and not the greater, he gets focused on the magic trick and not the underlying meaning of what the magic trick is trying to teach him. And that's fun, that's cool. A lot is going on, and a lot is going to keep going on, because boy howdy, a lot of things set up and hinted at. Hey Agito, you have arisen your memories. You've woken up your memories. Hey buddy, what the fuck's going on there, dude? What's going on? We don't know what's going on with Agito yet, because we're talking with the cops, and we do the whole like recap what happened last time, cop choir thing, and the captains all basically go like, hey, you did not answer the call when we needed G3X. Hikawa did. He succeeded. Yeah, he's G3X. You have failed us once again, Hojo. And Hojo gets real pissy, just real like, fuck you, this is gonna be a bad idea. As Shoichi is kind of, I wouldn't say doing his last day with the family, but he is very much kind of going like, I don't know what's gonna happen next, so I want to leave them with some good memories. So he's talking about like thanking them for taking care of the garden. Mana's like, oh no, it's your garden. We knew you'd be back. And Shuichi's just like, yeah. And he looks at the garden and he goes like, you know what? Why don't we pick some of these and have like a really good dinner tonight? And they're like, yeah, let's do it. And so they're having a fun family conversation with a lot of great meals. And in the middle of that, Shuichi goes like, yeah. When I was like 5, I didn't like tomatoes, and I ran out of the house when my mom tried to make me eat tomatoes. And it got real late, and the only thing that I could eat was the tomatoes on the vine outside. And then I learned how to like them. And it's like, ha 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 ha, that's a fun story. And Mono wakes up, and Shuichi is up in the middle of the night, contemplating what's going on, as he has a letter that says his name, and he's like, okay. And he walks out of his room to basically deal with what he's learned, go deal with his memories. As Mono's getting like a little bit of a drink in the middle of the night, as she goes like, wait a second, he talked about his past. He remembers. Holy shit. She goes into Shuichi's room and just goes like, hey, are you here? And he's not. He's gone. In the morning, Shuichi's not there to make them breakfast, so they have a kind of plain cereal. And Shuichi calls them and goes like, hey guys, I don't know when I'll be back, but I have some memories, and I need to go look into it. I need to do this for me. And they're like, yeah, go do it. Go do it, Shuichi. We care about you. And it's just like, yeah. So he gets on a ferry, and we see some of the people that Aki was dealing with. They are not in a good situation. They are not in good mental health. As Rio comes and says like, hey, I want to talk to you. And she's like, nope, fuck this. Because we know your gills, and you may kill us like one of the unknown. And they're just going like, okay, this is a fucked up situation. We don't know what's going to happen. And they're driving, trying to get to a safe place, and they get attacked by a crow unknown. Oh no. But Gills Rio is there to basically save them, just being the good guy he is. Shuichi ends up where the letter was kind of leading him to, and the guy there goes like, yeah, no, like, if you could you, yeah, he's left for Tokyo like a while ago, and if you could you tell him to like clean out his office or something? Like, it's a big headache. And he's like, yeah, sure. But he's just trying to get information. He's trying to figure things out. He goes into the office, and lo and behold, there's a picture of the dude who's working with Omen Guy. Oh my god, what's going on here, right? The couple, I don't know if they're a couple, but the two people who were being chased by the crow have taken Rio back to their apartment to let him rest up, because he did try and save him. And the woman's just going like, I don't feel comfortable with him. What if he's still going to attack me? And he's like, I don't think so. I need to go do a thing. I need to go meet up with someone. And Shuichi heads to a mansion, is told to basically wait in a place, and he'll talk to the person he needs to talk to. As the guy of the duo is out on the town, the dude shows up. The dude that Shuichi's looking for shows up and goes like, hey, I'm activating your powers, like he did with Aki. So this dude now has bigger powers. And he falls down a stairway. At the same time, okay, so in the same moments, we have the dude showing up at the mansion, and it's about to meet Shuichi. Shuichi gets a Agito sense, realizes that a monster's about to attack. He leaves. The monster is attacking the guy who just got his power upgrade from the first dude, okay? All this happens at the same time. So the guy realizes his power is basically Wolverine. You know, it's kind of funny that we're dealing with memories and everything, and now we have a dude with basically Wolverine powers. I think it's kind of neat. The crow unknown is chasing after him, and Agito is able to intercept and kick the ass, right? He uses double weapon modes to destroy one of the crow creatures, as the other, I'm pretty sure, runs away. Yeah, runs away. As the dude who does the upgrade dude, is sitting in his mansion contemplating and remembering the woman that Shoichi's been getting flashbacks to, jumping off of a building, asking him to let her die. Okay, there's a lot going on here that we don't have the full picture of. First things first, we are diving into what's really going on. We have 2 people from the boat who have confirmed we shouldn't, like, the boat was a big thing. It's fucking us up, and we don't know why they're attacking us. All this different kind of stuff. So we have that going on. We have the upgrade dude showing up and being intimately connected to Shoichi. We have Shoichi getting his memories and understanding what they are. Like, I think he has a large bit of his memories. He doesn't fully go like, I remember everything. I think he does say I remember everything, so maybe he does. And we get the fact that, oh my god, his sister is dead. What does that mean? What is all these little things, right? And ultimately, like, he could learn more, but he is a good man, and that stops him from learning more. There's a lot of heavy color grading in this episode, and it also, like, symbolizes stuff. There's scenes that are, like, heavy red that feels like it's about dwelling on the past, right? Because it's mostly about Shoichi reminiscing about the sister he now remembers. While blue is very much of the now, the contemporary, in, I would say, like, the negative sense, right? It's living for the now in dread, not in like, contemplation. You know what I mean? It's dreadful that you're living in the now. While green is very much the possibility of the future, but it's sickly green. It's very much a future you're unsure of, and you're unsure if you even want. And ultimately, there's an element that comes into play during the whole Shoichi going to fight the monster, that Shoichi is in a green environment that's very much about the possibility of the future and, like, that fear of it, you know? And going into the blue. I think it's interesting, right? And very much, the mystery man, the upgrade man, is rooted in tomorrow. Like, he is focusing on what's coming next to an unhealthy degree, while Shoichi is melancholic. Like, he's floating between worrying about the future and worrying about today, you know? Very good episode. Really good episode. It hit the 4. Acting, camera, action, music, does all the things. Well, maybe 3.5, because if we're talking about camera work, the color grading is a neat idea and it really works to tell the story, but it was just a little bit too much every once in a while. Like, it just kind of blasts you. It's like fucking shoving Skittles in your face, right? Hojo getting shit on and just being a little shit was fucking fantastic and great. And I absolutely loved and adored the professor giving Mana the biggest fucking stink eye of just like, come on, this is not a meal that we fucking itadakimasu for. You little fucker. It's fun, it's good. Agito's good. A lot of things are being questioned and asked, and I cannot wait to find out the answers. Oh, hey, Agito! Look at you, arising. Yes! Agito, episode 27. Last time, we left on a lot of bright-ass colors and dealing with some serious plot shit. So let's see how this continues. Last time, with Rio, the woman in the apartment with the glasses, is basically trying to suffocate him to death with natural gas, I guess. Why the fuck would there be a natural gas plug in a bedroom? What the... Japan, do you need to talk to OSHA? I know OSHA's an American thing, but, like, hey, nah. The guy shows back up in enough time to save Rio and basically go like, what the fuck are you doing? And she goes like, our boss told me to do it. And he's like, all right. You know, as a Shinosuke? No. Shoichi. Fucking hell. what character? No, Jesus Christ. Shoichi shows back up to Mana and kind of gives the recap of what happened last time and just where his mind has been, like all his memories, and just going like, and he's also there to go like, hey, even though I have like I know these things now, like it's a way to like go like, hey, this is still a place I belong. You're still people I care about, that kind of thing. To like, I think to partially to reassure himself, but also reassure Mana, you know. And the new power guy is basically testing out his shit. He heals a little girl who scraped her knee. They run off playing, and he starts breaking apart a can. And monster attacks, and he is being chased. But because he can heal himself, he's able to run a lot faster and be able to get away from them. As Shoichi heads back to the mansion to finally talk to the mystery man, and Ryo and the glasses woman have like a little scuffle. She's trying to kill him, and Power Dude is going like, all right, this guy seems to be more trouble than he's worth, and he goes on the attack on Ryo to basically beat his ass. And because he's using his power so much, that's my interpretation. He's using his power so much, he draws the attention of the unknown that's chasing him. Eventually, Agito comes to help out and fight him off, but not before the guy was able to, if I remember it, the power guy was able to just keep Ryo's head underwater with his powers right before the monster shows up to kill him. Uh-oh. What's going to happen to Ryo? I wonder if we'll get a flashback episode to learn more about his character. I wonder what. But meanwhile, Shoichi is having a big conversation with the mystery man. The mystery man is not so much of a mystery anymore. He is the boyfriend of Shoichi's sister. And basically, Shoichi's sister had powers. Okay. Interesting thing. She was being experimented on. Not invasively, but kind of like, hey, you're doing cool things. Would you like to show us? But her powers caused her turmoil. If they went it went haywire, and she was not enjoying that. And the mystery man basically says, the boyfriend basically says, and that's why she killed herself. And Shoichi's just like, that doesn't sound like my sister. And the mystery man, of course, says the fucking, well, maybe you didn't know your sister that well. And it's just like, my dude, come on. That's kind of a shit thing to say. But it's at that moment. Shoichi is leaving, and they're kind of like, they're not leaving on good terms, but like Shoichi's like, I'm satisfied enough with the answers right now that I'll look into it more. But like, it's kind of weird that you're not sad about my sister. And the guy goes like gives a little lie of like, it's been a while, I've mourned enough, kind of thing. But the unknown attack, Shoichi goes and Akito's up to help protect the power dude and beat the thing. But as soon as he dehensions, the environment goes red, and he looks very confused. He's like, what the fuck was I doing? And he heads back to the professor's house, and he goes like, hey, what's up? What am I cooking? I'm cooking dinner, right? And they're like, Shoichi, what about your sister? What sister? I don't have a sister. What are you talking about? I don't remember anything. I have amnesia. And they're all just like, oh no. It relapsed, right? So the color thing is still going on this episode. Last video I talked about blue being present, red being past, green being future. I just wanted to reiterate that. But more so being stuck in those moments. not necessarily, and not in a healthy way. The guy with new power is like very much only focusing on the present, not thinking about where the powers came from or how Rio might help him or any kind of way. The woman is in a very similar mindset, just like, no, he's going to kill us. The mystery man is only thinking of the future and the detachment of his own emotional well-being and that kind of stuff. Well, Shoichi full on has a moment of weakness, a moment of regression, as he is bathed in red, basically dissociates and let his amnesia return. I'm not saying like he's like, give myself amnesia beam. No, it's just more of like he'd much rather live in bliss ignorance than with the knowledge that his sister was sad and not well and that he couldn't have helped her, and you know, that kind of thing hurts. And if you have an easy out of forgetting and living in a moment of happiness, some people take that. It doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make you weak, but it is just a poor coping mechanism. That he's not facing the present of no sister or the future of finding out. He's retreating to the comfortable past of his current family. This was a really good episode. Of course, it hit the 4. I love how murder crazed the woman was in the Rio storyline. It's just like, I'm gonna kill him! Don't kill him! I wanna kill him! It's very funny. Some pretty good effects with all the psychic powers, and damn good use of rain. Hella good use of rain. But that's episode 27 of Agito. What will happen next? Arise! The 4:3 aspect ratio. Talking about Kamen Rider Agito episode 28. So what happens while Rio is eating a dirt cake? He gets a flashback to a recent event. All in 4:3, which confused the fuck out of me. But apparently it was just to denote, hey, this is different. This isn't by the original. This isn't by the showrunner. They're doing, it's a side thing that they did. Not a side thing. It's important to the character, but it's very much, it's a fill-in. It's a fill-in. That kind of thing. But there is a little kid running around in a parking garage, running away from some men in black, and he hides behind a very familiar motorcycle. The men in black go like, he's not here. And he starts messing with the motorcycle, and then a man in a very loud shirt shows up. It's Rio. Rio is like, hey, what, kid, what are you messing with my bike? And the kid's just there just looking at the bike. Rio tries to start it up to get out of there, but the bike doesn't do it. And so Rio starts doing a little dismantling to see if he can like get it to start. He's like checking the sparks. He doesn't have the tools to check the compression, but he's like checking the sparks, making sure they're good, checking the starter, checking the I imagine he's also checked the carb and that kind of stuff. And it's just like he's not getting any solution. And the kid's just being kind of like, I'm a little kid and I'm interested in motorcycles and I'm just staring at what you're doing. Rio drops the spark plug. The kid reaches out and Rio's like, all right, I'll let the kid help. So they push the bike to a mechanic so it can get like proper tool looked at. As Rio is getting a soda from the vending machine, and he sees the kid, he throws, like, the kid's across the street, and he throws the kid the soda, and the kid's like, oh, and the kid throws him another 100 yen coin, and Rio and they're able to get some sodas and chill and relax and like talk about each other, and like they're being cagey about what they're feeling because of course they are. And the motorcycle gets fixed and it's like, hey, well, the guy's talking about the motorcycle And that's when the Men in Black guys come, and the kid starts running away. And the kid runs all the way to Shoichi's place. And Shoichi's just like, hey, I'm Shoichi. I'm cool and friendly. Here's some vegetables, you know? As the unknown starts heading for the kid. Uh-oh, the kid is part of the whole thing. Shoichi, Henshins, and Agito fights off the current monster as the kid keeps running, and the kid runs back to Rio, and the bike's fixed. So Rio and him get on the bike, and they're running. But that's when the Men in Black guys come back around, and it's just a big old chase scene. And eventually, they stop for a moment, and Rio goes like, all right, what's going on, kid? And the kid goes like, yeah, my parents died, and like, just a lot. I've just been going through a lot, and I don't know what to do. And Rio's just like, yeah, no, dude, understandable, my bro. And Rio, like, unable to, like, Rio's very, like, unable to, like, actually articulate what he's trying to say. Rio's like, all right, kid, puts him on the motorcycle, gives him a helmet, and goes like, all right, tell me where to go. And it's like, what? I'm just gonna drive. Tell me where you want. And he goes like left, right, and it's just them taking a moment. And the kid is like frustrated with it. Like the kid is frustrated in some ways, and he just goes like, "Let me off the bike." And Rio's like, "All right, kid, here you go." And the kid's walking, and Rio just goes like, right, shows back up to show like, "Hey, I want to be there. Like I'm here, buddy. I know you're going through some shit, but like, yeah." And the kid gets back on the bike. They have a different moment where Rio goes like, "Yeah, no, I understand what you're going through. I've went through something similar. It can be okay." You know, that kind of like emotional, thoughtful thing. The monster comes by and attacks, and the kid sees him transform to gills. And he's like, oh my god, he's a hero. And this is what he was talking about. This is the thing he's going through. And the pain that Rio's going through. I'm relating to it. Rio is able to transform his bike. And so it does. It transforms into a living creature as he beats the monster. And Rio goes like, oh, hey, you didn't run away. And the kid's like, no. Because I see you're all, like I see how you're in pain and all this kind of stuff, and it gives me the courage to actually face what I've been going through. And Rio's like, yeah, good kid. He drops him off, and it's the funeral for his parents, who were killed by the unknown before the episode starts. This is a really good insight into Gills, of just having this gruff and angsty guy have that facade melt away a little bit and help another person out, and just having the young boy parallel some of what Rio's been going through, of life changing in unexpected ways, and just not knowing what to do, not knowing the next steps to take. The kid having to learn now to live without his parents, and Rio having to be a weirdo, gross monster dude. You know, like going back to like the very first few episodes of Rio, of that kind of running away mentality that the kid's going through. But Rio learns you gotta fight on, and also his bike comes to life. This bike does some shit. The bike is unrelated to the situation. The bike is just like, hey, what's up? I'm here. This is a really good episode. It hit the four, lights. Not lights. Camera, acting, action, and sound and music and all that kind of stuff. But it is in 4x3. Little odd. Got used to it. It's not the end of the world. The kid did a pretty good job. Pretty good kid actor. Also nice to see the kid met Shoichi. But Shoichi didn't overwhelm the lesson and the connection of Rio and the kid. It's just more of like, hey, I'm here to kick ass a little bit. Rio got all of the lesson teaching and the connection and the empathy and all that kind of stuff. It's nice to see. It's also going to be nice to see the next episode. Hey, Agito. Just here to let you know that you need to arise once more. It's Kamen Rider Agito, episode 29. Let's talk about it because Shoichi is back with the family after kind of having his memory and then losing it and just telling all of everyone, it's like, hey, I lost my memory again. And they're all like, hey, you had it once. That means you're recovering, you know? And it's all this kind of stuff. But there's also just like a layer and an apprehension on what exactly like this amnesia and the memory loss is going to mean and entail. And there's a sweet moment between Shoichi and Mana where he goes like, was I different? And Mana's like, you were exactly the same. Like, and I imagine that's like a genuine concern with people who have amnesia of not knowing who you actually are, because how much memory impacts personality and all that kind of stuff. But we have a big monster mystery to happen as a monster shows up and attacks a dude at a club, and Hikawa is on the hunt of the mystery, and he's getting clues, doing all that stuff, and he has a clue, and he's not exactly sure what to do, but hey, he has a psychic girl he can ask for help. And we have a fun moment with the family crew of Mana going like, hey, yeah, I'm thinking of doing tennis, and Shoichi's just kind of being classic Shoichi, but you can tell that there's some atmosphere of, alright, this feels like we're back in not necessarily an unhealthy place, but not necessarily in a place of recovery, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, Shoichi, you're still the same old Shoichi, but you're not actively pursuing or understanding your amnesia and all this. There's that level and air and atmosphere, and we have a fun bit of gag with Shoichi going like, maybe I'm good at tennis, and Mana just says like, you never mentioned tennis. And it's like that's the air of atmosphere that's going on. It's just like Shoichi wants to continue the gag and continue being like good old amnesia Shoichi that they all knew, but like he can't go back to that. He has to actually grow and remember who he is. And that's when Hikawa shows up to the tennis thing and says like, hey, Mana, can you help? And she looks at the evidence and she doesn't get any visions or flashes. And Hikawa and Shoichi have like a little bit of a dick measuring contest of like, but tennis. And it turns out Hikawa's like, when he was in school, he was good at tennis. And they have like a little thing, but Shoichi surprises Hikawa and gets a point, and Hikawa's just like, no. But through some of the evidence that they are able to pick up from this murder case, they go like, all right, so the guy that got killed is probably this one bank robber. Was it a bank robber? This one burglar, this one criminal guy. He worked with his brothers. We don't know who his brothers are because they probably did some plastic surgery to go in disguise and everything. So Hikawa has a lead on all that stuff. And he's like, go into Mana and ask for more help. And Shoichi's just like, what are you doing, bud? It's kind of weird. And so Hikawa's like, you know what? I'm going to really take this tennis seriously. They have another tennis match. It's a fun gag, you know. And they run into the other dudes who were part of the club. And Mana's there and to kind of like get her read on things to see if she picks up anything. And she doesn't, but Hikawa is very, very certain something's going on here. And that's when Shoichi pulls a Shoichi and says like, what if we do doubles? What if we like do tennis thing? And it's like, fine, and Shoichi fucks up. Was it Shoichi fucked up? No, yeah, Shoichi did. Shoichi did mess up because he hit Hikawa in the back of the head with a tennis ball, and a dog came up and got it. They went and get ramen, and it's just a fun. It's just more fun scenes. But Hikawa has a little bit more of a lead. He goes with Hikawa to the club, not Hikawa, Mana to the club, and they're able to get more of the psychic visions to figure out who it is. Hikawa goes and confronts them, and he's like freaked out now because the cops are on his tail, so he's about to run out of town with the money. And that's when the monster comes to attack, and Hikawa's like, "Hey, yo, if you admit that you committed the robbery, I'll help you and get you safe." And the guy goes like, "Yes, yes, yes, I did it." And that's when Shoichi pops up and goes like, "Ha, I pretended to be the monster to make you confess." And it's just like, wacky Scooby-Doo hijinks. It's fun. But the monster does show up, Shoichi does henshin, and they do fight, as well as Hikawa as G3X. And they are just working as a team. They are badass bros, just helping each other out, able to nail it. Meanwhile, the mysterious man that is related to Shoichi is grabbing the body of Gills, grabbing Ryo's body out from the river. He's been dead for a couple days, but he has not decomposed. So that's something. But hey, we're back to some shenanigans. But yeah, things feel off. Because every other character has progressed some, they have grown some, but because Shoichi seemingly voluntarily regressed, he's not on the same level as everyone else now. That they're all beyond him now, and he's realizing that the person he was at the beginning of the show, he can't be that anymore. He can't be the happy-go-lucky guy. He has to face the things that... He has to confront these things that make him feel bad and grow as a person, and that's really cool. Mana is also progressing interestingly as a character, helping all these different kinds of cases being solved, you know? And like I said, Shoichi's just regressing. His memory loss is back once more, but he's just trying to be a goofball, and he can't continue that path because he's starting to... Because it's now not just like, aha, laugh, goofs. It's like actually impeding things for the worse. And like he's learning. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not. He's not so absent-minded that he doesn't realize that. He does go like, oh, I'm gonna help you, Hikawa, because I did kind of goof around a little bit, and I want to help you. And it's that was kind of like a thing that I think Shoichi's not necessarily learned that lesson, but he is going like, yeah, I can't just be the goof and gag guy anymore. But this was a good episode. Of course, it hit the 4: camera, acting, music, music twice, music, action, all this kind of stuff. It's great. It's good. I love the interactions between Hikawa and Shoichi, and I just love how they're like becoming friends outside of the suits and inside of the suits, and they're just the teamwork they're showing as G3X and Agito is great. It's fun. It's top notch, and just Hikawa and Shoichi's like dynamic is fun. It's good. But yeah, what's gonna happen now? Oh shit! Yo, Agito, are you about to arise? As we talk about episode 30? I gotta keep myself entertained with these somehow. We open up on the G3 crew just going like, hell yeah, we dealt with a monster, and they're just kind of celebrating. And they go like, yeah, what's going on with Hojo? As we do see what's going on with Hojo, as he's basically seemingly finally accepted, fine, I'm not gonna be in the suit, I'm not gonna be a hero, but you know what I can do? I can solve the case involving Mana that Hikawa has been interested in before he can, and hold that over him. And it's just the most petty Hojo thing, period. As we see Mana continuing her efforts in tennis, but kind of being bullied by the mean girls. As she comes home, they're just talking as a family, and Shoichi brings up, hey, there's going to be some fireworks. Let's go to the fireworks and do all you gotas and have all a fun thing, right? And Mana is kind of in a weird place because she's remembering her dad and all that kind of stuff. Hojo pulls the mean girl shit with the G3 crew, going like, I'm going to solve a murder case, and y'all are shit. Y'all ain't worth it. As Tokusatsu Wolverine guy deals with a new unknown. As Sakawa is going to Mana and to saying, "Hey, thank you." As Shoichi brings in some rice and refreshments for them to eat, and Hojo shows up, and Hojo and Hikawa have a big dick measuring contest about the way they stuff their little sushi rice thingamajigs. It's funny. It is played off very much for laughs. Meanwhile, the mysterious man Shoichi talked to is talking to Omen guy and going like, "Hey, I'm having second thoughts about this," and the other guy's like, "You shouldn't." Fair enough. Wolverine is talking to the Shoichi guy, and Shoichi guy goes like, "Hey, I got a question. You can heal people. Can you heal this guy?" And he pulls out the dead body of Rio, and he goes like, "Oh, I can try," and he tries to do it. Also, after saying like, "Oh man, he was going to hurt us," and the guy goes, the Shoichi guy, the guy that is Shoichi's sister's ex-boyfriend, ex because she died. It's complicated. Goes like he was going to kill us, and he says like, "No, he's not. He's actually an ally of yours." And he tries to heal him, but it doesn't work. He's been dead too long, and it sucks. So mysterious dude realizes, all right, I need another person, and he goes to Mana and wakens up her powers and goes like, "Hey, you now have superpowers. Good luck." As the family goes to the little festival for all the fireworks, and Mana gets bullied some more, and Mana goes full carry and accidentally uses her powers to go up against her bullies, while the unknown is rampaging and about to go after Mana. But Shoichi sees this, the G3 crew see this, and they go to attack and fight him. But Mana gets away while they're in the middle of the fight and is like looking out and just contemplating stuff. And I don't know exactly what she's contemplating, but considering that the last female, like one of the more prominent characters we know that awoken her powers and then killed herself, it's looking very uh-oh for Mana right now. A lot of parts are just falling into place. All the people with powers are just kind of like doing their things. Things are falling into place for all of them. I wouldn't say they're becoming a group, but they are like exerting their power more often. Hojo himself is gunning for power, gunning for reputation and whatnot. Mana's powers going full carry. And hey, the teamwork is making the dream work. Agito and G3X are just understanding each other, working together, able to take down monsters, just able to do all the cool shit, tag team tactics. They're working together, but so are the bad guys. Things are going, uh-oh, what's going to happen there? And also, like, the whole thing of, like, understanding is playing into Mana's tennis plot, because, hey, bullies not understanding her not understanding them, all this different kind of stuff. The players not wanting to understand her as well. They're just like, no, you're new, we're gonna target and bully you. This was a really good episode. It hit the floor. Cinematography, acting, action, music, did everything you wanted. A lot of good stuff. But ultimately, I can't help but wonder what is going to happen with Gills. So I guess I'll just have to find that out next time. Hey, you know what? Agito, arise. From the water you just got kicked in, because, talking about episode 31, last episode they were fighting a crab dude, and the crab dude just throws him into the river, while Mana is having her carry moment, and that's kind of just like the way of going, like, the monster got away, blah, 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 blah. But we're back at the house, and Mana is very, unsure of herself, very much going like, oh no, am I a monster? Did I do bad things? Did I kill my dad with my my latent supernatural abilities? And she's just, it's very angsty for her. right? She walks around a bit. She accidentally breaks a dude's skateboard, and she's like, okay, I can do this kind of shit. Maybe I killed my dad. She goes to Hikawa and goes like, hey, I might have killed my dad with supernatural abilities. And Hikawa's like, I know you. You're cool. Also, that's just one of Hojo's theories. It may not be a thing. Shoichi has a little conversation with her to try and cheer her up, and she just kind of continues to angst, right? There's a sweet moment where they put their palms together, and she's like, your hands are big like my dad, and this kind of stuff, but her powers throw something at Shoichi, and she's like, alright, no, this is bad. I'm gonna hurt the people I care about. And as she's running away, Wolverine motherfucker shows up and kidnaps her. Shoichi is didn't see this, so he's just like, oh, Mana, where are you? Oh, she must have went home. He goes there, Hikawa's there going like, hey, have you seen Mana? And he's like, no, she's not here yet? Oh shit, this is bad. Meanwhile, Crab Guy shows up with Shamu, trying to kill one of the power people. I think it's the woman with glasses. And Shamu goes like, nah, bro, we're not killing her. She's gonna be important in the next episode. But Mono wakes up, and Wolverine Guy goes like, hey, so I kidnapped you. You're here, and you're gonna do superpower stuff with us. Cool. And she just clams up. Uncle is apoplectic. He's just like, where's Mana? Was I too strong? Was I not a good surrogate parent for her? And I love how his immediate thought is like, oh no, did I do bad? Like, Mana is not not at fault for any of this. He's like, oh no, did I do wrong? And that's great. As Wolverine Guy has a little flashback, apparently he had a wife, but he was so distanced after the whole boat incident. She was like, I want a divorce. As it's just kind of like all the people with power are just sitting in the moment, waiting for something to happen that they're unsure of what could happen, and are just waiting for something, and they're not even sure what it is. Mana somehow gets a note out off of some rose petals that were left on the nightstand for her, as Shoichi and Hikawa put up some lost signs, and Shoichi gets like a couple little hints. He finds one of the rose petals with SOS written on it. He sees the yellow car that he saw earlier. He didn't see the car pick up Mana. He just saw the car go away. And he sees like a handprint on the window, and he's like, that's Mana's handprint. Okay, she's somewhere. Which apartment does this car belong to? Alright, I'm gonna bang on their fucking door. So he does. And they basically go like, alright, cool, you go talk to him. And the glasses woman goes like, are you sure you should be doing that? And he's like, yeah, no. She'll talk to him and she'll come back. I have complete faith in this, because she's in angsty mood and she's unsure of where she belongs, and we are the closest thing that she might have a place to be belonging to. And as Shoichi and Mana have a conversation about all that, as Shoichi's trying to reassure her, all that kind of stuff, Crab Guy shows back up and they start fighting. And Wolverine gets his head knocked in, and Shoichi's just like, hey, Mana, take this guy, get out of here. So they do. And as Wolverine Guy is just sitting there, he's reflecting on like his life recently and going like, yeah, you know what? This is kind of bullshit. Power is kind of fuck. I had a wife, she divorced me. Also, Mana, you didn't do all that stuff. I was just trying to trick you. That was an asshole move on my part, but like, I was told to do it, and I just followed along because I didn't make any choice or decision for myself, and that's also why, implying that's also what led to the divorce and everything. That he was like, I keep bringing it up with these power people, that like some people are lost in the past, some people are lost in the future, And this guy very much is talking about, like, I was lost in the past, and the other guy's like, you need to focus on the future. It's this kind of not being in the moment, and that fundamentally, that waiting, that, all right, what's going to happen? It's not living their life, it's waiting for a monster to attack and kill them, or waiting for something to happen to bring them to the next step, but they're not actively making that choice. It is apathy kind of thing. But the guy goes like, I did all that to you, and I'm sorry. And he lets himself die. He doesn't heal himself. And Mana's just like, okay, this is all kind of wacky. And as she's being all sad about it, all the flowers nearby come back to life, implying that Mana now has the healing abilities. There's a lot of big... Also, Shoichi fought and killed the crab. Yeah. Did I really need to say that? The Kamen Rider fought the big monster, and he won. A lot of big plot stuff ramping up. A lot of the powered people are just like... It's very clear that they're waiting for the next step, and the next step is going to be coming. But it's also about a lot of our connections and the ones we choose, you know? Because Mana is afraid that her abilities, or what she thinks is her abilities, killed her dad, could put the people she cares about in danger. So she runs away, feeling as if she doesn't have a place there. And Wolverine himself is longing to the moments with his wife that he can't get back, because he's just not that person anymore, and he distanced himself from her. And that's kind of the lesson he's trying to teach Mana, is like, don't do what I did. Don't push the people that care about you away. And Shuichi, ever present, is just trying to show Mana all her connections and go like, hey, even if you are a dangerous psychic person, we still care about you. He doesn't say that, but it's that kind of idea of don't push people away just because you're afraid of yourself. And that's really cool. This was a really good episode. Of course, it hit the floor. Camera, acting, action, music. It's just really good shit. Wolverine guy was gone too soon. I really enjoyed his character, and I thought in like this one moment made me go like, damn, he could have been something. He could have been cool. He could have done some really cool stuff. But hey, him deciding to go out on his own terms is neat. It's really cool. We're just getting more and more information about the organization, about how they like organize themselves, how they kind of feel about themselves. It's really cool. But like, as always, just what is going on? What's this? Even more Agito? Yeah, it's episode 32. It comes after 31, as we all know. Also, as we all know, Shuichi's brother-in-law is kind of weird and creepy, and comes up to Mana and goes like, hey, so you want to see a dead body? He goes like, hey, look at this dead body. Can you heal it? Because you have healing powers now. So she tries. You know, oh my god, does she try. And it kind of works. It kind of doesn't. It's not exactly clear anything happens to him. But she's winded and she runs out. She finds Shoichi, and they have one of their classic heart-to-hearts where Shoichi's just like, hey, we care about you, but if you need your time away, that's cool too. I'll tell your uncle. He tells the uncle, and the uncle again is just like, oh no, did I do something? Was I wrong? And Glasses Woman is a bitch and just goes like, okay, Wolverine guy's gone, I'm leaving, bye. And Mana's just like, what the fuck is up with her? And the new guy, the other guy, just shows up and goes like, who showed up like last episode. He's just like a similarly aged dude who was on the thing and is just like, I'll probably get powers, whatever. He's chill. He's kind of he's kind of Shaggy like, and just goes like, she's probably going to talk to others, other power people, because she doesn't feel like she's safe here. She's just being a bitch. Sikawa is talking to I can't remember his superior officer's name, Ozawa, and says like, hey, so how do you deal with a teenage girl? And she's like, I have a lot of expertise in that. Really? Yeah, and she was like, yeah, I was a teenage girl. What the fuck? And she just talks about, like, all the experiences she had growing up. And she gives what is very gender traditional, probably, like, treat her like a glass vase of just, like, she is emotional, and if you jostle her too much, you'll break her. And it's just like, I understand what you're going for, buddy, but, like, a little outdated there. Not a big problem. It's not even it's not even like a problem. It is a thing that's there, Uh, but it does help some of the characters empathize and recognize the emotions of Mana. So who knows? Glasses Woman finds a woman, gets into another place, and Rio is on the mostly dead bed. A lot of just moving parts are happening. So one thing, Mana's hands are now doing that weird, gross thing that Rio's hands did whenever he was post gills. Ooh, what's going on with that? We'll talk about that in a moment. Ikawa and the family, the uncle, the cousin, Shoichi, all show up and they go like, "Hey, Mana, are you okay?" And Mana goes like, "I don't want them to see me like this." And so they just go like, "No." Right, Glasses Woman is hanging out with another power person, and she dies on the phone. Uh-oh, something's happening. Mana and the other teenage character are just having a friendly conversation while Mana's hands heal. Okay, something's going on here. We'll talk about that in a moment. But she goes like, "All right, cool. I can go talk to my family because I'm not gonna worry about them." And this Glasses Woman goes to the next person she was gonna try and sleep on their couch, and he's dead. And there's just a great moment of Mana and Shoichi having another one of their classic heart-to-hearts of just who they are, what the whole thing is, and Mana just going like, I was just kind of like, I didn't feel like I belonged, and I felt like I was intruding on their home. And Shoichi goes like, I think we all kind of feel like that, and we just got to build our home. As Hikawa, Taichi, and the uncle are all having a very hilarious conversation where the uncle's going like, "You know what? It's all Mana's fault. She's the one who run away." And it's just funny. It's just a way to break up the tension. And as Mana and Shoichi's conversation comes to a close, Uncle goes up to Mana and goes like, "Hey, I'm sorry. I probably... I don't know exactly what I did, but I feel like I did something wrong, and I want to apologize for that." And Mana goes like, no, I apologize. And it's just like a very nice, sweet, the family's back together, right? As Mana heads back to the meeting apartment, Glasses Woman shows up. She's possessed by something. What? We're not exactly sure. It's probably Omen Dude, And the Orca shows up to fight them. And they just start running away. And guess what? Hey, know what happens? Shoichi transforms into Agito to fight it. But he's not good enough. And you know how we tried to heal Rio earlier in the episode? Guess what? Motherfucking Wesley's up in this bitch. I'm making references to The Princess Bride if you weren't aware. He gets up and he transforms into Gills and he starts fighting, and that's the end of the episode. Hell yeah, buddy. Meanwhile, Glasses Woman is freaking the fuck out. So, what is all this about? Mana fundamentally cements her connection by understanding that the connection she thought she needed wasn't what she needed, but the connection she builds is, right? That even though she has her power, she's fundamentally able to build connections on her own, despite her dead father, despite being a seeming outsider to the family, despite her powers, all this kind of stuff. But she's able to connect to people, and she's connecting to the one teenage guy. She's able to connect to her uncle and all this kind of stuff, right? while Shoichi's brother-in-law is forcing connections, right? It's not natural. He's trying to bring back Ryo and forcing people to get powers. Mana is much more of a natural progression of these ideas. Also, some others are using their connections in toxic ways. The Glasses Woman is trash. She is just the kind of like, let me sleep on your couch, runs to other people with powers when things get rough to just protect herself, right? And when they die, is it her fault? Or is it just the fault of something else and she's just another victim in this? And she's also forced upon another connection where she gets possessed. But in the end, Ryo is able to come back on his own, right? Mana starts it, but Ryo is the one who has to wake up himself to help protect others. Shoichi is there to help protect others. And together, who knows what they're able to accomplish? They just gotta bridge their own connection. Again, this is a damn good episode. Agito just has damn good episodes. Just good television. Hit the floor. Camera, acting, action, music. Just great all around. Particular note, Mana, the actress for Mana, did an amazing job these last 2 episodes. Everyone did a great job, but I just wanted to mention Mana did a lot of good. A lot of plot being laid out. And hey, we are getting some answers, but there's still a lot of questions being asked. And I hope we get more answers next time. Once more, arise, Agito! We're talking about episode 33, and we jump back in with them trying to deal with the possessed Glasses Woman. And it turns out she's possessed by one of the unknown, but it's a very specific unknown. As it turns out, it is a female orca-styled one who happened to be the one creature who directed the ship that everybody was on at the beginning of the series. You know, the one that Shoichi was on and got capsized off of, all that kind of stuff. So, because of all that, Shoichi is shutting down. He is having PTS fucking D. He is not having a good time of it all. As Gills and G3X are trying to deal with it because Agito is like MIA. Like, we don't know where Agito is. We got to deal with the thing. They're not able to do it. It bounces away. Like, it fucks off. Gills is there and he's like, all right, cool. G3 hadn't caught up yet, so he henshins, right? And Hikawa shows up right in time to go like, oh shit! Gills is... I don't think he knows it's Gills. It's just another person like Agito. But we know it's Gills. Gills is that one dude who is trying to protect that one woman. He's pretty solid dude. He's been helping out this last couple times. Like, he didn't try to kill me this time. I don't... okay. Something's crazy going on. And Ryo gets caught up with Shoichi's brother-in-law again. They're going to have a conversation later on in the episode. But Hikawa adamantly defends Agito and Gills to, what's her name? I'll think of it in a moment. But adamantly defends them, going like, hey, if they are human, they're trying to protect people. Like, they are not the enemy. We are not going to fight them. And, like, he gets in her face. Gets very physical, very aggressive. And it's like, damn, dude. That's a new side of you we hadn't seen. And Shoichi is continuing his PTSD shutdown, kind of losing himself in a menial game just to kind of distract himself from what's been going on. As the brother-in-law tells Ryo, is like, hey, here's the situation, here's all the exposition that you didn't get because you were dead. So people have Agito seeds, they get powers, they might become an Agito. You currently are at that level. You died, I brought you back. So can you help us out, kind of thing. As Hojo is getting more and more like information, seeming like he's on the right path for a lot of different little things. as Omen dude and Glasses Girl, well, Glasses Girl, the thing possessing Glasses Girl, have a little bit of a little meeting to figure out their next steps as Shuichi continues his downward spiral. And it's just not good. It's just not good. He tries to confront it, to fight it, but he runs away, and he's just like, we beat the Agito, right? And Mana goes to check in on the one dude from the powerhouse, and he's like, "Yo, what's up?" And she sees Rio, and she's like, "Oh shit, you're the tough guy. We've ran into you before. Hey, Shoichi is going through some shit. Could you like be his bodyguard, protect him?" And he's like, "You know what? Yeah, I will. I will do that." But Shoichi is being a little headstrong, thinking he can brute force this emotional baggage he's currently facing. He goes to fight the male Orca unknown. He can handle that one fine, and all that kind of stuff. And he transforms into Agito right as Rio Gills comes in, and he goes like, "Oh my god, you're Agito. Okay." So him and Agito and the male Orca guy, they're fighting. Female Orca unknown shows up. Shuichi shut down, right? PTSD. And Rio goes like, "All right, cool. I know what to do." He jumps in and goes like, "Don't worry, I got this." He henchins into Gills. They now know each other's secret identities. Oh my god. We are 33 episodes in to this series, and now our main and secondary writers know who each other are. Holy shit, that's interesting. That's fascinating. But that's where the episode ends. And a lot of this episode is just kind of like reflecting on, you don't 100% know who another person is, right? Because Hikawa puts himself fucking out there for Agito and Gills. He's like, "No, motherfucker, these are people. They have a strange ability, sure, but that doesn't mean we should immediately attack them. That means that we should talk to them and communicate with them, because that's what you do with other people." And really just like, no, he gets physical with this, right? It is not a matter of, "Oh, maybe we can talk about it." He's like, "No, if you go after them, I am going to get fucking physical." Like, he is adamant. No, these guys are our friends. These guys are our allies. And it's very fascinating to see, like, because he's been teaming up with Agito the entire time, except, like, the once or twice where, like, things got out of control, right? Gills tried to kill him once, but this last time they were able to work together, he immediately keys in that, like, no, these guys are trying to save people. These are good men, and I'm not gonna let the police force treat these good men like common monsters, right? Gills is himself reawakening in new situations, reevaluating who the brother-in-law character is, reevaluating himself and his own internal struggles, and reevaluating Shoichi and Agito in this whole situation. And we are having to rethink Shoichi himself, because we've been thinking of him as this carefree cavalier dude who is able to put on the brave face when danger strikes, but now he's suffering through PTSD. He is not doing well, and like, part of you is going like, "Come on, man, fucking get over it," because you've seen him be the happy-go-lucky guy, the one who can like jump headlong into danger and everything. But you understand that PTSD isn't something you just get over, and you have to work through, you have to process it. But seeing all these different pieces going through these different things just shows how, like, this new level of understanding they now all have, they can come together and become a real team to really help people to the best of their ability. This was a damned good episode. A lot of setup, but we also get a lot of like resolution on some things, right? We resolve some of the aspects of Gills and Agito's relationship. We resolve Hikawa's misinformation about Gills and everything, so forth and yada yada. It hit the 4, it hit the action, it hit the cinematography, it hit the music, it hit... What was the other one? Cinematography, action... Acting's the fourth one. I'm trying to... I come up with the concept of the four, and then I don't remember it. That just shows who I am. And it's very fascinating to see, like, the unflappable Shoichi get flapped. And it's realistic, and it's understandable, and, like, it's not dwelled upon, you know? It's not like, oh no, this is going to completely change the character from now on. No, it's a bout of struggle, and we know he can get through it, but seeing him go through it it's nice to see him, I wouldn't say struggle, but, like, go through it, struggle, right? Grow as a character. And, of course, because it's always a big mystery, seeing more of the boat and the night of the accident is always going to be fun. So yeah, this was a damn good episode. What's going to happen in 34? Hey, yo! Is that an Agito? And is he a rising? Hey! We're talking about episode 34 of Kamen Rider Agito. We hop back in right after Gil's henshined up. He's trying to fight the female orca, and he's getting his ass beat. And so he looks at Shoichi and goes like, "Alright, we're running away. We're getting out of here. We can't do this, buddy." He transforms, and Gills and Shoichi have a moment of, like, conversation, talking to each other, and they go like, "Alright, so you're Gills? Yep. And you're Agito? Yep." And Ryo immediately grabs Shoichi's shirt and goes like, "Alright, did you kill her?" And Shoichi goes like, "No, I was trying to save her." He lets go immediately and goes like, "Alright, knowing knowing what I know of you right now as a human person, I can trust you. Like, I would, like, all the information made me think Agito would have done it, but now I know that you are behind the Agito mask. I know you wouldn't have done it. I trust you. We are good. We are copacetic. That we are essentially like bros in arms now, right?" But Shoichi falls down with his head in his hands as the guy that Mana was befriended at the powerhouse goes to talk to who was supposedly their boss, Mr. Kino, and the place is a goddamn wreck. As Ryo is trying to take care of Shoichi because he is just exhausted, bodied. He can't do anything. So he's just trying to help take care of him. Shoichi's trying to drink some water. Mana comes in and, like, he has another attack, and it's just like, yeah, he just has to fucking rest. He just has to deal with it. As the Mana friend gets started to be attacked by the female orca, Gills goes in to try and, like, do something. He can basically hold her back for like a minute as the guy escapes, and he has to fucking get out of there before he gets wrecked. Ikawa shows up to Shoichi and goes like, "Hey, Shoichi, what's up, my dude? Mana said you were here. How you feeling?" He's like, I'm feeling weak. I'm feeling bad." Hikawa's like, "Alright, yo, I got some fruit. You want some fruit?" And it's like, "Yeah. You know what? That actually sounds really good. Could you put some milk and sugar in it?" And he's like, I don't... Will you really be okay with this? It's like, "Yeah, sure. I don't give a shit right now." Honestly, that's what it felt like. It's played up much more for comedy, but to me, it just felt like Shoichi's just like, "I am exhausted. I feel like crap. I don't care. I just want to eat. It sounds good." They try to, he tries to mix it up. He can't handle it. Hikawa tries to do it, but again, he's clumsy. He makes a little bit of a mess, and Shoichi's just like, "God damn it, I guess I have to do it all myself." Power Dude is still being stalked by a new unknown creature, this time a praying mantis motherfucker. And everyone's alerted to the call. Hikawa's alerted, Gills is alerted, Shoichi is exhausted, lying in bed. The female orca shows up, and everybody's getting bodied. No one's having a good time against her. Right? As Mana is basically using Shoichi's garden and stuff to try and build him a bento box to build up his strength. Ryo's asking about the garden, goes like, yeah, damn, Shuichi has some like drive to him. Like it takes a certain amount of discipline to maintain a garden like this. I have some respect for him. However, Shuichi is feeling like he's not, like he's going through a certain step in his life, and he's like, hey, it's probably dangerous for me to be around you guys, so take care of my garden, Mana. And Mana's just like, this is kind of bullshit. I disagree with Shuichi. As Ryo goes over to fight the unknown, Mana heads over to Shuichi and goes like, hey, I think a lot of what you're going through, you're going to be able to get past it. So much so that I believe in you, and I have this box of food for you. And basically, she's able to encourage and say, like, Shuichi, you are stronger than this. You are good. You are a good guy, right? And Shuichi just finds the courage, eats her lunch, as Gills is struggling. Not struggling. He's fighting against the Mantis guy, as the female Orca is always looming. Right? It's not great. G3X shows up. They're able to take it on 2-on-2, but still, female Orca, she's a badass. She's kicking their ass. Shuichi fucking goes whole hog on that lunch. Finds the courage in himself. He finds this new drive. That's what Mana says. Mana says something very specific, and I was trying to say, remember what it was. That basically is like, you have been fighting for other people for so long. What would it be like if you fought for yourself? And he's like, yeah, I have been so selfless that I haven't had that drive of survival of my own. I'm fighting for myself, because not because she's dangerous for other people, but because she's dangerous to me, and I don't want her around anymore. And so he builds up the courage. He heads over to the fight. He's like, all right, motherfucker, Henshin, and gets a brand new belt and a brand new form. I don't know what it's called, but it's big, it's badass, it's red, and it's fucking full of fire. And he destroys the Mantis guy in one hit, and that is the end of our episode. Things are really fucking heating up, because all of our heroes have been placed in the extraordinary, right? Shuichi is now currently Agito, and he's been going through a PTSD episode, and coming through the other end with greater determination. Ryo has been placed into Gills and has had his heart broken twice now, and he still finds the strength and the courage to keep on fighting and keep on going. And Ikawa is G3X, a suit that he has fought tooth and nail to use so he can help and protect other people. All of them are shouldering this burden of power placed upon them. But they are all right now learning that there's three of them. They are not alone. They can lean on each other. They can help each other out. Ryu immediately accepts Shuichi. He's like, hey, I know who you are. Did you kill her? No. Alright, trust you. All of this makes sense. We're good. Shuichi is very much the same with Ryo. He's like, I'd have no reason to mistrust you. He trusts Hikawa implicitly. All this kind of stuff. Hikawa is still parsing out all of the information, right? Hikawa knows Ryo is Gills, and Shuichi knows Hikawa is G3X. But Hikawa doesn't know Shuichi is Agito. But I have a feeling that in the next episode or two, that is going to change. But despite all of that, he still places his trust in Shuichi and Ryo implicitly. He believes in Agito. He believes in Gills. And that's because in a fight, they have had his back before and will continuing. But fundamentally, Shuichi now allowing himself to fight for himself means that he can truly meet those other two at their level, where they are right now. because that's what they've been doing. Is Rio's been fighting for himself, fighting for his own reason for existence, and Hikawa has been fighting for the right to just be the hero that he's wanting to be, to help other people. And now Shoichi is fighting for his own survival, so he's meeting them at that level. And now they can lean on each other and help each other out into the future. This was a fucking damn good episode. Really good. Hit the floor. Action, acting, camera, music. All of them great. The new suit, it's amazing. It looks fantastic. The red, the texture on the red, it's organic without looking like alien. You know what I mean? Like, it's organic, but it still feels like a mystical armor, you know? And I love how the second Shoichi and Rio like learn who each other are, that they're both like these weirdo bug monster men, that they're immediately like, nope, we trust each other implicitly. We are going to lean on each other. We are going to help each other. That is what we're going to do. And Hikawa too, to a bit, right? Like, he doesn't know the whole situation, but he trusts them implicitly, and he sees Shoichi as a friend. Like an annoying friend, but he sees him as a friend and he wants to help him out. And on all of that, just seeing where they are all can be, could be, are, I cannot wait to see what happens next. You know what? It's time to bake some sourdough Agito. You know, because sourdough is a leavening agent and lets bread rise, you know, I'll rise Agito. Look, I come up with the fun jokes, you laugh at them, that's our deal. Do you get it? Do you understand? The last episode, Gills and Agito have officially broed up. They are compadres. They did the thing. Agito was able to rev himself up into a new form, and just what's gonna happen, I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Shoichi full on confronts the conductor of this PTSD, beats her ass, and Omen dude just fucking screams bloody murder, fucking Agito. And we kind of enter in, I hate to say it's like a back to status quo, but it is kind of back to status quo. Of Rio is kind of doing his thing. Shoichi's kind of like slipping back into the family. Hikawa is just being Hikawa, working on G3, all that kind of stuff. There's a great moment between Rio and Mana. Rio just reassuring her is like, hey, Shoichi's a pretty strong dude. He's my friend now. We're bros. Okay? Like, I ain't gonna leave him behind. But he's better now. He's probably gonna head back to your place. Amana's like, alright, cool. Yeah, thank you for that. She goes back there, and Shoichi is just immediately like, hey, so here's, like, he's telling the others to clean. They're doing a deep clean. It's like Shoichi trying to get a lot of that negative energy out of himself. And Mana's just like, this is the Shoichi I know. And immediately offers to start helping. Hikawa and the crew are kind of discussing what's been going on, of like, oh, Agito and Gills, they're doing this. We're working with them. They're pretty cool dudes, right? And Hojo pops in and goes like, hey, what's up, motherfuckers? I've been doing some research, you know? And that kind of thing. And basically kind of like planting the seeds. He's already figured some things out, and he's planting seeds for Hikawa himself to find, right? And as Rio is traveling along, another Agito seed gets hit by an unknown. Okay? Rio sees it, he goes to try and help, and another dude, who looks like he just straight up walked out of a John Woo Matrix flick, just walks up and goes like, she'll live, but she needs to go to the hospital ASAP. Like, badass motherfucker, right? Basically, Hojo interjecting in the conversation, planting those seeds. He starts asking Hikawa some more questions off to the side, going like, hey, could you give me some more information what happened on the boat that one time? And he's like, yeah, sure. And he starts relaying it, all this kind of stuff. And he goes like, why are you asking? Does this have something to do with the unknown? And he's like, yeah, several. And it's like, and basically, Hojo's already put this together. Hikawa is putting it together that the boat and the unknown situation are linked. So Hikawa's starting to pick up the pieces, and goes to start investigating. As we head to the hospital, Ryo and Mystery Man are bringing in the girl. Mystery Man is lying through his fucking teeth over and over again to make sure this girl gets the help she needs. Good on him, you know. And the doctors say, like, hey, this is going to be a very risky operation, all this kind of stuff. She'll have to be operated on, so on and so forth. So Mystery Man just walks up and goes like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to do surgery on her. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know you. You're not a doctor at this hospital. You're not scrubbed up. I'm prepared. No, you're a random fuckhead. And Mystery Guy goes like, alright, cool. Punches him in the gut, gets washed up to do surgery, starts doing surgery, is excellent at it, one of the best people to do surgery, as the doctor he knocked out and what I imagine the head of the department come bum rushing into the operation room after they finished up, everything's done and stitched up, and all the nurses and all the assistant doctors go like, yo, where did you get that guy? He was amazing. Like, we got it done in, like, record time. And the surgeon goes like, what the fuck is going on here? And his department head goes like, I know who you ran into. He's one of the best doctors in the world. But the surgeon goes like, why haven't I ever heard of him? Well, he had his license revoked. Kind of evoking Blackjack, the classic manga character, you know? And we get a little bit of a flashback of Mystery Man, of him and what we'll find out is his brother in a snowy embankment as he gets a call to do a couple more surgeries. And it turns out that, like, he's a special case, call in case of emergency kind of guy. As Ryo has a great conversation with the dude that hang out that's about like Mana's age, who's part of the unknown situation, part of the Akatsuki. And Ryo's going like, okay, so what are you doing here? And he goes like, well, I want to be like you. I want to harness this power and become like an Agito. And he goes like, so what are you going to do with that power? Oh, I'm going to get revenge on all the people who bullied me, all this kind of stuff. And Ryo's just like, yeah, sure, bud. Yeah. You know, as he kind of keeps an eye on him as he tries to get in contact with Mr. Kino again, the guy who's been leading the members of the Akatsuki. He gets got by a fish man who straight up just reminds me of Mesogog from Power Rangers Dino Thunder. Dino Fury? Dino Fury. That one. Whatever. Gills transforms, tries to fight him off. He does okay, but he gets the transformation knocked out of him. When Mr. Mystery shows up, that's Mr. Kino. Okay. And he henshins into this Sky Rider looking motherfucker. And just goes like, fuck you. Not a super ton of thematic stuff. It is kind of leaning back into status quo and everything. But it is showing that, like, multiple different people are taking multiple different paths to reach the same goal. And that ultimate goal is to fundamentally protect other people. Hikawa is doing the G3, doing all that kind of stuff. He's recognizing that, like, hey, I don't have the same power and ability as Agito and Gills, but I can still fight, still help. Agito is, like, recognizing that I gotta take care of myself as just as much as I gotta take care of other people, and that is the way I can help be a good hero. And Ryo is all like, yo, I understand now how to help people. And ultimately, it's just the three are kind of figuring out that they can trust each other, right? But what will happen now that you've thrown in a fourth? This is just a lot of setup for the future. we've gotten to a cool place, like a really interesting like status quo for Shoichi and Ryu. And now we're just on to the next step. Of course, hit the floor, acting, action, camera, music, all of this kind of stuff. And just from this episode, I'm really enjoying Kino so far. He seems like a very, like, no-nonsense, badass kind of character. It's really interesting. It's really cool, and I cannot wait to see how he interacts with the rest of the crew. Another Agito arrives. Hey, it's 36. We're fucking trucking along, yo. Because last time we saw Mr. Kino turn into a brand new, I think that the whole forms of them are Agito as in terms of power. And I'm pretty sure he is just called another Agito. But he defeats the little creature that they were going up against, and we get a brand new opening theme. I like the visuals. The visuals are cool. I don't like the music itself. I like the first one a little bit better because I like the rockier guitars. The new one isn't bad. I just prefer it to have a little bit more of an edge. And we basically get a moment where Rio, Kino, and Teenage Dude are all kind of having like a little get together, just talking about, okay, so what's going on. Mr. Kino goes like, yeah, so I've been out of commission because I've been going through immense pain becoming another Agito, right? And they're just kind of trying to figure out what the plan could be, what's going to happen going forward, right? He gets a call saying like, hey, we got a big dangerous surgery. We need you to do something under the books for us. And then as he's about to head out, he gets another one, and it's 2 surgeries at once. Oh man, danger time. As the Teenage Dude talks to Rio and goes like, hey Rio, you know how I said last time I wanted revenge, and you kind of like said am I sure about that? I'm changing my mind. I wanna use these powers to protect people. And Rio's just like, yo, my dude, fucking A, hell yeah, good on you. Right? As Soichi is just having wholesome family hijinks. And we cut to the surgery, and we get a lot of like just information on Mr. Kino and everything. And okay, first things first. Major, like, what the fuck are you doing, Agito? He decides that there's no time to do one surgery then another, so he's just gonna do both of the surgeries at the same time? Sir, that is unhygienic. You need to scrub down for every person. You're a surgeon, you know this. But it's dumb, but it makes it look impressive. And we get a little bit more information on his backstory. His younger brother died while they were in the snowstorm, and his arm got extreme frostbite. As such, they transplanted the younger brother's arm onto him, meaning that he does not have 100% full capacity of his extremities, I assume. So he lost his medical license, but he is able to. He was still such a good surgeon that even him broken is better than most. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting off of him. But he is angsty and tormented about letting his brother down, all this different kinds of things, right? As we get some more Hikawa and the G3 crew just kind of like talking, discussing things. Hikawa's putting some brain blats together, right? As the Shoichi family crew is about to have a cake. Uh-oh, monster attack. Shoichi goes like, nope, I gotta go handle this. Him and Gills are in the same location, and they both henching up. They try to beat off the creature, and guess what? Agito is able to do it perfectly well with his new form. They de-hension. They go like, yo, dude, what's up? We worked really good together. We got him. We did it. We're being superheroes. We're on the same level. Everything's good. everything's copacetic. Fun back and forth, but Mr. Kino is off to the side going like, this is kind of bullshit. As Shuichi heads off, his bike starts to break down. I wonder if this was sabotage. He starts trying to deal with it on the side of the road. Mana comes up and goes like, "Hey, Shuichi, was it a monster?" "Yeah, it was a monster. It's all taken care of. We're all good." And she's like, "Oh, thank God." "What's up with the bike?" "I'm just trying to fix it." When Mr. Kino shows up and helps him do a little bit of roadside maintenance, he does an actual real trick with a spark plug. Because what happened is there was carbon deposits on the spark plug. It wasn't able to spark. So he burned them off with a lighter, plugged it back in. It was able to spark up like nothing. And it's like, oh, yeah. And Shuichi's just like, yo, dude, you're so fucking badass. This is so cool. Thank you. When he accidentally, like, touches Mana a little bit, Mana, with her, like, telepathy, empathy kind of powers, immediately goes like, oh, this man is bad news. He is no good. And Shuichi touches her shoulder and goes like, Mana, you are ice cold. Like, something's wrong. Oh no. As Hikawa is doing a little snooping, he's doing a stake out of Mr. Kino's place. And Hojo shows up and goes like, hey, we gotta... the unknown are doing a lot of human-like things. We gotta figure out what's going on. These people possibly have unknown ability, like Agito abilities. We need to figure things out. And Hojo is like uppity about it, but he's also like, hey, Hikawa, you need to know this. The character development on Hojo has been very, very subtle and very, very insignificant, but it has been happening, and that's really cool. Mr. Kino has some more nightmares about his angst and everything. As the teenager Akatsuki guy that's been hanging around is like burning up. He is just having a really bad fever. He's under a cold shower, and Mr. Kino sees him and goes like, "What are you doing?" And he goes like, I'm burning up. I think I'm about to Agito. And that's when Mr. Kino fucking yanks him and tries to drown him, going like, I'm the only Agito we need. And it's like, uh-oh, things are bad. He runs out. Gil shows up. Thank God. Coincidence, sure. But he goes like, Mr. Kino's trying to kill me. What? And we kind of end the episode with the teenager guy on the back of Gil's motorcycle as Kino transforms into another Agito, transform his bike, which we all know that is a feat of Agitoism. Like, oh shit, he's a powerful Agito. And that's where the episode ends. Just what is power for? Because fundamentally, our heroes want to protect people. Hikawa, Shoichi, Ryo, they see that they have the ability to protect people, that people are in danger, and they see it as their responsibility to go out and protect them. And ultimately, anybody who tries to acquire that power without that understanding of responsibility fundamentally fail at it in a certain way. Hojo is a big example of this. He wanted the power not necessarily to help other people, but to prove how good he is, how good of a cop he is. And like, that's never gone away. He's even now investigating mostly to kind of get back at the G3 crew of like, I'm going to solve this case before you because I'm smarter than you and you guys are idiots. And yeah, he's letting Hikawa in on the information he's gathering, but that's partially just because Hikawa needs to make moves so Hojo can get more information and everything. Right? And Kino himself, at the beginning, seemed very, very heroic, very kind and cool dude, right? Helping it, like, doing the cool surgeries, helping out Gills, helping out the teenager, being the leader of the Akatsuki and trying to keep them away from the unknown's prying eyes. and even helping Shuichi out on the middle of the road. But there's something underneath it that is eating away at him. Because when he's presented with people with other powers, Jesus, I'm jumping all over the place. Why? Jesus. He responds that he's the only one that should be existing in this form, and that no one else can bring back his brother. And I have a feeling that this is just mostly a giant guilt response, or a belief not in the responsibility of power, but in its curse of power. This was a damn good episode. A lot of cool stuff to deal with, a lot of cool stuff to see. Again, it hits the four: camera, acting, action, and music. And hey, Mr. Kino's kind of a dick. He's still an interesting character. I'm still fascinated by what he is, what he can do, what might lead off from what he's doing. And I cannot wait to see what happens next time. Agito Auto Parts. That's a dumb joke. Hey, it's episode 37. Fucking Kino's on the tail of Mashira and Rio, who fucking gonna kill him. How are they gonna get out of this one? Because they do get cornered. They get cornerinoed. Jesus. So you know what Rio does? He transforms. He henshins to fucking beat his ass. But Kino is, to quote Buster, a little too Kino. If you don't know who Buster is, they're a friend of mine. We do a podcast together. Yeah, just Buster. It's not exactly the same thing, but Mashira, the teenage, fucking Agito Seed dude, it's not a one-to-one thing, but he does remind me of Buster, of just like that younger guy just going like, yeah, you know what, I want to, the world, right? He wants something from the world, he wants to grab it, and he's not sure how. As we see Hojo and Hikawa continuing their little tete-a-tete, just figuring out what... Hojo's trying to figure out what Hikawa knows, and Hikawa is just like, I'm Golden Retriever puppy dog. I'm just trying to do good hero shit. When it is heard that people are in danger of some possible unknown, and it turns out to be Kino and Rio having their fight, they get there just enough time for Hikawa to see the silhouette of Kino himself doing some fighting, and Hikawa's like, oh my god, that's Agito. Holy shit. While Rio and Mashira are able to get away in enough time, but there's witnesses now, so Kino de-henshins, and it's like, oh, is this man Agito? Hikawa starts having a conversation with him as we get a fun little comedy scene. It's interesting how Shuichi is the comic relief side character and the main character all at the same time. It's a little funny, you know? But they're trying to build up a new garden, which, A, is a funny scene, but B, is also just kind of indicative of, A, Shuichi's kind of like replanting his seeds, is going like, I'm not going anywhere, but it's also like, metaphorically, he's planting the seeds of the teamwork and the camaraderie he's going to have with Rio and Hikawa going on to the future, of the friendship and trust that they've grown in each other, you know what I mean? As a counter to that scene, the counter to that symbolic planting of seeds and growth imagery, we have Hikawa and Kino's kind of being cagey, bad faith, just not a good dude, kind of like gaslighting Hikawa, going like, yeah, no, I totally fight bad guys, and I'm Agito. Yeah, sure, I'm all that. And Hikawa is a trusting guy, so he just buys it. As we see the aftermath of Rio and Kino's fight, Rio got fucking punched in the heart, in the chest. But we see Rio struggling in pain. Mashura is just trying his best to keep him healthy. As Hojo goes like, "All right, hey, police chiefs. I know last time we said, hey, we could get Agito. This time I'm pretty sure because we have learned new information that Agito can turn into a human. So if we catch him as a human, he won't be as strong." And the police chiefs go like, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. And Hojo gets shitty and grin, of course. Hikawa starts to have a conversation with Ozawa about, hey, Kino might be Agito. And she's like, here's the thing, buddy. I actually pay attention to the show. He's not. I have a feeling he's not. I'm going to humor you a little bit. So why don't we set up a little meeting for me to talk to him? As Mashura heads to Shoichi because he knows Shoichi can probably help. He didn't head to Shoichi. He headed to Mana because he's like, Mana, you held on once before. Can you do it again? And she's like, I don't think so. And Shoichi's just like, oh my god, my new buddy is hurt? As we get the physical embodiment of the Showa era showing up, a weird little lizard creature comes in and does the little bubble thing from the first Kamen Rider season. Oh, that's cute. That's a fun little throwback. We're at the restaurant with Hikawa and Ozawa. As Kino calls in and goes like, bitch, motherfucker, you said that you were going to be alone. You brought someone? Nah, I ain't doing this. You fucking owe me a favor now. And Ozawa basically points at Hikawa and goes like, that. We have run into Agito several times already. He has helped us. He has never once asked for a favor. And the minute he is inconvenienced, this man wants a favor. That guy ain't Agito. Fucking ain't Agito. And Hikawa's like, fuck. You know what? That's pretty fucking valid. That's pretty fucking valid. Alright, I'm gonna keep an eye on this. So I was like, fuck yeah, you are. Fuck yeah, you are. As Hojo and the Kamen Rider, they're figuring out how to do the whole thing with the Capture Agito program. As we get a call from Mr. Kino, he has to head to a hospital to do a surgery. It's a dude who has like a very intense chest injury. He has to go and do surgery, right? And it turns out that guy is Rio. Because Shoichi heard all that and it's like, oh, we need to take this man to a hospital. Because he's the responsible adult, you see. And as he meets Shoichi and he says like, oh, this is Rio Ashira. Fuck yeah, I get to kill him. Hell yeah. So he goes into surgery and Kino is about to start surgery on him as that lizard monster starts attacking again. Shoichi's like, yo, monster. Mana and Mashura are like, yo, dude, fucking take care of it, dude. Take care of the monster. We know the Agito shtick. It's a fun fight. It turns out there's two lizard guys, so he can only beat one this episode. He has to beat the other one later. You know, early season kind of stuff. As he continues to burn through the lava crust on him, he becomes a shining, gleaming version of burning. I don't know if this is a different form or if it's like true burning or something. I'll have to look it up. I didn't, because I want this to be a little bit raw. Just for you. Sometimes you gotta eat some raw veggies. As he beats one of the lizard creatures, he heads off because the other one ran away. He dehensions, and that's when all the police surround Shoichi, and he's like, what's going on here? And Kino has that evil grin beneath the medical mask as he is about to commit the moida on Rio. Fundamentally, the last few episodes have all been about like, oh, the crew, like, our heroes are finally starting to, like, see each other eye to eye and communicate and become, like, a cohesive unit. And what this episode's really demonstrating is how just one bad actor can just ruin good communication, right? Because our heroes are trying to be good people. Rio wants to be a good guy. He wants to use his cursed power for good. Shoichi's just a good, kind guy. And Hikawa's like, yo, I wanna help save people, right? They want to help each other to protect others, right? But the one rusty gear of Kino is just ruining the whole thing because of his like selfish desires and his like want to monopolize of power and his abuse of power and all these different kinds of things fundamentally shows that to be a true hero, to be a good hero, one must operate in good faith, right? But Kino tells half-truths and lies of omission to get what he wants. Hikawa says like, "Oh, you're Agito," and he goes like, "Yeah, sure, I fought with you." He lets Hikawa believe his own lies instead of being a good man and telling the truth. And fundamentally, that also leads into him wanting power for him and him alone, because a good actor will always try to defeat a bad actor. This was a really good episode. Jesus, Ryo cannot catch a fucking break. He is always hurt. He is always injured. This man needs a doctor 24/7. Please and thank you. Give this man a couple of ibuprofen. He deserves them. Hikawa, you fucking himbo. Those silhouettes are completely different. That in no way looks like the Agito you have fought with several times before. Get it together, sir. Because, like, Jesus Christ. At least Ozawa is getting your head on straight and, like, going like, you dumbass. That's not how Agito acts. And he's like, oh shit, you're right. I do really like the more civilized burning form. The shining brilliant, the shining burning, the bright burning, shin burning, or true burning, or whatever. It's really good. I like the kind of white greebly area on it, you know? And hey, as always, this episode hit the 4. It feels like we're kind of in a status quo of like, our 3 heroes are trying to deal with Kino, and Kino's playing like chess against all 3 of them. And I feel like that could be a status quo of like 10, 15 episodes in and of itself. But looking at how many episodes we have left, it feels like it is a status quo, but it's also ramping up to something really cool. And I cannot wait to see how that turns out. Agito, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? That was a Bad Boys joke. I haven't seen the movie. It's a recent come out thing. I don't know why. Sometimes you just come up with a joke and you just gotta go with it. Just like Hojo with his theory on who Agito is at the beginning of this episode. Because we hit back right when Shoichi is surrounded by the Pololisi officers. And they're going like, freeze, you're Agito. And he takes off his helmet and Shoichi goes like, yo, what's up? Hey, what's up, Hojo? What's going on, Hojo? And Hojo is like, first taken aback. He's like, Shoichi? No. But everything lines up. It has to be him. Hey, can we take you into questioning? And Shoichi's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. Right? As Mana and Mashura are in the waiting room for Ryo because they're friends with him, and we are in the surgery room, the operating room, as Kino is trying to murder Ryo. His arm refuses to cooperate with going through with it. And remember, this is the arm of his younger brother that got transplanted onto him because his younger brother died and his arm had frostbite throughout it. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Arm, you're supposed to do what I want. And he is so loud, and I guess because this is just horrible, this show does not know how to do medical drama right. Ryo, who's supposed to be under heavy anesthetic, wakes up, sees Kino's about to kill him. He's like, fuck this shit. Starts running. Doesn't even take out an IV, which you're not even able to do. He just starts running. He runs into Mana and Mashura, and he's like, fuck you. You almost got me killed. Fuck. As Hikawa and Ozawa have more conversation of like what is Agito, the nature of it, and they're and basically because they know of gills, Ozawa just basically goes like, what if more than one Agito can happen? And I was like, fuck. I put my trust in him way too soon. Fuck, what if he's Agito? Shit. And now, again, this is my only gripe with Agito is what the fuck is up with your hospitals, Agito? Your patient runs out in the middle of surgery. No questions, no nothing. Kano can just walk away. No questions asked. Okay, he's on his motorcycle, and the dude, Shoichi's brother-in-law, right? Who's been hanging out with Omen guy, hasn't hung out with him in a while, comes up and goes like, hey, so, you're an Agito. And I was like, yeah. So you need to, like, protect people. And Kino's like, fuck you, I do what I want. And it's like, oh shit. Shuichi is being interrogated by Hojo and another member of the police. It seems to be like some kind of psychiatrist. And we're going to cut back to that several times. As Mashira and Ryo are in the warehouse from way earlier on in the beginning of the season, just trying to take care of Ryo as much as he can. And a lot of little things happen. So first things first, the one lizard monster finds Mashira and is about to attack him. Hikawa gets the call, goes to Sheath 3, goes to fight and protect him. Kino shows up, henshins. Okay, because Hikawa's had a little bit of like I'm not sure if he's Agito, could be Agito, could be not. He's taking all the information into consideration. He sees him transform and goes like, you're not Agito. Not dipshit. And Kino is brutal and violent in a way that Agito normally isn't, and that's really what tips Hikawa off. And he goes like, yo, what the fuck is going on, bro? You're not Agito. Who are you? We don't get to see the answer to that immediately as we cut back to the interrogation, and Shuichi basically goes like, yo, I'm Agito. I ain't lying. All the kind of stuff. As Kino heads away from Hikawa, and we get some deep, cruel bits with Shuichi as he's going under hypnotherapy, because they do trust that he's Agito, but he can't give them any like real definitive answers, and they're like, okay, he's Agito, we just got to figure out some things. So they hypnotize him. He goes into thinking about what was going on with the Akatsuki, the ferry that he was on, and it's a lot of little information about his sister, like confirmation that the Akatsuki definitely has something to do with the unknown and the Agito stuff, all this kind of stuff. And so Hojo, high on his own shit, believing I just fucking cracked this thing wide open, goes to brag about it to Ozawa. And Ozawa's like, okay, yeah, sure, I figured that out like episodes ago. I'm smart and intelligent. Shoichi keeps showing up. Like, all those things. Yeah, no, duh, of course. And Hojo just is like, no, that's not the exact scene. But basically, let me rephrase what I said. Hojo, that's the tone, but Hojo comes in and goes like, I know who Agito is. And Ozawa's just like, yeah, you do? Cool for you, I guess. What, you don't you want to know who Agito is? And Ozawa just fucking pie-face him and goes, it's Shoichi. And Hojo's just like, how the fuck did you know that? What? And it's just great because Ozawa, I have a feeling, to me, feels like she had a feeling it was Shoichi, and Hojo's reaction just like confirms it, and it's just like, I had a feeling, but you just made it 100% certain. Can I go talk to him? And I was just like, I mean, yeah. I don't know what you're gonna do. So Ozawa goes to Shoichi. He wakes up. She goes like, so you're Agito? And he's like, yeah, I'm Agito. Alright, cool. Hikawa's in trouble. Can you go help him? And he's like, yeah, sure. I can go do that. and they bust out of the interrogation because Hojo's like, no, he's under interrogation. We gotta fucking contain him. And Ozawa was just like, kick you in the nuts. They head out. They're going to go help Hikawa and Mashira from Kino and the lizard guy, right? And Kino's fighting the lizard guy. Kino's being an asshole because of course he is. And Shurishi shows up, transforms, he starts running. It's Agito versus Agito time. And like I said last time, the last episode was all about like how bad faith can ruin good communication. This episode is very much about like how good faith can overcome it, and how being a good actor definitely defeats being a bad actor. Because Kino shows all of his true colors. He shows off his anger, his aggression, his duplicity, all those different kinds of stuff. And fundamentally, I think even shows a little bit of his true self to himself, with the fact that like a lot of this is just bravado. A lot of it's anger, a lot of it's grief, because he's not allowed, he can't bring himself to kill Ryo, right? And Hikawa realizes he's not the Agito, you know. Shuichi's open kindness takes Hojo back. Like, all, like, good beings being good dudes helps the situation all out. Like, good actors overcome bad actors. Ozawa helping Shuichi out. Mashira? I've been calling him Mashira. It's Majima. But, like, even Majima's earnestness to help out and, like, take care of Ryo, even though Ryo is, like, pissed off at him. It's like, yeah, no, he's a good dude. He's a good actor. He's trying to do good. Because the series is not just about, like, teamwork and coming together, because you can just get that in any Sentai. It's about how people with the fundamental same goal of wanting to do good can work together. And Kino is proof of the opposite of how you can seemingly want to do good, but if you don't have true goodness in your heart, if you're wanting to do good because you want to get praised, you're not doing good for the right reason. If you want to do good to have power over people, you're not doing good for the right reason. This was a damned good episode. And why did it have to end right before the fight, before I could watch the next one? Hikawa definitively redeemed some dumbass points this episode. And it's funny looking at Ryo's injury, because this is like a baseball-sized bruise on his chest. And that doesn't look that bad, especially when you've watched some wrestlers wrestle with torn pecs. It's fucking brutal. But yeah, this episode hit the 4, of course. And at this point in time, when has an episode not hit the 4, you know? I'm still feeling Kino out as a character, because, like, that one scene where he can't bring himself to kill Ryo, it feels very much like he's not an out-and-out bad guy. But I think we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens next. You know what Agito's gonna do? He's gonna get right up. He's gonna walk into that office. He's going to give a very firm handshake, and he is going to ask for a raise. That's the joke. We're coming back from last episode. Shuichi has transformed to Agito. He is about to fight some Kino. They have a clash, so to speak, while Ryo and Majima are running away. And in that clash, Kino gets away because he gets woken up first, essentially. And this is when the episode kind of branches off into 3, but one branch is very much definitively the trunk of the tree. We'll get to that in a minute. But basically, Shuichi does what Shuichi does. He goes like, alright, cool, I showed up, tried to help someone, did okay, monster got away, time to go back home, do my thing. That's kind of Shuichi's story this episode. He shows back up at the end to fight the monster and Kino again, but we'll get to that in a moment, because it's a little bit more relevant for our next guy, because Ryo ran away from the situation. He was trying to get away, trying to stay safe. He's still injured. when Shuichi's brother-in-law shows up and goes like, hey, this is gonna suck, my dude, but there's no doctor who can heal him right now. He is on death's door, and the only way to save him is to give up your Agito seed so that he may live. And having learned the lessons of power and heroism from Rio and all this different kinds of stuff, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna give it up. And then a little Omen dude, but dressed in white, shows up. And he's like, yo, what's up? I'm gonna fall into you, Rio. And like, he's stabilized. He's not good yet, but he's stable. I was like, okay, this is fucking weird. And meanwhile, Majima also tries to, after that, Majima tries to contact Mr. Kino and goes like, hey, I don't have the power anymore. Can you not be a dickhead? And Kino's like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna be a dickhead. And Majima's like, alright, whatever. And he goes to check up on Rio, and Mr. Kino goes like, you fucking idiot, I followed you, I'ma kill him. Mr. Kino, what the fuck, my dude? Bro, chill. Ain't that serious, man. But he does all the things to try and kill Rio. He's chasing them and everything, blah 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 blah. He gets him kind of cornered. And that's when Hikawa shows up to try and help, and that's when Shuichi comes in and tries to help, and like they're trying to hold off Kino as best they can, but Kino is fucking strong, and that's when Rio gets that last little bit of strength after Shuichi is de-henshin, and he's like, fuck you, I have been baptism under the waters of heroism, and I'm gonna come up, and I'm gonna be Gills, and I'm gonna have a new form. And meanwhile, all throughout this episode, we have been following Hikawa, kind of underlying what is like a major theme of this arc, which is good faith heroism and knowing who the person is and what makes a good man, what makes a good hero, all these different kinds of things. Because he's like, okay, Mr. Kino ain't Agito, but Ozawa, you know who Agito is. Who's Agito? And Ozawa was kind of like, she hems, she haws. He's like, yeah. What do you think of Shuichi? And Hikawa was like, what the fuck are you on about? We're talking about Agito. You dense motherfucker. And she's like, no. Real quick, honestly, what do you think of Shuichi? And he goes like, he's a nice enough dude. He's kind of a little bit of an airhead, but like he's fine. But tell me about this great hero who tries to help and save everyone, Agito. And she's like, okay, you know what? You're not getting it. Agito, you know who Agito. You know Agito. You know who he is in real life. You just need to talk to him. He is a good man. He is a good hero. And Hikawa is like, okay. Good man, good hero. I know him. I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed when I find out who it is. Guess another thing was always said. You know what? You know who I'd be really disappointed by? And he goes to Hojo and says like, "Are you Agito?" And I was just like, whoa. I'm not Agito. Why do you think I'm Agito? And Ozawa was like, oh, because Ozawa said, oh, I'd be disappointed at who Agito would be, but he's like still like a good man and a hero and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, Hojo's like, yeah, no, I'm not Agito, but she's right. You'll be a little disappointed. Hey, real quick, what do you think about Shuichi? And Hikawa's like, second time this day, why does everybody keep bringing him up? You dense mother fucker. What is wrong with you? But as Hikawa was trying to figure this out, he's going like, you know what? Maybe Shuichi will have some answers for me. And Shuichi, Hikawa goes to Shuichi's place, and he's just going like, I don't know. I'm trying to like, my friends know who Agito is. I'm just trying to figure out who Agito is. And all this kind of stuff because I think he's a really cool dude and he's a hero. He's probably like real super badass. And Shuichi's like, oh shit, he's gonna be really disappointed when it's me. But he's also getting buttered up, and it's a great, hilarious, gag-filled little bit. And that's when, hey, guess what? Shit starts going down. Monster attack. Rio's in trouble. Uh-oh. Okay, but Shoichi runs off, like he normally does. Hikawa doesn't think anything of it because he is a dense motherfucker. He gets Shoichi's on his bike. Hikawa like gets the call, like, oh, you need to G3 up. It's like, alright, cool. He fucking rides up behind Shoichi and goes like, hey, yo, dude, be careful, you're almost speeding, bro. It's like, yeah, okay, cool, I'll yeah. It's like, alright, cool, see you in a bit. And we have the big fight with Mr. Kino. Of Hikawa, he tries to fight. Kino gets his gun off of him. He's just wrecking floor. Agito shows up. He's able to handle it a little bit better, but he gets knocked out and dehensioned. And that's when Hikawa sees it, Shoichi, and goes like, son of a bitch. I'm a dense motherfucker. And the episode, again, ends with Gills getting a new form of true heroism, but also baptized in the blood of pain and suffering. All this kind of stuff. Fundamentally, this arc is, again, asking what makes a hero, what makes a good faith hero, what does it take, all these different kind of things. And Hakan was really tackling with that question, because he thought Kino was Agito, and he was like, oh, he's badass, he's respectable, and all this different kind of stuff. Oh, it turns out he's an asshole, and now he's asking just who is Agito, what is Agito, and that kind of thing. And others are trying to change his mind on what it could be, because Ikawa's like, no, he's right upstanding, he's fucking prim proper, he's badass motherfucker, and everyone's going like, hey, what do you think about Shoichi? And it's just like, trying to go like, no, goodness and heroism can come from goodwill and good intent, like Shoichi, and not necessarily like a pure drive to fight evil kind of thing. And on that same level, Rio is in trouble, but he's being helped by Majima, who learned this lesson, who learned how to be a hero and truly understands power and that responsibility that goes in hand with it, and gives it up. He's willing to give up this power in order to save another person, in almost direct opposition to what Kino has been basically doing. And again, much like Hikawa didn't understand when everyone was going like, hey, what about Shoichi? Kino doesn't understand the lessons that the universe is trying to teach him. He is being a bit of a dick. This was a really good episode. Like always, it hits the 4. Gills has a new form. It looks cool so far. We're going to see a bit more of it in the next episode. No, there's some theming and elements from Rio and Water. I already kind of touched it a little bit, but we'll get more into those and the thoughts on the next episode next time. Hey, you know what? Arise. This episode's kind of like broken up into 2 halves, so we'll talk about the first half first and the second half second. You know, like how linear time works. So first things first, we resolve the fight from last episode. Neo Gills, Shin Gills, whatever he is called, is fighting Kino. He has him on the ropes. He's about to kill this motherfucker. When Shoichi's like, yo, dude, you don't need to kill him. He like, we've beaten him, that's enough. And it's like, alright, cool. He releases him, all that kind of stuff. And that's when he falls into the river. And Rio gets it like a hair up his ass. It's like, no, that's not the end of this. And he goes in after him, much like how he was saved from the river. He brings Mr. Kino, puts him in the bed, lets him rest. Mr. Kino wakes up and says like, so what's the deal here, huh? Why'd you save me? And Rio basically goes like, hey, I did it because I thought I did it because I thought I should. That's what a real hero does. Kind of like, just really signposting the themes I'm talking about these few episodes. But also just showing like how he's grown as a character and kind of a little bit of a humiliation on Kino, so to speak. Meanwhile, Hikawa is just going, Shoichi, this doofy ass motherfucker, is Agito, one of the few people I respect the most in my life. Fuck. Right? And everyone's kind of like trying to go like, hey, dude, you're putting a lot of expectations on him. That's a little unfair. And he's just going like, but he's goofy. Even Hojo goes like, yeah, it is what it is. You can't fix it. It's not, you know, Shoichi is Shoichi. And eventually Hikawa and Shoichi have a conversation, and Hikawa's like, yo, so are you the badass hero I think you are? And Shoichi's like, no, I just help because I can, and I just go and do the best I can. And Hikawa's just like, God damn it. And there's a goofy scene of just like Shoichi being calm and delicate, trying to eat some chestnuts that he roasted, and Hikawa not being able to, breaking it in his hand because he's very high strung, and going like, but you don't even, we can eat the skins, and just puts a handful in his mouth in a very, very slapstick fashion. Guess what? Monster attacks. You know, like how every episode that happens. And for the first time, we got open and conscious teamwork from G3 and Agito. Ooh, that's interesting. At first, they're bickering, kind of like, for some reason, Hikawa can't remember a 3-digit code to open up his Gatling gun, and Shoichi's like, yo, dude, I fucking remember what it is. And it's like, hold on, no, fuck off. It's my gun. And eventually, they're able to deploy it, but the monster gets away, and Shoichi's like, hey, you want to work together? And I was like, alright. So Shoichi gets his motorcycle surfboard, he gets it all ready, he's surfing around, chasing after the monster, and Hikawa's on the back with the Gatling gun going like, surprise, bitch. Meanwhile, also, small plot, Hojo's continuing his investigation. He finds a letter directed or written by Shoichi that seems weird, criminating, and damning in some strange way. But Hikawa has come to like understand that, yeah, Shoichi is Agito, but he can be a little disappointed. He has a little disappointment for a treat. And then we have, after Mana reads the weird, incriminating letter from that Hojo found, we have a little bit of a weird scene. Omen dude and White Omen dude are kind of like battling it out in the sky with psychic powers. I think this is very much metaphorical. I'm pretty sure it is metaphorical, just kind of going like, here's what the bits of the end of the season are going to be like. Fundamentally, like I said this episode, Hikawa has to just deal with Shoichi. And just deal with the fact that, like, he's not the man he thought he would be. He's just a good dude. And that Shoichi being a little goofy goober doesn't mean that he can't do good. And that it is kind of wrong for him to push this idealized hard man hero onto a person, right? Because if you want the hard man guy, it's Kino, but he's a dickhead, you know? Because he doesn't express his emotions and actually talk about them. Because fundamentally, Kino is like a hard dude, and he does good job. Like, he does good things because he kind of has to, right? He just has to. He has no connection to it. Well, Shoichi just does good because, like, it's a good thing to do. He likes helping people. And, like, Hikawa's still a little like, God damn it, Shoichi. he understands that by the end of the episode. On to Rio, because there's a lot of little things. This episode really like honed in on that motif of water, because Rio died in the river, died in water, right? He came back. When he got his new form, he was remembering that rebirth of self. Kino falls into the water, and he dives in right after him. Water is a major thematic element with Rio, but he keeps coming back, escaping through the water, living through the water, dying and coming back to life in the water, saving someone through the water. And fundamentally, it's kind of like a baptism in a way, like a very like thematic cleansing of self, you know. And I think that's fundamentally what the whole saving Kino kind of thing was meant to be. It's like, you're not so far gone that you can't be redeemed, that you can't be brought back and become a true hero, Kino. I think that's interesting. I think it's interesting that there's this fun little metaphorical, symbolic thing throughout. This was a pretty fun episode. Again, a lot of just fun slapstick between Hikawa and Shoichi. Just fun banter back and forth. And Hikawa eventually coming to accept Shoichi as a hero. Their teamwork is fun. They're back and forth on that. Again, hits the 4. Camera, acting, music, action. Yeah, those are the 4. Speaking of camera, though, it's interesting because whenever a character now says, like, Agito or Shoichi, like, it zooms up into his face, like, really, like, intensely. The only comparison I can give it is, like, it feels a little bit like the Monogatari series, if you've ever seen any of that. So it's interesting. Just a thought. Want to put that out there. It's definitely foreshadowing of some kind. But we'll just have to see where that goes next time. Do you believe an Agito can arise? It's talking about Kamen Rider Agito, episode 41. It's a big number. It's 2 whole fucking digits. No, it's also 2 fucking digits. No, that's a bad joke. I was about to say Shoichi's IQ score. He's a smart guy. He's just a goofy dude. But Mana is trying to go like, hey, Shoichi, there's this big thing with this letter. It's kind of weird. And Shoichi's like, we'll figure it out eventually. And he goes to talk to Hikawa while fucking double fisting ice cream. This madman double fisting ice cream. I'll talk about this more later, but I'll just hold on. I'll talk about the conversation where he basically proposes the idea of like, yo, what if we were like a team and we worked together? And Hikawa's like, all right. And we need to get Kino on board. And he's like, I don't know about him. And he's like, no. I'm cool. He's an Agito. We're both Agito. I think I can talk to him into it. Let's fucking talk about it. As Kino is still not doing well, but he is being called away to another hospital, another operation, struggling to even move. As Hikawa and Shoichi go on their one lead and go to Ryo's house and go like, hey, where's Kino? And he's like, why the fuck, why are you going to go talk to that asshole? And it's Shoichi's magnanimous and goofy persona just goes like, we'll be a team, don't worry, it's gonna be fine, And he goes just like, alright. As we get a little bit more with Omen Guy. Oh, what's this? He's actually summoning blue energy? The crew of Hikawa, Ryo, and Shoichi head to where Mr. Kino would be. He's gone. We saw that earlier. And we get a little bit of backstory from Majima, kind of laying out what we've been seeing in flashback in more plain text. His younger brother died. He has a sense of guilt about that, and basically views every surgery patient that he gets a kind of way to save the brother he couldn't. You know? Very, very survivor guilt. And I think in a similar way, that's also why he treats the Agitos the way he does, the Agito seeds, of this idea of loss and all this kind of stuff of like, no, I'm the only one who I'm the only one who understands true loss enough to actually be an effective hero. Basically, doing that whole plot line from Geats, 20 years ahead of time. Fascinating and interesting stuff. But it adds a lot more texture to Kino's character, as Shuichi's brother-in-law has a flashback of his own, and we get a little bit more of why he's in the situation he's in, because by sheer technicality, him letting go and letting his wife, girlfriend, fiance, whatever, Shoichi's sister, letting her go and letting her fall to her death was fundamentally killing her, thus aligning him spiritually, cosmically with Omen Dude. And Omen Dude going like, yo, you're on my side, whether you fucking like it or not. And it's like, damn. Alright, you have also a lot of this guilt stuff lying in your self-system too. As Shuichi, Ryo, and Hikawa go to talk to Kino, and Kino's like, fuck you. And Shuichi's not letting him have any of it. He just keeps bothering him. Bothering. Mana is having a whole situation all on her own. And the duos that do not get along the most, so Shuichi and Kino are stuck together, and Hikawa and Ryo are stuck together. And it's just this big dichotomy, and a lot of big things being said. And it's not great. Hikawa goes like, "Yo, how did you get an Agito seed?" Because I want an Agito seed, not realizing the pain and suffering that Ryo's gone through with it, and it just really rubs Ryo the wrong way. He hits him. Kino is just like, "I don't have time for your goofy ass." He tries to get away, and that's when a monster attacks. Ooh, and so all four of our heroes go to confront the creature. And it is the same one that we know already caused PTSD for Shuichi beforehand, and was on the Akatsuki boat causing mayhem. And we have this really cool beatdown fight, and Shuichi gets hit, knocked out of his suit, as he sees a vision of something and is reminded, and his memories start to wake up, and we are getting a flashback to what actually happened on that boat. All of our heroes are set. Now it's time to start asking the big questions. How can such disparate people work together? Because we have the happy-go-lucky Shuichi, the good golden retriever of a man who just wants to help, just wants to do the right thing. You have the chivalrous and earnesty of Hikawa, a man who thinks doing the right thing means following protocol to a certain extent, of being a good man, of following all these tenements of what good and righteousness is. You have the angsty loner in Ryo, who wants to do the good thing, but understands just how much pain that can cause him. And we have the troubled past and motivations of Kino, a man who is broken. But sometimes even a broken piece of glass can save someone else. The show has been detailing how these different lives can interconnect, can come together, go apart, and work together when the times are needed, and fundamentally be heroes. All it takes is just a little bit of understanding. Shuichi wants everybody to get along, while Hikawa wants to help. He wants the ability to help more, but he consistently puts his foot in his mouth because he's unsure of how to actually go about these things. Ryo has resigned himself to his issues of resigning himself to the pain he's felt in his past, and that nothing can come of it other than continued fighting. And Kino is lost in past perceived failures. So the show is going to ask the question, Just how can they work together? This was a great episode. Of course, it hit the floor, and I absolutely busted a fucking gut. That ice cream scene. God damn it. Why is Shoichi just double fisting ice cream? It's the most serious goddamn conversation. And they're just two grown men licking ice cream. It is such a funny contrast. And like, it's so good. It is a perfect Shoichi scene. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely amazing. I love just how on board Hikawa is. He's just like, nope, I'm friends with a couple bug men. We help people. That's my life now. But he does try to help, but he's not part of the Agito world. Like, he's helping. He can do as much as he can, but those unknown are going to attack them more than him. Which, I mean, considering he's a ranged fighter, kind of works for him. He can act much more in a support role. That's pretty good. A lot of lore implications, a lot of cool stuff there. All good stuff, all good stuff. This episode of Kamen Rider Agito. Now, just what's going to be in that flashback? Hey, Agito, you're in a fight. You gotta rise. So, last episode, our 4 intrepid heroes. Say hi, intrepid hero. I've been watching too much Dimension 20, I'm sorry. Trying to fight the Orca lady. Not having a good time as Shoichi gets a flashback. But before we go dive straight onto the flashback, Mana and Hojo have a conversation about the letter, trying to figure out some things about it. Because Mana has that psychic power stuff to kind of see some elements of it, right? And she's kind of piecing together the lore that Omen Dude and White Omen Dude were two godlike beings. Omen Dude created humanity, but from what I'm interpreting in this episode, wanted humanity to be just basic worshippers, right? And White Omen Dude was like, nah, humanity's dope, and they deserve more than that. They have a fight, and White Omen Dude fails. He is defeated, but in his failure releases his power into humanity, giving them the Agito seeds, meaning that they can truly be free from Omen Guy. At least that's how I'm interpreting that whole thing. Because meanwhile, we finally get to see what happened on the goddamn boat. Shoichi gets on the boat. He's meeting a bunch of people that we've seen beforehand earlier on in the show. Just seeing them kind of like have a day. They're just having a day trip. They're talking, good conversations between all of them and everything. Interesting characterizations and all that. As the day goes on, however, a mysterious body shows up dead. And it's White Omen Dude. And as they're just looking over the body, the captain shows up and goes like, This guy wasn't in the manifest. He was not supposed to be on here. Now they're going like, a stowaway? He's here and he's dead? Well, Shoichi has a vision looking eye to eye with this dead man. Uh-oh, something weird is happening. Everybody's shaken up. Everybody's just in a bad place. Kino slaps Majima, like, oh, that's why they have such a strong relationship, because Majima's like, fuck being an angsty little teen. A lot of interesting things being said. And Shoichi goes over things that we are already aware of. Oh, his sister committed suicide, he doesn't believe it. And that's when the storm happens. And in that storm, White Omen Guy goes like, hey, shit's about to get fucking whacked, dude. So I'm going to activate your Agito powers. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you. The vision ends. And that's when we see the Orca woman. Right? And Shoichi is face to face with her. as he transforms into Agito for the first time. He's still not enough to beat her, so he is thrown off the ship into water. Baptismal energies. Yo. Rio getting into water all the time. It's fucking foreshadowing. No, it's not foreshadowing. We knew Shoichi was thrown overboard. As basically the Orca woman tells the other Akatsuki people who are on the ship, it's like, hey, you're not Agitos yet, but you still have the seed. So as a kindness, I'm just gonna kill you eventually. By the way, don't say a word of anything that happened, or I will kill you then. Which we'll get into. I have some thoughts on that. But everyone freaks the fuck out, as our heroes were still trying to beat off her. And Shoichi, awoken from his flashback, is like, alright, cool, I have context now, I can fight. And that's where we end the episode. We have come to understand the other heroes, but we never really understood what happened to Shoichi. We got bits and pieces, but never the whole picture. And this episode, we just dived into that night on the ship. And we see the man we know him to be. He's a kind man, a good man. And he is given power beyond belief just to help others. By God, or by a demon, who knows? And looking at the possible, the interpretation of the lore, what's gone through that, I wonder if there's any like connections to like Gnostic beliefs or atheistic Satanism, which basically under Gnostic there's an idea of there is a true divine being and a false divine being called a demiurge who created the materialistic world of which we find ourselves in, and only by truly understanding the knowledge of the true spiritual being can we be freed from that material realm. That's a very, 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 very broad version of that idea. But you kind of see why I'm making those connections. And on atheistic Satanism, remember, in Hebrew, in ancient Hebrew, Satan just meant antagonist. It was just it was literally the dude going, but have you thought? Satan's not a demon. Satan's not a bad guy. Satan is a title. He's an opposition, right? And in that way, maybe White Omen guy is very similar. Just a simple opposition to Black Omen guy. You know? It's just wrapped up in this whole idea of like of God making man but only loving humanity so long as they love him. That kind of, you know, that thing that a lot of people with religious trauma bounce up against. And not the idea that they can be beings of more capability, of intelligence, of knowledge, of all that kind of stuff. While the other godlike being, he didn't make humans, but he wishes for them to have freedom, for them to be more than just puppets. There's also the idea of Prometheus, of a divine being giving fire to humanity. Again, because we talk about seeds, but it's also burning Agito. There is this fire motif. There's a lot of elements here that is very interesting to dive into, and there's a lot of thoughts to be had here. But there's also the idea that this was a damn good episode. It hit the floor. Absolutely love the flashback. I wonder if, like, there's a cosmic reason. Like, Hikawa is cosmically focused on Agito so much because he was so late to the boat and he didn't get an Agito seed kind of thing. You know, like, there's a subconscious part at the back of his head that's like, I could have had superpowers. Like I mentioned earlier, the reason why they never, like, oh, you're Shoichi, I recognize you, that kind of stuff, it feels flimsy. It makes sense. It's not bad. It's just more of like, oh, I wish there was I wish there was a tighter explanation for all of that, but hey, it is what it is. Uh, like the letter, I like the implications on the lore. I also like how Hojo, this kind of arc, is acting more like a genuine good guy. He's actually trying to solve the mystery. He's still being smug, but he's actually trying to help, where he's piecing together stuff. It's really interesting. And now it's time to see Shoichi rip this unknown to goddamn bits. Damn, Agito! You Rising! It's another Arise Agito. We're talking about episode 43 as we come back to them still fighting the Orca woman. They're getting their asses beat. Gills goes edgelord mode. Another Agito just tries to do a big attack. He gets on off. Shin burning happens, and they're able to finally defeat it. The energy going back to the Omen dude, who receives it and is just fucking, okay, this shit's enough. Alright, we need to fucking kill the Agitos. I need to get rid of them. This shit's bad. This shit's really bad. As Hikawa got injured. So, Ryo and Shoichi takes him to the hospital. They meet up with Ozawa, and Ozawa goes like, hey, you're an Agito. He's an Agito. He's an Agito. Well, they don't say that out loud, but that's the subtext of what they're going on about. And Shoichi talks to Kino, and Kino's just like, hey, yeah, is the guy doing all right? And we're realizing that, oh, Kino's opening up. Things aren't as bad with him anymore, right? And it seems like he's like a surly guy in the team, but he's not saying no. As Omen Guy leaves the hospital for the first time, as Shoichi basically goes like, hey, Mr. Kino, you were on the boat. We need to have a conversation about that. And Kino's like, yep, fair. That's totally understandable. And they talk about what happened after he fell off the boat. And Kino goes like, not much. The monster basically said if we basically, it's going to kill us, but not right now. It's only going to kill us when our powers start awakening. And if we tell anybody what happened, it'll kill us then. And it's like, okay. Whole situation's fucked, but they're both realizing that Kino isn't totally an asshole, that he's willing to work somewhat. As Shoichi's brother-in-law talks to the god dude because he's out of the place, right? And Omen Guy basically goes like, alright, here's my master plan. Fuck the Agitos. I'm gonna save humanity. Because they don't belong. They are unnecessary. As Ryo has a little heart-to-heart with Shoichi. It's a sweet little moment. And Shoichi reveals that, oh, hey, by the way, my name's not actually Shoichi. It's Tetsuya. And Mana's like, no. And then he tells the rest of the family, and they're all like, no, we're going to keep calling you Shoichi. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's not the end of the world, right? And Mana's realizing, wait a second, Shoichi has his memory back. I can actually ask him about my dad, because I didn't get a chance to do that last time. It's like, ooh. Monster attacks, Kino goes and saves him. And that is when Omen Dude shows up. Kino tries to fight him, and goes like, oh, cannot fight this guy, gotta run. Gotta fucking run. As we have a fun scene with Hojo, just kind of like discussing what some of the thoughts he's had about the plan and his investigation and who might have killed Mana's father, right? Mana and Shoichi have that tough conversation. Another monster is attacking. Kino goes to fight it, but the Omen dude shows up and steals his Agito power. And that's when Gil shows up to try and help Kino. And that's where the episode ends, as Gills tries to fight off God. this was much more of a plot-heavy episode. There was some thematic stuff, but it was very much a, hey, we need to set up some stuff plot-wise to go forward, you know? But the thematic stuff is like, yeah, of course the god figure is going in with the classic, like, I know what's best, you can't do anything, you're just humanity, you have no free will, do what I say. And humanity just going like, nah, we're gonna do our own thing. And like how that belief of what's best for them fundamentally means they act out hypocritically. Like, oh, I love humanity, but I need to kill these specific aspects of humanity, right? Attacking humanity, who they say they love, just because they might be Agitos, right? I mean, how many members of those families that were killed by unknowns had the Agito, and how much of it was, we need to just stop the bloodline, just in case. Like, that's evil biblical king shit, you know? It just really shows how shallow that love is. This was a great episode. I don't think there has been a bad episode of Agito. This hit the 4, you know, camera, action, music, acting, the whole 9 yards. I love how Kino is calming the fuck down. Like, he's like, okay, these guys aren't assholes. They see through some of my ruse. They know I'm just processing grief. Fucking weird. All this different kind of stuff. And I like the growing friendship dynamic between Shoichi and Ryo. I'm just gonna keep calling him Shoichi, because the show will. But yeah, his name's not Shoichi. That's kind of fucking weird. It's kind of weird, like a weird character twist. His name's Tetsuya. It's just like, oh, okay then. You do you, buddy. But yeah, a lot of people are. You were used to the name Shoichi. I'm gonna keep calling him Shoichi, as the show will. You just gotta keep rising. Kamen Rider Agito, episode 44. We come in on Shoichi and Mana kind of developing a game plan now that Shoichi has his memories back on how to, like, dive into the investigation on her dad. Where does his sister lie into all this? Because they reveal throughout the episode of, like, what happened. The memory that Mana saw of Shoichi is that area is where he was going to meet up with his sister. As he was going there, he saw Mana's dad lying there hurt, and he's like, oh shit, where's my sister? And he couldn't find her. So that is what happens there, so I don't have to bring it up whenever we need to bring it up. But they're trying to figure out a game plan. Well, Gills, Ryo, is also trying to figure out a fucking game plan, because he can't hurt Omen, dude. And he's like, fuck. He grabs Kino and just books it out of there, goes to Kino's apartment, gets him the help he needs, and he's like, what the fuck happened? And he's like, he took my Agito. What? Yeah, he took my Agito power. I can't transform anymore. He's fucked. Don't fucking fight him. He's bad news, dude. He's bad news. As Ryo leaves to try and figure out what he can do, right? As Shoichi and Mana kind of piece together that Shoichi's sister was one of the major students of Mana's father, and that's also where we see the brother-in-law characters. Like, oh, and that, like, group picture. Oh shit, brother-in-law might know something. I need to go talk to him. As Ryo heads to Shoichi's place to warn Shoichi about Omen Dude. Oh fuck. Shoichi and Mana are talking to Hojo to kind of get his information so they can, like, piece together some more stuff. Why do you suggest it? Why do you suspect it's a superpowered individual who killed Mana's father? Well, it's because it was done with telekinesis, and there was these items in their apartment, like he was involved with it. Yada yada yada. And Mana touches the VCR tape, the VHS tape that had that one ominous audio message to see, and she gets a vision. It's like, oh shit, what's the vision? She sees Shoichi's sister struggling and in pain, turning into Agito. oh, she had the Agito seed, had, theorizing right now, had the Agito seed, it was starting to awaken, but she was not strong enough to actively control it like Shoichi is. That's my working theory of why that happened, you know? As Ryo is still trying to find Shoichi and just getting attacked by some bird guys. It's fucked. It ain't good. Shoichi goes to talk to his brother-in-law and goes like, hey, fuck, I got my memories back, dude. My sister killed a man. And he's like, whoa, no, motherfucker. Your sister did not kill him? You're like, that did not happen? Don't think bad of your sister. She was a victim in all of this. Without saying that exactly. And basically says, if anybody killed him, it was me. Meaning that there was something he did, he pushed over the limit, did something, and that's involved with Omen Guy and the deal he made and accidentally letting her die. All these different kinds of elements, right? Shuichi heads back to the house, and he talks to the professor and goes like, hey, so I have my memory back. I know you said that I can be here however long I want, but I think I should move. And he's like, why? And Shuichi goes like, I think my sister might have been the person to kill your brother. And it's, ooh, shit. And that's when the professor goes like, yo, no, your sister's not the cause of it. My brother probably died because of me, because we had that meeting. He had the limited edition cup. Oh, there's pain and pathos everywhere. As Ryo keeps getting attacked by bird creatures, Shoichi goes like, fuck, I need to head out. He goes to fight him, and Omen Dude steals the Agito power out of Ryo. He can no longer turn into gills now. Oh shit. Shuichi Henshin's starts fighting the birds. It's badass, and he's about to do a big old fucking rider kick onto the Omen Dude. And that's when Omen Dude goes like, oh, that's a pretty little rider kick. Let me just explode it real quick. And that's where the episode ends. Fuck. Just because you can understand and work with others doesn't mean that other people will just let you do it. Our heroes have like come to an understanding, right? And they're even growing as people, because Kino is not like, he's not an asshole anymore. He's like, no, we gotta protect ourselves, we gotta be good guys. Ryo's letting other people in, even though at the beginning of the show he wouldn't. Shoichi is starting to look forward into the future. But the Omen Dude does not fucking care. He does not see how these men could use their powers responsibly for others, so on and so forth. His mindset is only on how he feels about the situation. Because, again, he claims to care about humanity, but from my point of view, it seems like he just wants control. So he rips out agency from our heroes. But I have a thought. Because if we look at Hikawa and we look at G3, a guy who has no Agito seed, maybe humanity was always destined to become Agito in some way. Whether the White Omen Dude did it, or it was some other process. Who knows? But this was an amazing episode. I absolutely loved it. It hit the 4. Music, camera, acting, action. Yeah. It's really starting to pick up a lot of the plot that elements have just been sprinkled throughout, right? Mana's dad and all the mystery involving that, the coffee cup professor, the meeting, all that kind of stuff. Omen Dude, what's his deal? What's the lore behind him? What's his game plan? What's he want to do? Shoichi's past and how it connects to all the things going on right now. Everything on the boat. And it's just like tying them all into massive, beautiful bows. And Jesus Christ, Hojo, you were this close to like getting there and being a good guy. He's like, oh, I'm investigating, I'm getting all this good information, and then he just goes like, oh, the Agitos are dangerous. Oh, maybe it's better we just destroy the Agitos. And it's like, come on, dude. Why'd you have to go all the way to Oliver Trask? Not cool, bro. Not cool. I cannot wait to see what happens next. Hey, Agito. Are you sourdough? Get it? Because sourdough rises. Haha, hee hee, hoo hoo. Boy howdy. It's episode 45, Kamen Rider Agito. Let's just get into it, because last time, Agito faced God, and God said, fuck you. So, they ran off, trying to get, Ryo help. They landed in, they're running off. Ryo is, not doing good. They get help from Shuichi's brother-in-law, and he's like, you can't fight him, he's a god. And Shuichi's like, fuck you. Fuck him. And Shuichi's also just dealing with the fact of, oh, my sister, who was an Agito, might have killed Mana's dad. And I feel guilty about that, because that same power is what's powering me. And the complicated feelings of all of that, especially because he feels somewhat responsible, even though he's not, he feels somewhat responsible for his sister's actions. If that's what really happened in the first place. We aren't even 100% sure. They're just being conjecture about all this. Ikawa is out of the hospital, but he is having problems with his sight. And oh no, what's happening with Ikawa? We'll dive into that. As our little Agito group, Kino, Ryo, Shuichi, and Majima, are all kind of having like a boys night. They're having a discussion, and Kino's just like, "Yo, hey Shuichi, you've kind of like helped me out. You've made me see the error of my ways." And Shuichi's going like, "Maybe we don't need powers. Maybe this is a chance for a better tomorrow," as another person gets killed by an unknown. And Hojo and Hikawa have like a little brief back and forth of like, Hojo's sensing something's wrong. Right? Shuichi tries to talk to Mana, but Mana runs away from the discussion. And it's a lot of family drama. The professor, uncle guy, feels like he's responsible. Everybody's feeling responsible for the death of Mana's dad, and no one's actually like going like, no one's taking the second to realize, am I really responsible? It's that kind of moment. So Shuichi tries to go and talk to Mana, runs after her, and it's not great. She just keeps running away, and that's when an unknown starts attacking. He Agito's up. He starts to fight the creature, but he goes like, "Oh shit, I'm Agito. That may have killed Mana's dad. I feel bad about this," you know, because it's hard to operate in good faith and be a good man if you are using what you feel is a murder weapon. You know what I mean? That's when the Omen guy shows up and goes like, "Hey, yo. You're having second thoughts. You're having doubts. I'm going to take your power." And Shuichi's like, "Yeah, sure. Fucking take it." As Hikawa's still struggling against an unknown, Hojo realizes, oh shit, this motherfucker's going blind. Fuck. Shuichi is struggling. Partially with what makes a good man. He doesn't want anyone to get hurt. So just seeing the idea of Mana being hurt by him being Agito, because Agito might have killed her dad, is enough for him to go like, all right, I don't need this. I don't need this if someone I care about's getting hurt. And like all of our heroes are struggling with how to be good in the face of overwhelming obstacles. Hikawa and his losing sight, Kino and Ryo losing their powers, just figuring out what's gonna happen now. Do we keep living? Do we just go be normal now? And even the professor himself is dealing with his own guilt about not being able to save and or protect his brother. But it's not just the obstacles, but our choices in the face of them that makes us. And we will hopefully see those choices next time. This was a really good episode. I don't think there's been a bad episode of Agito. Of course, I hit the 4: action, camera, acting, music. Our heroes are getting a real good look at our bad guy. It's feeling like it's very much in game. We're getting a lot of one-on-one time with our heroes and the man in black, and I wonder just how they will be able to handle him. So let's see next time. It's Arise Agito talking about episode 46. Shuichi had his powers removed, and everybody's asking him, "Why'd you fucking do it?" And it's just like, yo, dudes, shit's been fucking whack. This may be a chance for us to just lead normal lives. Come on, let's just, come on. And they're like, what? And he just leaves. Because he's dealing with shit. Right? And he immediately goes to Mana's story and says, like, hey, Mana, I know my sister might have killed your dad, and I felt bad about being an Agito because of that. So I got rid of my power so you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. The doctors are talking to Hikawa and says, like, hey, yo, your eyes are perfectly fine. And Hojo's like, motherfucker, this is too dangerous of a situation. Maybe you need to stop. And Hikawa's just like, no. And Hojo's just like, okay, just the minute you can't do it, you need to not do it so you don't put people in danger. And I'm like, damn, Hojo. Where's this Hojo been the whole time? And Kino, Ryo, and Majima are all kind of like having a discussion. And Kino's just like, maybe this is a chance for me to actually grow and change as a person, be better. And Ryo's just like, no. I have suffered through the pain and loneliness of being an Agito. I just now have made community again. I'm not gonna let that die. I'm gonna go talk to Shoichi. Even if we're not Agitos, we need to, like, be together, so to speak. Mana and the professor have, like, a conversation. And basically, it's about Shoichi getting rid of the Agito powers, but without it being about that. It's kind of going like, hey, what would your dad be thinking about all this kind of stuff? And it makes Mana rethink a lot of things. And say, like, hey, I know you have psychic powers. And your dad loved you. So she's getting off some angst and energy by biking. That's when an unknown attacks, a porcupine one. And Ryo's there to help save her, so they are able to run away. And they have a heart-to-heart about what this all may mean. And she's coming to understand of, like, I've been putting undue guilt on the Shoichi that he doesn't deserve. Right? They're chased. Meanwhile, Kino and Majima were also being chased, because it doesn't matter that they don't have powers anymore. They have been tainted by Agito stuff, so now they must die. And Shoichi comes in, and because, like, he's a good guy, he saw an unknown, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking chase it. And he gets a quill stuck into him. It's like, oh shit, Ryo and Mana are running away because that's all they can do right now. While Kino goes like, this motherfucker needs, like, field surgery. Hold him down, I'm cutting him open. What the fuck, holy shit. Kino being a badass, that's dope. Mana and Ryo are trying their hardest to be safe. And that's when Hikawa is able to show up and try to help save the day. But his eyes start doing the thing again. Uh-oh. Hojo, thankfully? What? Hojo being a bro? Busts into the command center and starts giving Hojo commands that, Hojo starts giving Hikawa commands that he'll be able to understand. Mr. Kino is able to successfully commit surgery against Shoichi. And then everybody converges to where Mana and Rio are. And Omen Guy basically gives them, like, yeah, no, I stole your Agito powers, but, like, you still need to die. And that's when Shoichi's just like, you aren't even going to... You're reneging on basically what our deal was, or what I thought our deal was. This is kind of fucking bullshit. Fuck. And that's when Mana says, like, Shuichi, fuck his shit up as Agito. Alright, Mana said so. And he starts gunning for Omen, dude. He can't hit him, though, because he has, like, super god shield thing, whatever. Hikawa is able to break the shield just enough with his guns that he, like, Shoichi's able to get in one fucking cross onto the Omen dude. And Omen Guy is so taken aback by this, like, what the fuck? A human hit me? Fuck? That he can't concentrate and hold on to the Agito powers. They go back to their owners. They are all able to henshin and defeat the unknowns, like badasses they are. It's fucking great. Omen Guy basically goes like, what? Humanity's being an asshole to me. I'm gonna do evil things. Shuichi and Mana have a heart-to-heart, and they're able to come to one of their classic understandings. As the rest of the lads are kind of talking, and Majima goes like, yo, Mr. Kino, you doing that badass, like, surgery on the side of the road? I'm gonna try and go back to I'm gonna go back to middle school. And Kino's like, fuck yeah, dude. So proud of you. That's great. Hey, real quick, could you refill my drink for me? And he's like, yeah, okay, sure. And then Rio starts talking to him, and Kino doesn't respond. He's like, Kino? Kino slumps over. It's like, Kino! He starts shaking him, and the glasses fall off, implying that Mr. Kino is dead? Probably from an injury he received earlier in the episode of being just fucking bodied by an unknown in the chest without any powers. You know, the way that many unknown kill non-powered Agitos. Ooh. And we see that sequence in the snow, and Kino is able to actually pick up his brother and drag him off. My immediate interpretation of all that is Kino has passed away, right? Kino passed away from injuries that he could not keep up and sustain, and in his final moments, the memory that has taunted him for years now, he's able to finally let go and save the brother that he couldn't in real life. Honesty and earnestness is the absolute way to go, because then you are operating in good faith. You're not hiding and lying your intentions. And by operating in that way, you can overcome the ones who are belialing their intentions. Our heroes are now truly honest with their heroics. Shoichi, who wants to do good for goodness sakes. Hikawa, who wants to protect and serve. Rio, who wants to save and preserve what he has cultivated. And Kino, who wants to make up for his past mistakes. All the while, Omen Guy is lying to himself. He says he loves humanity, but the second humanity isn't exactly what he wants, he lets it ruin them. He doesn't love humanity, he loves control. And Shuichi's punch truly confirmed that, because the minute that one of his perfect little beings went against what he's wanted, he is totally flabbergasted and taken such aback that he is now on the back foot. He fundamentally can't see humanity as basically anything more than pets. This was a damned good episode. It hit the 4, like, camera, action, acting, music, Oh yeah. Shuichi just fucking yelling at God was fucking hella tight. It was great. Kino and Rio being changed for the better because of Shuichi. I just love their characterization, love all that kind of stuff. Also, fucking Hojo actually being a hero, actually doing what needs to be done to be a good man instead of just going like, I should be wearing the armor. Actually, all that kind of stuff. No, he's just being a good man, helping Hikawa for the greater good. Like, come on, yes, Hojo, good job. Uh, and you can even link all that kind of stuff to the good faith stuff I was talking about earlier. Hojo himself was lying to himself the entire time and subterfuging what his intentions were of going like, oh no, I should be G3 because I'm betterer. And it wasn't that he was better, it's he wanted the power. But now he's not trying to go for the power. He's just trying to get to the truth. He's trying to get to the truth of what's happening. He's not lying to himself anymore. And that means he's being a better man. And that's very interesting, you know? We are nearing the end. We are getting really close to Agito's finale. And I cannot wait to see what happens. Arise, Agito! It's episode 47. Hey, we're in the home stretch, buddy. We only got like 3 video. We only got this video, one more video, and then the final video. There's 51 episodes of Agito. I am going to have episode 51 as its own standalone video here on Patreon, but it'll be all in one giant compilation on YouTube. So whoop the bop a doo. But we come in on episode 47. Giving a little recap what happened last time as we get out of the intro, and it's been a month. We've had a time skip. Ooh, schmancy. And this episode is very much a, hey, we need to set up a couple plot points, so we're just gonna do that. So, first things first, G3X group is disbanded, but not disbanded. It's like, hey, we haven't had an unknown attack in like a month. We're replacing you. We are kind of like taking a pause on G3X and letting you guys do some other things in the meantime. You're not... G3X is still in the books. We're still keeping it around just in case. But in the meantime, you guys are going to do some other things. And they're like, we don't like this, but okay. As Shuichi and Rio are just kind of like living their lives. Like, just trying to do day by day. Shuichi meets up with, he runs into his old culinary teacher. And his culinary teacher's like, yo, I haven't seen you in so long. How you been? You doing good? And he's like, yeah, I've been doing good. Hey, I'm opening up a new restaurant. And I need a chef. I need someone I can treat as like my right hand. I need someone like that, and I think you're up for the task. Do you want to come work for me? And Shuichi's like, yo, I kind of do, but like I have there's some thoughts, and he's trying to process it. And meanwhile, Rio is dealing with his motorcycle. He's going to the same mechanic he's been going to, and mechanic guy's like, hey, yeah, no, I'll work on your thing. And a woman coming in on a motorcycle that's just sounding like shit. And immediately Rio's just like, your motorcycle kind of sounds like shit. And she's like taken aback. It's like, fuck you. Lady, you came into the motorcycle shop to get it fixed. You know it sounds like shit. And the mechanic guy's like, just don't worry about him. He just mouthes off. He's a good guy. And he offers Rio, hey, you want to come work for me part-time? You do that kind of stuff? And Rio's like, yeah, you know what? I think I will. As Omen Guy summons a fucking star to come closer to Earth. And at this point in time, I'm just presuming kill us. What the fuck, dude? That is kind of an extreme reaction. And basically Shuichi and Rio just kind of deal with like, hey, we may have a chance to move forward with our lives and not just be sitting here waiting for monsters to show up. And Shoichi's like talking to his family and goes like, "Hey, this is an opportunity I have," and they're all like very supportive of him. They're making jokes of like, "Oh, but who's gonna clean and cook for us?" Whoa, But it's very clear that they're like, "Yo, this is a good opportunity for you." And Shoichi goes to Ryo and goes like, "Hey, this is the thing, but we're kind of Agito bros. I think it's important for you to know." And Ryo's like, "Yo, dude, thanks for letting me know. I have a possible job with a mechanic." And they're like, "Wow, we may actually be able to live normal lives, like what Kino said we should try and do at the end." And they're like, "Yeah." And it's just like they're kind of reflecting on Mr. Kino and all that kind of stuff. As Shoichi's brother-in-law talks to God, and God's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna kill all of you. You guys suck. Humanity's fucked." And he's like, wait. No. Oh, shit. Meanwhile, a bunch of people are seeing their doppelgangers and dying. What is this all about? But Hikawa's on the case to try and figure that out. While Shoichi and Ryo are at their jobs, they're talking to a woman who parallels their own personal journey to an extent. Shoichi is dealing with a sous chef. Is it a sous chef? It is an assistant chef at the restaurant, and she's making several mistakes and all this different kind of stuff. She's getting yelled at all the time, and he's trying to help, but like he doesn't know exactly what to do, and she's very standoffish. Meanwhile, Ryo is dealing with the motorcycle woman who has the kind of cred motorcycle, and we'll get it more into it in episode 48, but she has that kind of like standoffish, delinquent attitude that Ryo had near the beginning of the series. As the little butt monkey of G3 chases her down as she speeds away on a motorcycle, as Omen Guy is basically doing an exorcist. He's floating in the middle of the field, and anybody who gets close gets murked. But life is moving on. Shoichi's at the restaurant and everything, but Ryo feels a monster, and he is compelled to go fight it. Well, he's compelled because he's a good man to go fight it and try his best, but it is basically an archangel for Omen Dude, and he is not able to fucking handle it. He is getting his ass kicked. As we end the episode of him being thrown off of the goddamn building they're on. Time has moved on. It's been 1 month since Kino has passed, but there has been no unknown. And they may finally have a chance at a normal life. They're given the chance to lead honest lives. The lives that they should have always had the chance to live, but fate thrusted something else upon them. Shoichi has a chance to really work and hone his cooking, and Ryo is getting the chance to work on bikes, something that he seems very passionate about. And women are coming into each of their lives that reflect themselves. But through it all, they are still comrades. They still have each other's backs. They see each other as brothers to an extent. Meanwhile, Hikawa is the outsider, not truly an Agito, and is thus pulled astray. He's not in the suit. He's not able to be at the ready to fight monsters, and he is on the case for something that is related. So even if he is pulled astray by the police department, he is still pulled in by the strings of fate. And despite all of this, Omen Guy has something to say about humanity, and I have some theories about that. We'll talk about that. Now, I think he's pulling in a star to kill Earth. I think that's the plan. It may go into more depth as in the upcoming episodes, but overall, the episode was really, really good. I really enjoyed this one. It is very much more a plot hooky episode than a lore or explain. It's basically setting a bunch of stuff up, and we didn't pay off a ton. That's fine. But we are very much in the start of the final arc. We hit the 4, camera, action, acting, music, all those kind of stuff. A lot of interesting things at play thematically, storytelling, lore, all this kind of stuff. And that little divine area, it's kind of interesting. It's out of the way. It kind of, there's something almost spiritual, animalistic about it. You know, he's returning to a primal, angry state, so to speak. But yeah, episode 47 of Agito, pretty dang good. Oh, what's gonna happen in episode 48? Oh boy, even more Agito. It's episode 48. We are really in the home stretch. I am looking at my file folder of the episodes to watch, and I got 3 left. Oh boy. Yeah, we're back into it with Gills fighting the angel dude and just getting his shit wrecked. His little fucking insect whip being used to fucking hang him. Holy shit. Meanwhile, Okawa is basically arguing for G3 to keep existing, and Hojo is agreeing. However, Hojo is agreeing by being a little dickhead and saying that we don't know, the Agitos may turn on us or want to kill us. And it's like, fuck you, Hojo. How are you always so close but always so far away? Meanwhile, life is trying to move on, but there is the looming threat of the Omen Man above them all, as Shuichi is kind of trying to help the other chef woman, but she's not having it. Ryo is trying to work on the motorcycles, but he is struggling. He's hurt. He's injured. As Ozawa and the Butt Monkey have a conversation about just like them wishing G3 was still in progress, and the Butt Monkey cries, it's like, I thought you guys forgot about me. And she's like, no, what? Let me buy you some meat. As more and more people are dying from the doppelgangers, that's when Hikawa notices they are all Scorpios, and that sun that I mentioned last time is from the constellation of Scorpio. I wonder if it being closer is, for lack of a better way of describing it, driving all the Scorpios insane. That's a weird thing, but it's like that's where my brain's going with this right now. But the biker chick that Ryo's been dealing with is speeding along, and that's when the Butt Monkey finds her, and she kind of gets trapped and cornered, and she runs to the garage and goes like, fucking hide me. He shows up, and Ryo is like, fuck the police, hides her, lies to him about her, and gets him to go away. And they have a little conversation about like about why she's doing what she's doing. As Shoichi is also dealing with his parallel girl thematic person. And the conversations are breaking down, but they're also being built up. Ryo has a little race with her, and Shoichi runs after the chef, and they're able to like bridge gaps and talk and communicate. As Ryo learns, it's basically, okay, biker chick is speeding along too fast, is about to hit some kids. Ryo stops her, and she's reflecting on her life. Chef chick is fired, and Shuichi feels bad about it. He runs after her. He goes like, hey, come on, I'm pretty sure we can work on you. And they both explain their tragic backstories of chef woman wants to cook because her father cooked, but he passed away before he could teach her, and thus she doesn't have the skills that she needs, but she's trying to fulfill that want and desire. And Shuichi's like, yo, that's understandable. I could teach you and help you. I'll meet you up tonight. Meanwhile, the biker woman is going like, yeah, I was a track and field athlete. I was really into it. It was basically my whole life. I got an injury and I couldn't participate anymore. My coach abandoned me. My teammates abandoned me. I am all alone. Very similar to Ryo and the swimming earlier on in the season. And basically, she's thrill-seeking to fill the void. And Ryo's like, yo, that's not cool. I'll hang out with you later and help you work through these emotions. And we're both going, and you're going there like, yo, hell yeah, these guys are being able to live their lives and be people. But they can't be people because they're Agitos. A monster attacks, and they have to go and be big damn heroes and fight them, leaving both of their thematic parallels abandoned and alone. At least for this episode. But they're fighting as best they can as the Scorpion Star gets ever closer. Sometimes being a good hero means being a bad man. Our heroes' lives have been put on hold for so long that they now have a chance to just be normal. Right? And it actually helped a couple women that reflected their own struggles and show that they can still be good men without all the powers and fighting and all this kind of stuff, truly showing us, the audience, who they are. But they can't address that right now, because despite how much they want to live normal lives, they can't. Like, they couldn't address their own issues for so long because some godly dickhead doesn't like when his playthings fight back. But we have to have faith that they will do the right things, helping others to the best of their abilities. And no matter how much they may fail some others, they always have each other's back and are able to fight the good fight. This is a damn good episode. It hit the floor. The bad guy summoning a goddamn star to kill humanity is just loads of fuck. And yeah, my theory is like Scorpios are killing themselves because the magic of the star coming is just kind of weird and fucky. I love the parallel plot with the women. It is such a fantastic twist to like show how far our heroes have come by basically placing their early versions in front of themselves and showing how far they've come. The cooking woman is like one part Shuichi, but there's also like a little bit of Mana in there, a little bit. So like, you know what I'm saying? But like showing how far they've come as people by putting these very clear parallels to earlier in the season in front of them. Also, Hojo, Hojo, you are always like one step to being a cool dude, and then you say some fucking striker shit. You say some fucking bad guy from the X-Men shit. What the fuck are you doing? Stop it. You're not being cool, you're being a fearmonger. But there are a lot of plates in motion. Let's see if they are able to plate up some good Agito food. Hey, you got it. Agito, you got it. It's Kamen Rider Agito. We're talking Arise Agito, episode 49. We're so close to the end, everybody. As we start where we kind of left off, these guys just got fucking wrecked. They're walking away and basically going to their dates that they're extremely late for. Super Peter Parker core. They apologize and they're helping out, but they both immediately just like fucking erect. They fall down. It's just like, oh god, what's happening? And both the women freak the fuck out and try to help them, take care of them, as more and more of the Scorpio killings are taking place. Hikawa is just trying to figure out how all this is related to the unknown. It's interesting now that Hikawa's kind of in the position Hojo had been in for so many episodes. It's an interesting, like, difference, you know? It's an interesting, like, exchange. And we see what's basically a meeting to decide the future of the G3 project of, oh, is it what's happening with the Agito and the Unknowns, and it's just kind of like, it's still in hiatus. We're still figuring it out. But there's a new shady guy who we'll talk more about in a moment. And the Professor family, they're just dealing with the absence of Shuichi because they miss him because he's family. And we get some fun, delightful scenes with the parallel women taking care of their dudes, Kana dealing with Shoichi, just nice, it's sweet, it's wholesome, she's trying to help. As I can't remember her name, the biker woman dealing with Rio is hilarious because she isn't having any of his shit. He's like, get out, and she's like, no, because I'm cute and adorable and you like me. And he's like, fuck off. And she makes him shitty ramen and he eats it, and she's like, why are you eating my shitty ramen? And he's like, fuck you, I don't know. And he just eats all of it and steals her bowl and eats all of that. And it's just like, goddamn, it's nice. It's nice to see just like this very fun dynamic between them. As more and more shit is just going wrong. Such as, a new unknown is killing people. More people are dying. He is ramping up production on the murder. Omen dude wants Earth dead. As Hojo and the mystery guy, the suspicious guy, are basically going like, alright, you may be right, Agitos may be the death of humanity, so we need to protect the unknown. Not realizing that Omen guy is basically written off all of humanity now. There is no saving them. And it's like, oh, good job. Good job, you shithead. Fucking A+ for effort. Shoichi is helping Kana out, and an unknown killing happens nearby. He goes to try and deal with it, but it gets away before he can deal with it. And that is when two G3s, G3 Classic and G3X, show up and point their fucking guns at Agito. What the fuck? But hey, we are nearing the end, and sad to say, but some of humanity is paralleling the Omen guy, thinking that the only way that others will act is in harming you. But fundamentally, our heroes show otherwise. They put effort into helping others. We see this in them helping, Rio and Shoichi helping those women. We see them fighting to protect others repeatedly throughout the entire season. And truly centering on our heroes' light. They are good men trying to do good deeds with the crap world that they were given. And because the person who made that crap world kinda hates them for it, it's like, what are you doing fixing my crap world? It's my crap world. Fuck you. They fundamentally get rid in bad faith of the Man in Black. This is a really, really good episode. I love how everything is feeling bigger, but also it's in the same scope it's been in, right? I think I'll talk more about that in a bit. No, I'll talk about it now. They're fighting basically the end of humanity, an apocalyptic event, but the stakes still feel personal because it's all about the characters themselves. Hojo, why you gotta be a fucking asshole? You were this close. You were this close to being good. I'm sorry, you're going in the shithole. You're going in the shithole. But it's also nice to just see our heroes have like some aspect of normal everyday life now that they can lose, that there is some stakes for. But overall, really good episode. Cannot wait to see what happens next. It is the penultimate Agito. Everything is coming to a fever pitch. And if it were to last any longer, it might boil over. As Shoichi confronts Hojo, what's going on? Why are you in the suit? You're not, what's going on? And Hojo basically goes like, hey, I'm sorry to say, you're a nice dude, but we aren't sure about any other Agito. So we're going to protect the unknown because they kill Agitos. And Shoichi's just taken aback. It's bullshit. It's not right. Because he knows a lot more of what's going on. The police then tell Hikawa and Ozawa what's going on, and they're furious. They're being transferred to other places and kicked out of the G3 area. Everything seemingly falling apart. While Rio and Shoichi are just kind of dealing with the mundane that they have found themselves in. As Hikawa talks to Shoichi and goes like, "Hey, I'm heading back to my hometown. The G3 situation's out of my hands, and I'm sorry I can't do anything." Shoichi's like, "Yo, dude, it's perfectly fine. But hey, you're still a member of Team Agito." And he's like, nah, I'm in this metaphor, I'm not. I'm a substitute. And he's like, "What are you talking about? You're a team player." And that kind of comforts Hikawa, because he's always felt, because you can tell part of the characterization in this later half is very much he feels like he is not an equal to Shoichi and Ryo, partially because they are Agitos, they have powers naturally gifted to them, but he has to wear a mechanized suit. But what Shoichi is basically saying is like, no, you're a good guy, you're a hero, you're an Agito, you're one of us. And it's like, oh, that's a confidence booster for Hikawa. And now we have the parallels coming in to roost, as the woman Shoichi's been dealing with, Kana, I think her name is, starts to exhibit the same symptoms his sister had of slowly becoming an Agito. And sadly, the parallel woman of Ryo, the biker woman, succumbs to the curse of the Scorpio and passes away, cementing Ryo's loneliness in the world and his anger at it, as he goes to basically confront one of the unknown that is doing the biddings of the Omen Man right now. And he is utterly unable to confront it easily and effectively. As Ozawa and Hikawa confront Hojo, basically go, "What the fuck, dude?" And he's like, I'm doing my best. I have gone through my character arc. I am now not thinking selfishly. I am trying to be a hero. It's just his understanding of what needs to happen is warped and twisted, and that's a shame. As Shoichi is kind of dealing with Kana, all this other kind of stuff, as she's on the roof and going through the very same emotional turmoil that his sister was going through. And she jumps off the roof. Shoichi catches her, and as they have a conversation, Shoichi finally understands where his sister was when she committed suicide. Understanding that this is a moment of great fear and terror of what is possible, what could be, and that you don't, having this kind of power and responsibility thrusted upon you is a curse. And while he may hold that curse, others might not. And he finally understands, and basically in this moment forgives his sister by letting her commit suicide. But the brother-in-law character catches her instead, letting him come to terms with accidentally letting her die, and preventing that burden on Shoichi, and giving her a second chance to think about what she can do with her life, as he basically lays it out for her. Hikawa is going back to his hometown, and basically going like, this sucks, everything is falling apart. Everything is falling apart to the point where the heroes may not be able to even put up a fight and save the day. As one of the unknown come in, and Shoichi transforms into Agito, as Kana realizes, oh shit, this is why you were so adamant that I wasn't wrong, or everything I was going through is bad, because you are what I am turning into, and you are a good man, you are a good person. And that's where our episode ends, with the reveal and understanding that Shoichi is a good man and he is a hero. And our heroes have all these issues thrust upon them, the possibility of humanity turning on them and hating them with what Hojo is doing. Neoman guy, and I'm gonna keep calling him that because I'm fucking petty, is continuing his plan to wipe out humanity. The parallel women and their storylines, and how They lined up to the pain that our heroes went through. And let's be honest, that is a little bit kind of shitty to write women just to do. They weren't. One of them was fridged, but they were fridged. Their characters were not handled well. But the way that they parallel the thematic elements of our main two heroes, take what you can take. One of them passing away from the Scorpio thing, the other also becoming an Agito and falling to the same despair of Shoichi's sister. However, this just pushes our heroes to resolve. Shoichi gets a chance to symbolically understand his sister, come to terms with her death, forgive her suicide, while also getting a chance to save his sister and the brother-in-law as well, to actually get a chance to right this wrong that they weren't able to convince her fast enough, soon enough, that they weren't able to show how much, that no matter how much she changed, they still loved her and she was still the human being that they knew and loved. And Ryo sees the world take even more away from him, and he just says enough. His girlfriend left him. Girlfriend left him. His life fell to shambles. He was rejected by his team, his coach, his family. All these layers of rejection, and he builds up a family and a community. And now Hikawa is gone, and he still has Shuichi, but Kino has passed away. Something of an older brother figure that they all kind of wanted. This older man, this wise man that they could talk to and rely on for advice, who himself came to terms in understanding his own pain, sorrow, and trauma. And Hikawa himself is going away, as far as we are aware. But Shoichi says no matter what, he's part of the crew. He's part Agito. He may not have the Agito seed inside him, but through it all, he is a hero. He is a good man who is trying his best to save others and help others. And they are able to come together to do the most good that any one person can do. Helping others is what a hero truly does. Helping others is what a good being does. And that's why our heroes have to defeat someone who is so blind to that idea that they are wanting to wipe out humanity. This feels like an amazing setup for the final episode. Of course, it hit the four. Light, camera, acting, action, music, all that stuff. I really fucking hate that the biker woman's gone. Again, it's fridging. It sucks that she is just discarded like that as a character. It just feels like a big shame to kill her off. I think it would have been a lot more resonant if Ryo is actually given a chance to fight for the thing he wants and not just have it be taken away. To have a chance to have his cake, to lead the life that he's wanted to lead since episode 1, because it's very clear he has a girlfriend, he has his life at the sports, and he just wanted to be, but fate pushed him in this direction, and again, fate's pushing him farther and farther away from normalcy. Plus, she was just a fun character. I enjoyed her. I loved her back and forth with Ryo. It was good. But everything is coming to a fever pitch. Everything is still feeling that kind of personalized stakes for the world. A lot of the series is all about these individual heroes, and making them larger than life wouldn't fit, because they're people. They're just regular guys thrust into this unimaginable situation. So making the big battle like this, gods against gods kind of thing, just wouldn't fit. So the fact that they're able to bring this world-ending threat down to a humanistic level is really cool. It's really interesting to see. And next time will be the finale of Kamen Rider Agito. And here we go. It's the final of Kamen Rider Agito. episode 51. Overall, this has been a phenomenal season, a great season. Tons of highs with very few, very small lows. But like all things, it must finally come to an end. You have finally risen, Agito. As Hikawa gets off that plane, he's no quitter, he's a hero. He's got a job to do. As Hojo and the Butt Monkey are about to head out and protect the unknown, Hikawa and Ozawa commandeer the ship and take the G3 suit. And as Hikawa heads over to help, Shuichi's in a bit of trouble. Hikawa comes in, saves his ass, and fights off the bad guys for a little bit, and then Ryo comes in. Shuichi's able to get up another muster, and they're all able to work together and finally defeat this great evil. With simply beating the two minions and giving a good old rider kick to God himself. God then has a conversation with Shuichi's brother-in-law of just a moment of him recognizing, however briefly, that if humanity's fighting this hard to survive, there might be something worth preserving. The brother-in-law is elated at this fact, and as soon as the deity passes away or moves on, that last little bit of energy, that life force that he had imbued in him, into the brother-in-law, fades with him as he dies right there. But life moves on. The Butt Monkey gets a promotion. He's now the head, leading and teaching a bunch of brand new people to become Kamen Riders for the police department, invoking Hikawa and Ozawa as great heroes. However, they aren't here anymore. However, they aren't in this department anymore. As Hikawa's moved on to criminal affairs, being a hero as best as he can, helping, well, get murderers and bad guys off the streets. While Ozawa has taken up a teaching position and is teaching in England. It's great. Hojo, however, is still being Hojo. He basically has flown across the world to badger Ozawa some more. However, they both realize that it's kind of their nature, and that's how they show that they care about each other. Because Hojo did have a character arc. I didn't mention it earlier, but he didn't fight. He realized that their conviction was stronger than his, and he gave up. As we come to the family, as life's just moved on, Mana is studying with the guy who gave up his Agito powers for Kino. No, it was Ryo with Kino. That's the whole thing. But it's really late, and they haven't had any chance to cook anything, so they're gonna go out and eat. As Ryo is relaxing, finally able to move on, he finds a young puppy that needs someone to take care of it. And as the family walks into this brand new restaurant in order to get a good filling meal, Shuichi walks by, Agito emblem emblazoned on his cravat, as he welcomes them into Restaurant Agito. The fight was a little quick, but ultimately the fight wasn't the point. Our heroes resolved themselves, truly believing and fighting for what they thought was right. And ultimately, how do you defeat a god? You believe in something stronger than them. That belief finally gets into the head of this foolish god. And so our heroes get to take that resolve and lead normal lives, being the good men that they are. This episode was amazing. This series was amazing. And hey, we've talked about before, camera, action, acting, music, very solid, but a standard bearer kind of show. I've been saying basic, but not basic. It's hard to describe. It's not a bad basic, but it is all the hits of what you would expect for a Kamen Rider show. And it plays them beautifully. It just also just doesn't have an additional gimmick, like how Kiva has the dual plot lines, Deno has the time travel, so on. You get what I'm saying. It's a pretty standard plot, pretty standard Kamen Rider beats and tropes, and it does it beautifully. And it does have some good ideas on its own. Heroism, coming together, unwarranted fear, acting in good faith, all these different kind of things lead up to be a really just solid, fun, look at these guys be good and fight bad guys kind of show. Great suits and pretty damn good cinematography. Overall, I think that's all my thoughts on Agito. And I hope you would enjoy them.